At the time of writing this in March 2023, veganism is the fastest growing social justice movement on the planet. Whilst the numbers are the highest they've ever been at any point since the formation back in 1944, you could also argue that the numbers of those being exploited are also at their highest ever too. There is a growing concern that the original philosophy may be slowly being diluted, if not completely lost, in order to make way for a new one which is far more welfarist in nature, where abolition is replaced with the reduction of suffering and improving the lives of those who will still only exist to be used or taken from. The idea of this short film is to dive back to the roots of the philosophy and hopefully provide some education, re education, or simply some inspiration as a collective to once again stand for veganism in the way that was always intended. To re-establish that there is no right way to do the wrong thing, there is no kind or better way to exploit, and improving the environment, enrichment, or quality of life does nothing at all to remove the fundamental wrong, and that is the violation of their rights. This is a brief interjection to clear up one of the most common responses to this video that I've had. The slides that are featured in the introduction and the slides which follow for the remainder of the film are intentionally fast paced or cropped specifically. This was for two reasons. Firstly, I was always mindful of time, and with a lot to try and cover, I always wanted the film to try and stay under 30 minutes if possible. And secondly, I want you to go and read or seek these things for yourself. You would never get the full picture from a cropped snippet or one page of 10 anyway, and I've now created a page with all the sources for this film and then some, so you can access all this information for yourselves with ease. Whilst the Vegan Society may have been established 79 years ago this winter, the idea and ethics which encompass veganism have obviously been around for much longer. There's plenty of evidence of people choosing to abstain from using animal products which can be tracked back some 2000 years ago at least. The Greek philosopher and mathematician Pythagoras, for example, was an undisputed vegetarian. He viewed vegetarianism as a key factor in the peaceful coexistence of people and nature. He held the view that slaughtering animals brutalized the human soul. In the same era, or a little bit after, you had Buddha discussing the ideas of peace and promoting a vegetarian diet within his growing number of followers. And vegetarianism has always been a central part of Buddhism, which enshrines compassion to all living creatures. I No Longer Steal from Nature by Al-Mari was written around 1000 AD, which not only abstains from eating or consuming all animal products, it even talks about injustice. Leonardo da Vinci in the 1400s was utterly repulsed by the slaughter of animals and openly refused to partake or be around the eating of flesh. The 17th century philosopher John Locke voiced arguments openly about how animals were intelligent creatures, capable of thoughts and feelings, and even raised moral objections to how animals were used and treated. In 1806, Dr. William Lamb and Percy Shelley were amongst the very first to publicly object to both eggs and dairy on ethical grounds. And by the late 1800s, vegetarian restaurants had even started to become popular in London, with other cities joining the suit by the turn of the century. This brings us back nicely to the foundation of the Vegan Society, which is the oldest recognised vegan organisation in the world and was founded in the United Kingdom by pioneers Donald Watson and Sally, otherwise known as Elsie Shrigley, who called on non-dairy vegetarian allies to organise in 1944.
One interesting part of the history of the vegan social movement is the fact that the people who formed it and in the end ran it had no idea that that was going to happen, that that was going to be their fate. They simply wanted to have a vegan enclave as such within the vegetarian movement, but the vegetarians said no. And that was a good thing in the end. The vegetarians said to the vegans, no, you go and do your own thing. And so that's what happened in 1944.
Donald, his wife Dorothy, Elsie, Faye, and her husband George Henderson, and others would in November of 44 pave the way for everything that was to come and for what we know today as veganism, including, of course, the very word vegan, coined from the first three and the last two letters of the word vegetarian.
Now, their first job was to prove that a 100% plant diet was satisfactory. because that was against the medical orthodoxy of the time. In fact, their doctors and their vegetarian friends all believed that they were going to die.
But what were those core ideas that inspired the movement's creation? Were they based on those of rights or welfare? Let's find out together. I wanted to take this moment to reiterate something I don't think that many are aware of, and certainly I hadn't fully realised until I started researching this film. The entire philosophy was born off the back of two world wars, one of which was very much still ongoing at the time of the foundation, and the idea of peace and justice and freedom were all inspired by the exact opposite which each of those had witnessed envelop them all. Donald Watson for certain lost some of those closest to him during this time, and it's safe to say that all of the founding members will have been deeply affected by the Great Depression, oppression, and hopelessness, not to mention the constant threat of losing their own lives. It took not only strength and courage, but also a deep level of respect and empathy towards others. At a time when it would have been so easy to be selfish, they instead wanted to be selfless, and this all well before the end of the conflict, and especially before the two atrocities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The reason that I wanted to make sure this was brought to the attention of everyone is because it completely goes against that modern day consensus that veganism is just a diet, when in the reality is it was always about the direct opposition of violence, the opposition of injustice, the opposition of oppression. It was always a philosophy of peace, justice, and freedom for all.
In an interesting history of the movement when it was 70 years old, Dr. Samantha Calvert points out that one of the pioneers, Leslie Cross, in 1949, said that, hang on a second, we don't have a philosophy of veganism. We don't have a very good definition of veganism. The vegan diet was defined, but not veganism. So that's what they set out to do from then on until around about 1954. However, even before that, there were some attempts. For example, this is Donald Watson from 1945. He's the best known of the co-founders of the vegan social movement. And he said that veganism was the opposition of the exploitation of sentient life. Leslie Cross, though, was really the person whose writings established the evolution of vegan philosophy. What he did really was establish what you could call the focus and the scope of veganism. The focus is always on our relationships with other animals, but the focus is only part of veganism. The scope is much wider and concerned environmental issues, and in particular, issues about human evolution. They said that humanity had got into a new low, and veganism was kind of key to get it out. The language could be a bit flowery at times, but the strong underlining message was always that the liberation of other animals was our own liberation, that the benefits to humanity from veganism would be absolutely huge.
And if we can solve this problem of animal exploitation and spread veganism, we should also solve the problems of war, of poverty, and all the other things that has caused immense suffering to people and animals.
The movements for human earth animal liberation. When we start to put these movements together, we get what I call total liberation. When we think in terms of total liberation rather than single issue, we start thinking in a very different and much more profound way.
In two separate essays in 1951, Cross made it crystal clear that veganism was about animal liberation rather than animal welfare. He was very strong on this point.
If you look at the distinction between use and treatment, the animal welfare position is use is okay if treatment is acceptable. The animal rights position is that use is not acceptable, however humane the treatment may be.
The idea of humane slaughter is like an oxymoron to me. It's like military intelligence, you know. I mean, the two ideas don't go together very well. But even if there was, by some wild invention, some way of killing animals without causing them pain, still wouldn't justify killing them.
The vegan pioneers were liberators rather than reformists, although they did talk about reform as a type of social transformation sometimes. And more than anything else, they were, as they still are, abolitionist. Veganism is animal liberation, and veganism is abolitionist.
Bans aren't automatically abolitionist. Yes, a ban abolishes something. However, if it leaves the animals in question within a situation of exploitation, such as food industry, enslavement, and slaughter, it isn't abolitionist in the sense of being anti-slavery.
Just as in the 19th century, there was a real schism between abolitionists of slavery and the people who wanted to make slavery more humane. Those people were at odds with each other because the abolitionists said, look, I'm not interested in making an unjust institution more humane. I'm interested in abolishing the institution.
Remember, the abolitionists did not ask, beat the slaves 3 times a week instead of 5. They did not ask, give them better bedding and more food. They said, end the slavery altogether.
In a very powerful essay that was written in 1954 called The Surge of Freedom, Leslie Cross spoke about the changes that a vegan revolution would bring.
It seems clear to me that the age of predatory ban is coming to an end. He has destroyed not only the animals, but the whole planet and himself too. He cannot go on.
Some of those changes are obvious, he said. Obviously, we would stop eating other animals, vivisector, we wouldn't hunt and that kind of stuff. And then he said that there were some of the changes which are not so obvious. It's the benefits to humanity which fall into this category. Essentially, a vegan world would be transformative for the benefit of all. Veganism is, after all, a justice for all philosophy.
Is it rational, impartial, scientifically informed? Does it stand for peace and against injustice? To all these questions, the answer is an unqualified yes.
Now, here's another articulation of vegan values from the 1960s from Eva Batt, and another one again from the 1980s or the 1990s, depending on which edition of this book is being cited. But overall, Matthew Cole, the sociologist, sums up things very well indeed, and he did this in 2014. He said that the vegan aim or object combines compassionate non-exploitation of other animals with an emancipated vegan self and a more compassionate human society. Vegan ethics from the beginning, says Cole, was directed towards these interconnected goals of transforming human beings and transforming human society. Both, he said, flowed from the foundational reconfiguration of human, non-human animal relations.
The important idea for the purposes of the animal rights movement is the idea of what philosophers call a negative right. This is a right of non-interference, non-invasion, non-harm. And what the animal rights people are really trying to do, what we're trying to say, is that the arguments are in place, they're there, they're compelling, they're persuasive, that make the case that these rights extend to other animals.
And we will not be satisfied until we've gotten every animal out of every cage.
So there we have it, the exciting and somewhat chaotic, you might say, beginnings of the vegan social movement, and then the evolution of vegan philosophy as we know it now.
It should now be well established when, how, who by, and most importantly why the movement was founded, and the simple concepts and values which it was based upon. There would have been both encouragement but some level of expectation for us to evolve, certainly not any kind of compromise or worse still regression, and those original values were never intended to be diluted or reduced. The idea of campaigning for better standards and more efficient forms of exploitation in the likes of welfare groups and legislation is essentially not only a complete lack of respect for our foundations, but more importantly for the victims that those foundations were set up to liberate, not continue to use in a nicer environment. Yet worryingly, that seems to be an ever-growing view within the collective. Simply through the use of their language they use or the media they share, this reducitarian paradigm is sweeping in. Which brings us on to the penultimate section of this film. How did we get here?
The question I ask myself is, if I can live in a way that reduces animal suffering, why wouldn't I?
Asking others to be as vegan as possible is also beneficial because it asks for reduction, which people are more receptive to than they are to full veganism.
It's a relatively young movement. It's about food To think that every use is necessarily abuse is, I think, a mistake. I mean, there can be, like I said, a give and take, and that is what I call a symbiosis. Living together, humans and animals, the problem is, of course, they cannot give consent.
We want to create a world which is more ethical and reduces animal suffering as far as is possible.
I use the phrasing reduce suffering, and I guess that is the principle I align with more.
You started getting this distinction, this debate between animal rights and animal welfare.
I think that people are so concerned about suffering that they tend to lead activism into a welfare position.
The people who were the rights people were by and large vegans. They got it. They understood that if animals have rights, if they have a right not to be treated as our commodities, well, then that logically implies you can't eat them, you can't wear them, you can't use them for various purposes. And so the rights people got that by and large. The welfare people didn't.
But can we please stop reducing veganism to a welfare movement where all we talk about is animal cruelty? We're not campaigning for comfier cages, and every time you talk about just cruelty, that's where people's heads go. They want to try and find a solution for it rather than actually respecting the rights that they're violating.
And a welfare approach, which talks about suffering and cruelty, essentially a kind of don't be cruel message, whereas the rights message is stronger. It's do not violate rights. Makes the claim that other animals are rights bearers and that when we use them, that's a rights violation.
They could say, well, what's the difference? Because, if you're working to reduce suffering, that's going to lead to abolition. Let me tell you, there is no historical evidence, absolutely none, that by regulating animal exploitation, it will lead to the abolition of anything. If anything, the empirical evidence is to the contrary. The more you tidy up these unjust institutions, the more comfortable you make people feel about exploiting animals.
If you look at all the animal groups that still sell books, for example, you'll be hard pressed to find a Tom Reagan book, and you won't find the case for animal rights. So the fundamental groundbreaking statement of rights-based animal rights is not part of our movement. Peter Singer's Animal Liberation is, and that's a non-rights book. Singer says quite openly that he's not an animal rightist and that he regrets framing animal liberation in terms of rights.
Although people very frequently describe me as an animal rights advocate, as you just did, and that's fine from the point of view of taking a political stance. People will know what side I'm on, where I am. Philosophically, I'm not an animal rights advocate.
If you order a meal at a restaurant and it comes with cheese on top or something, and you've got the choice between sending it back and saying, give me what I asked for, or just kind of shrugging your shoulders and eating it, it might be best to just shrug your shoulders and eat it, because in front of your friends, you don't want to make it seem like a difficult thing to do. Is that something that you've said?
Yeah, it probably is something that I've said, yes. And that is consistent with the kinds of things that I think about.
So you would just eat the cheese?
In that case, yes.
I can't say with any confidence that it's wrong to bring animals into existence, give them good lives, and then kill them in a way that causes them no suffering. And that's what I mean by humanely killed, by the way. And I think that can happen. Again, it doesn't happen standardly at commercial slaughterhouses, but it can happen.
Yes. He makes it very clear he doesn't think it's animal use per se that is problematic. What Peter says in Animal Liberation is it's the treatment of animals that's problematic. I think it is terrible that someone who is referred to as the father of the animal rights movement is saying that it's a morally defensible position to eat animals that have been, quote, humanely, end quote, raised or slaughtered. I think that's nonsense.
Whilst there are a number of digs at Peter Singer in this film, I would like to make the point that in his defence, he has always been consistent with his views. He's always maintained and in his own way defended his position, and the problem isn't really him. It's everyone else who misinterprets, misrepresents, or even flat out lies about his work, what it says, or what he stands for. I actually get the impression he's fed up with having a philosophy he fundamentally disagrees with thrust upon him, time and time again, year after year. There's only so many times you can declare your position to have it projected as the opposite. So maybe you should stop doing it. Eh, Ingrid? I'm sure many of you listening to this have yourselves watched, recommended to others, linked or handed out materials which promote films like Dominion and Earthlings, among others, not to mention the sharing of graphic footage and the like on your various social media accounts. Maybe you've even taken part in street activism where you've shown this footage to the public on screen strapped to your chest or at some public event. We are all aware of how moving and effective these films can be for the not yet vegans to watch, to bring that shock and discomfort factor that often invokes a reaction and then a conversation. And usually, most of the time, that reaction is sympathetic, right? Let's be perfectly honest here. Almost everyone, everywhere, is against unnecessary suffering. For the most part, we all share the same values and morals. They're just either misguided or misdirected by many due to outside influences.
We get this oppressive mindset from our parents, our environment, or the media. That discrimination is a learned behavior applies to any form of oppression. Also to speciesism. What is speciesism, you ask? Speciesism is the moral discrimination of individuals based on their species.
Yet at base level, the vast majority would vote for no suffering over some suffering. Of course they would.
Although we supposedly prohibit the infliction on animals of unnecessary suffering, we do not ask whether particular animal uses are necessary, even though most of the suffering that we impose on animals cannot be characterized as necessary in any meaningful sense.
There's something that we use animals for that's important, for example, pain experiments, the pain happens to be important, then that takes precedence. What the scientists or whatever the enterprise is, that the Animal Welfare Act is involved with, the enterprise has to come first, and that makes sense.
This brings me back to one of the realizations that inspired this film. All of that footage, all of those films, it only ever takes people to one place: treatment. It makes them see how bad, how tragic, and how deplorable the situation is, without ever addressing the fundamental issue. It highlights the violence, the barbarity, the torture and pain, and nothing at all about how if none of those things happened and we were showing content, well looked after, healthy and well enriched animals instead, absolutely nothing at all would change about the fundamental wrong.
Even if they remain property, we could treat them better, but we don't. And we have had animal welfare laws for 200 years, and we are exploiting more animals in more horrific ways than at any point in human history.
This then extends into the language that we use. Cruelty, suffering, abuse, these take precedent over exploitation, use, or rights violations, simply because they appear more hard hitting. When the truth is, every single time you use one without backing it up with the why, you only further dilute the cause, albeit unintentionally.
When you do get into the mainstream media, the journalists conflate the whole thing and talk about these activists are trying to end animal cruelty. It's like, no, yeah, we want to stop the bloody cruelty, but fundamentally, we want to stop the use completely. We want these other individuals' rights to be respected, and we want justice.
Now, I'm sure most of you listening are fully aware of how much the media like to twist and sensationalize any story. It's basically their job to grab attention. This can be increased significantly when talking to one of the vitriolic anti-vegans who thrive on trapdoor-style tactics or simply out-shouting their guest in order to spew out whatever rhetoric they were always going to vocalize, regardless of who or whatever their opponent tried to say. But what about the others? Those sat on the fence, those without a view, or even those willing to engage? Where does their idea of veganism come from? Where do they learn which language to use when communicating with us or others? Well, sadly, they get it from us. They reread previous interactions or written articles about the subject, and that becomes their research, simply because of an initial mistake that was never corrected down to how we convey the message day to day. This language they use, it's the same language that we are using, and that should bring it to the forefront of our attention just how important this is to correct going forward.
Come on, this is one of the great sporting events in British cultural life. How are you going to disrupt it, and why are you going to disrupt it?
So horse racing is wrong, and we can do so much better than using animals for fun or food.
Dean Stousser Ben says horse racing is wrong and cruel. Is he right?
No, you didn't say that, right? So this is the problem, that you've got the journalists who because of years and years of us talking about cruelty and stuff, they just naturally think that that's the language that we're going to use.
We've already got the walls of confirmation bias and prejudice to try and break through, and we already have to accept that some level of toning down will always happen. So our message has to be as strong as possible. If our words are already diluted before they're further watered down and repeated by the media, what's even really left of the original message anyway? I felt the need for another interjection here because I wanted to make it quite clear that I am not telling anyone to stop using these words. I don't think that any words should be banned per se, just that they need to be backed up. They need to be the entry point to a conversation that then once you've got someone through the door, you explain that the issue is actually use, not treatment. Some may disagree and say that you can't use without cruelty or abuse. Whilst I would concede that for the most part this is the case, there are always those exceptions where it is not, and because of those, it's always best, in my opinion, to take any loopholes out of the equation. Let's look at it this way. If there were to be a survey done where the question was asked simply, are you against animal cruelty, the vast majority would say yes. I mean, it's exactly the mantra that, say, the RSPCA or any other welfare organisation promote. The problem lies where the consumers understand that something has to happen for an animal to get from living to a burger or a jacket, for example, even if they ignore the in-between. So anything that goes into that process often doesn't factor in as cruel or abusive, not unless it's excessive, the environment is extremely poor, or there's some other issue which has been raised, which should often usually violate the Animal Welfare Act anyway. This gets even more difficult when speaking with farmers or anyone culturally normalised to using animals in a particular way. As for them, even more so, cruelty and abuse are things that they don't do. They'll even actively argue against this, defending their use. And again, using the idea of a survey, if these people were asked to pass judgment on another who was intentionally mistreating, say, a cow by kicking them, for example, the vast majority would agree that this was cruel and condemn it, stating that they don't do that, therefore they're not the same. Their definition or interpretation of these words are often very different to our own, so I feel it's much better for us to meet them using theirs than to try and change their mind about how they use certain words almost daily. If they don't think anything they do is abusive, for example, then remind them that we are against the use, not the treatment, so even if we give them the benefit of the doubt, it doesn't change the wrong that we actually oppose. Just something to think about going forward.
We rush in, we promote some welfarist solution that dissipates, reduces the demand for abolition.
Not being cruel is not enough. Being kind is not enough. We are not here to beg for mercy or make a plea for pity. We are here to demand justice for our fellow animals.
So the question is, what do we do now?
Veganism is the single most important thing that one can do today.
As advocates for the other animals, we need to send a strong, clear, abolitionist message.
I say without hesitation that I think accelerating a trend to veganism is the most important thing we can do today. We live at momentous times, at what could be a terrific turning point, and even now.
According to some, vegan education has already been tried and it doesn't work, but this is a totally false premise, and said people can never pinpoint a time where education about veganism was ever given a proper chance to begin with, let alone to say it doesn't work. With the term only being around for the last 80 years or so, and in comparison to the 200 plus years of animal welfare legislation and over double that of single issue and pressure campaigns that we know of, it's much more documented and accurate to state that it is in fact those which do not work. And so surely it has to be time for us to look at education.
We're talking about this century. We do get some claims in the movement that we've been doing vegan education, and veganism has been the thing for decades and decades and decades, and it's been a failure. That is not true. In some senses, in terms of veganism being so central as it is now, it's only just beginning.
You know, I mean, imagine if you were somebody who was an abolitionist of slavery and you owned slaves. It doesn't make any sense. If you are, in fact, an abolitionist, then apply the principle of abolition to your own life. You know, as Gandhi would say, just say no. Don't participate in it.
Veganism is a way of thinking. It's a way of respecting other beings, humans and non-humans alike.
1970, I coined the term speciesism to describe the prejudice against the other species, and to draw the analogy with other prejudices like racism and sexism. All species are related biologically and through evolution. And instead of treating the other species like objects, we should be treating them as our evolutionary cousins. So it doesn't matter what species you're from, any more than it matters what race or gender you're from. We should all have the same sort of respect, morally speaking.
People should want to live in a world where respect becomes the keynote.
When we look at slavery in America, when you could buy and sell and beat with impunity, people of African descent. Unthinkable today. When women couldn't divorce or own property or get an education or vote. Unthinkable today.
Any revolution that liberates one species on the back of millions of others is no revolution at all. That is not revolutionary change. That's just more of the same. That's just changing the regime, the humanist speciesist regime. And profound change eludes us.
Then it's the question, do humans always have to act like this? Do we always have to be aggressive? Do we always have to be bullies? As long as we're bullies to other animals, we'll be bullies to each other. As long as we're bullies to each other, we'll be bullies to other animals, and there's really no difference between the two.
The amount of progress animal rights advocates have made is minuscule in terms of the challenges we face. All we've done is to pour the footer for the foundation of an edifice. Or maybe we haven't even done that. Maybe all we've done is dug the footer, for the foundation of an edifice. But the great work that remains to be done is the work that will really bring about empty cages, true animal liberation.
Education is labor intensive. It is grueling. It is a pain in the neck, but it's the only way we are going to ever succeed. And by we, I mean those people who believe that it's the abolition and not the regulation. Those of us who are interested in getting rid of non-human slavery rather than making it more humane.
If you're not vegan, become vegan. If you're vegan, but you're not an activist, become an activist, or be willing to be an activist. And if you're an activist and you're not an organizer, then become an organizer. That's the key to achieving animal liberation. We need active local groups, and we need people who will organize those groups. If you don't have the organizers, you won't have the groups. You won't.
The animal rights movement is the most important, dynamic, and powerful movement on the planet right now. If you look at all the human rights movements, where are they? Where's the feminist movement? Where's the civil rights movement? Where's the anti-war movement? They're completely quiescent. They've been completely marginalized. They're ineffective. They're non-existent. But if you ask, where is the animal rights movement? They're everywhere.
Our first obligation to the animals and to the earth is to stay in the movement, to keep making a contribution in our several ways, in our separate ways. The enemy wins if we go out the door.
Think about what you can do to carry out, to organize, and to stimulate vegan outreach in your own area. Because we need outreach in every city, we need it in every town, and even every village, right down at grassroots level, educating people as often as possible and as much as possible.
In Greece, there are not any large animal rights organizations. Everything is done by the grassroots, from the outreach events to direct action, from the conferences to festivals. It's from the people and for the people, because the claims making, the strategies, the tactics, the narratives are defined only by the desire to correct injustice and stop oppression and liberate oneself and others. So there is no other agenda. The grassroots are not afraid to go against the status quo, and that's where their power lies.
And we have a lot more vegans now than we used to have, but so few of those vegans are active. They're just kind of passive vegans that eat a vegan diet, and it's all about what they don't do. Oh, I don't eat animal products. I'm not going to go to the animal circus. I'm not going to go to the zoo. I'm not going to buy from a charity shop that funds vivisection. And all that's good, not doing things, but it's not enough. There has to be an active element. We have to actively go out there and promote veganism and change other people.
Because the organizations become corporatized, their aim and their kind of strategies are to attract more donors, to keep the machine ticking over, to keep it running. And so therefore they do have to dilute the message. With grassroots, there isn't that limitation. We can be more radical. We are there to be radical. We are there to swim against the tide and talk against the status quo. And
that idea that you can liberate one group by objectifying another, or sometimes is used by large organizations.
We have to abolish speciesism. We have to abolish racism. We have to abolish sexism, homophobia, ableism, and capitalism. Cannot abolish speciesism without abolishing capitalism.
If we really want to achieve animal liberation in any widespread way, we have to abolish capitalism because it's a system based on greed. So it drives consumption, it will drive industrialization, it will drive all these things that harm the environment and therefore harm animals that live within the environment.
So, welcome to progress. Progress has been defined to the extent to which we can control and exploit animals, the environment, and pre-modern peoples.
Action should come from the community because every community is different, has different needs, and the message must be tailored to fit these needs. Putting people on pedestals is so disempowering, and I don't see how we can liberate ourselves or others by preserving hierarchies.
Actually, often the high profile figures in a movement get a lot of the the praise, and they're in the public eye and people remember them and talk about them and they are put on pedestals. But actually a lot of the work that is done, the real hard work that creates the change and brings about the change, is the stuff that's going on in the background, and the people who are not recognized, the people who are not high profile, that are doing the real boots on the ground work actually, and that's where real change is happening.
Now, as a preface for what I'm about to say, let me be clear that I'm not attacking nor condemning anyone. I'm simply making observations. With that in mind, we do have to acknowledge the fact that there are large organisations and groups that already exist within the movement with vast abundances of wealth and staffing that could be doing far more than what they are. But their hands are financially, legally, or narcissistically tied because their careers are more important than the cause. And this sadly also extends into certain influencers and big name activists too. Their direction becomes influenced or outright controlled by the hands that supply them. How often do you hear any of these people encourage you to do your own thing, as opposed to simply supporting them doing theirs? I appreciate that for many, they feel as though they are unable to be active themselves due to various life limitations, and that's why they support others. That is their activism. I get that. I do, honestly. I'm just here to remind you that there are so many things that you could do yourself that would not only empower you, but yet then you can encourage others to do exactly the same thing. This is how the movement will really spread and grow. This can be anything from leafleting to designing those leaflets, starting a blog or a website, making or updating memes on social media posts, even through the use of a pseudonym to protect your identity if needs be, but at least you are doing it. There are dozens of things that you can do without ever leaving your house, and they don't cost you a penny.
I kind of promote people doing really simple things to the extent of just having leaflets on them and leave them in public places, on public transport, in libraries, in waiting rooms and stuff like that. It's something everyone can do.
My name's Graham, and along with my wife Georgina, we are the founders of Vegan Education Group and Activist Network. We initially set this group up in March 2023 after looking to get more active in our communities, and we were looking for any sort of group, animal rights based or abolition, to get involved with. Since COVID in Ireland and the lifting of the restrictions, all the activism groups regarding grassroots vegan education, abolition, animal rights appear to have ceased, and we decided to create our own. A lot of people think you need huge backing and a lot of people to get organized and get active. Couldn't be further from the truth. Really, you need a table, poster or two. If you can hand out some leaflets or have some information cards or sheets, it's always great. But ultimately, all you need is yourself and some passion and the courage to talk to people.
With grassroots activism, individuals from within the community get to speak and have a voice and are representatives of that community. And of course, we all live in communities and we share those communities with other humans, but also with other animals. And I feel that it's important to bring that aspect in, that actually other animals are part of our communities. We're already in relations with other animals. We might not think we are. Everything we do is in relation to other animals. And I think we can speak to that from within communities from a grassroots point of view.
As you've already noticed from this video, I'm quite introvert and shy, but the only way we can ever reach liberation and abolition is by coming outside of our comfort zones and just getting active. So in the space of a month, we now have a table, we have a couple of pull-up banners, we have posters, leaflets, all created ourselves. We probably have about 10 to 15 people now every Sunday out on the streets in Dublin city centre. on the space of, little to no time.
We have to acknowledge you have that belief, I have this belief. Ultimately, we're on the same team. Let's work together despite not sharing all of the same beliefs together. So can vegans become a great tribe together? I hope so.
And we can get enough vegan education often enough, I believe, that we can achieve animal liberation.
As we conclude this short film, I can only hope we are reminded of our roots as an abolitionist rights-based movement that was founded at a time where all around was violence, suppression, injustice and despair, and yet they still chose peace. Veganism has never been about settling for or compromising with oppression. We have always sought to challenge the exploitation of others for any purposes and have always advocated for their liberation. Throughout history, passionate individuals have dedicated their lives to demanding for rights to be acknowledged and for borderless social justice. They have written books, given speeches, organised protests, events, films, and fought tirelessly to raise awareness about the inherent value and rights of all sentient life. Their dedication and unwavering commitment to the abolitionist approach have paved the way for the progress that we do actually see today. As vegans, we have a responsibility to be self-aware of where we apply our time, energy, and vitally our money. We cannot just promote veganism, but we must also embody it in all aspects of our lives, and that includes the way we speak about it. If you yourself wouldn't be satisfied with having the cruelty removed and yet remaining enslaved, then don't campaign for cruelty-free for them. Advocate for abolition. Let us be mindful of the messages we share, the information we spread around, and the way we talk about the vegan message. Our words and actions have the power to inspire change, to raise awareness, and probably most importantly, it is our message, which is repeated by those not yet vegan, by those in the press, in the media, in government, in all the places we wish to ripen up and influence change. Let us continue to work on ourselves just as much as we do on anyone else. Let's make sure we both honour and evolve the original philosophy, and together we can make a difference and be a force for positive change. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Let us continue to spread the message of justice, peace and liberation for all, and strive for a future based on respecting animal rights, not polishing up human wrongs. One final brief interjection from me to say an enormous thank you to all the help in making this film, from all of the contributors to just those who showed me support throughout, especially when it came to the help I received in order to complete this director's cut and to progress forward making more films. This is all only possible because of you. On the note of completion though, this is likely to be the very last edit of this particular movie. Whilst I still absolutely welcome feedback and criticism, any responses or amendments now will be made in other planned projects, with the idea of making shorter, more concise films about some of the individual issues mentioned within this one, such as an expansion on the history, grassroots activism, single issue campaigns, and language, to name just a few ideas that I'm already bouncing around. And this is something certainly that I would like to do more of going forward. I really hope after watching through this documentary, at the very least, it has made you think. Don't ever forget just how much power each of us hold to make a difference. If we don't ever try to change something, we won't ever change anything. It all begins somewhere.
What history teaches us is that a few good people who are determined and who are persistent, who don't give up, can change the world. So what we have to believe as activists is that we're not going to do this tomorrow. The wall of oppression has to be taken apart a brick at a time. When we get a critical mass of people, change will occur. That's how I go to sleep at night. That's how I get up the next morning.
A brief introduction to the history of the vegan social movements. So whether you're vegan or vegan curious or just curious, then hang on to your hats, because the journey into the history of the vegan movement is full of surprises. For example, did you know that the vegan social movement was born during the Second World War in 1944? The founders of the vegan movement lived through this terrible conflict. It's hard to imagine what they went through. Some said that they found the experience shattering and shocking, and they thought it revealed the fact that humanity was in crisis. Therefore, before the end of this conflict,
the vegans declared peace. They invited people to include veganism as part of their peace aims for the future, because they saw veganism as part of human moral evolution. And they said this is a crucial and necessary part of the future. In 1945, Donald Watson, the best known of the co-founders of the vegan social movement, was asked to specify what veganism was all about. He said it was about opposing the exploitation of sentient life. Watson went on to describe the vegan movement as the greatest cause on earth. And why so important? He said because this movement was the only one that could save humanity. Sociologist Matthew Cole studies the vegan social movement, and he says that it concentrated from the beginning on intersected goals, the end of animal exploitation and a less violent humanity. He says that the vegan pioneers had intertwined goals of transforming human beings and transforming human society. We do that, the pioneers argued, by altering our attitudes to other animals. That is also the key to human liberation, they thought. The general idea was summed up very well in the 1990s by Kath Clements. One writer who greatly influenced the vegan social movement was Leslie Cross. He also helped to develop plant milks, along with an entrepreneur and business person called Arthur Ling. Cross developed a position I call focus and scope. This is an important kind of debate and aspect of the modern day vegan movement. Cross said that veganism was about abolishing animal use, but that's not the full concerns of vegans. Cross said clearly that vegans are on the side of the liberators. He says in a vegan world, there will be no hunting, no vivisection, no animal agriculture, and so on. He said in 1951 that the idea is not to make the human use of other animals more tolerant, but to abolish that use. He said that veganism was not so much welfare as liberation. However, Cross maintained that veganism includes what he called a second broad aspect. This second aspect is where the idea of human evolution comes in, the moral evolution of humanity. The idea is that as we liberate other animals, we liberate ourselves. Indeed, Cross suggested that the benefits to humans would be difficult to calculate. They're so great. Now, right from the beginning, the role of several women were very important in the development of the vegan social movement. For example, it's quite likely that Dorothy Morgan and Sally Shrigley came up with the word vegan to describe the new social movement they had co-founded with 5 or 6 others. Sally Shrigley, along with Donald Watson, had asked the Vegetarian Society whether they'd be willing to have a non-dairy section. The Vegetarian Society refused, and so therefore, within a few weeks, the vegan movement was born. It's often suggested that the word vegan comes from the first 3 and the last 2 letters of vegetarian, which has led in recent years to this rather unkind slogan being born. Shrigley became the press and minute secretary of the Vegan Society and served the society for a full 33 years. It's said that she was an idealist, just as with the other pioneers, they were called anti-establishment. In a way, they had to defy the norms and values of their society because the vegan social movement pioneers, they were virtually all told that they were going to die. And that was by people like doctors and vegetarians that knew them. Sociologist Matthew Cole says that another pioneer, Faye Henderson, who wrote some of the Vegan Society's literature and also toured Britain and Ireland in aid of the cause, was the person who originated the idea that we now call vegan education. From 1946, the vegan movement was writing about famine and human food security issues. By 1948, Faye Henderson was suggesting that things were so serious that humanity was threatened. And she developed a theme which was a concern for many years of the vegan pioneers, and that was the quality of the soil. Henderson wrote, "Give and take is a good rule in all phases of life. and it especially applies to our relationship with the soil. This concern about the soil is also contained in one of the most powerful statements by any of the vegan movement pioneers. In 1964, Eva Batt produced a booklet called Why Veganism, and she said that veganism was about a way of living which avoided exploitation of human and other animals, and indeed of the soil. Modern day vegans will know that the dairy industry want only cow milk to bear the words milk. This was an issue right back in the 1960s. The vegan pioneers were already engaged in it. For example, Eva Batt suggested that the word milk should be used in its technical sense. She even argued that butter made from cow milk should be called cow butter. I'm not quite sure that the dairy industry in the 21st century would go for that either. Eva Batt claimed that products with animal parts in it should be clearly labelled. Anyone for calf food cheese, perhaps? You never know. She said this labelling should be the case, regardless of whether the other animals were farmed intensively or not. Once again, reinforcing Crosser's idea that veganism is about liberation and not welfare. By the time we get to the 1970s, most of what the vegan social movement was doing in terms of producing literature was written by Kathleen Janaway and her husband Jack. And just like Donald Watson, they were both conscientious objectors during the war years. It's a bit of a vegan in-joke, really, to say that vegan HQ was at the Janaways, because at the time they lived in a village in England called Leatherhead. We get the impression from her writings that Kathleen Janaway had a keen sociological understanding of the problems that social movements face when it comes to forging radical social change. She talks about customs, she talks about the way that children are brought up in terms of tradition and in terms of the values that their parents are transmitting to them generation after generation. Both Kathleen and Jack Janaway seem to adhere to Donald Watson's idea that people need to be ripened up to new ideas, even though those new ideas are tempered by tradition. And Janaway herself was very keen to understand the power of the media in terms of advertising, as in a way a block to social movement advancement. In 1976, Kathleen Janaway was featured on the BBC in a program called Open Door. This is where the BBC would allow their resources to be used by social movements in order for the movement to make a film of their own. This film now looks very dated, although it's still available online. In fact, parts of the film were used by comedian Simon Amstell in his pro-vegan mockumentary called Carnage, which was released in 2017. Despite its dated appearance now, the documentary created a huge surge in membership of the vegan social movement back in the day. Kathleen Janaway, like the earliest of the vegan pioneers, was conscious of the fact that human progress, in a moral sense, seemed to have faltered. She believed this was partly due to their exploitation and use of other animals. Janaway argued that humanity needs to end its dependence on slaughterhouses, especially in relation to children. She thought that their moral development and their compassionate development was held back and hindered if their parents forced them to eat animal products. Janaway said that fundamental changes in the values and practices of the dominant world system, which has created a situation in which millions of people and animals already suffer extreme deprivation and die prematurely, is essential. She went on to explore what she called the vegan way, and also explore the idea of a tree-based culture with a new group that she formed, which was called Movement for Compassionate Living. Now, obviously, a social movement cannot really function properly if it's based at a person's house. And so this is where the aforementioned Arthur Ling comes into the story, in the sense that Arthur Ling was a remarkable business person and started his vegan journey in 1926. He was also a pioneer in terms of biodiesel and also in plant milks. In terms of what he did for the vegan social movement, he put it on a more sustainable footing in terms of organizing an office and staff and professionalizing the organization as it stands now. As a sociologist, the ironic thing there is that if you read social movement theory, we know that when a group does professionalize, then that means its radical core can be threatened. This, to some extent, has happened with the vegan social movement. It's an ongoing battle of ideas, as animal rights philosopher Tom Regan would put it.
In the battle of ideas, the philosophy of animal rights wins, its critics lose. It remains to be seen which side emerges as the victor in the ongoing political battle between what is just and what is not.
So, Earthlings, there we have it. That's something of a whistle-stop tour through parts of the history of the vegan social movement. We are left with a picture of a revolutionary group who were really movers and shakers of their time. They declared peace during a global conflict, and then they set about exploring what they wanted to do about it, and also kind of organizing in a social movement sense. You could say really that the beginning of the vegan social movement was rather chaotic, but now it's a professional organization. You could also say that some of the revolutionary values of the group maybe have been tempered over time. And again, that's part of the discussion that goes on within a social movement. One thing that sociologists know about social movements is that they move, they evolve over time. And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's crucial. Otherwise, they would stagnate.
All the nuance and the politics in it, if they did.
Welcome. Hey, Earthlings. Welcome to it's a kind of replacement for the Time Tunnel. So we're going to call it a Time Tunnel special, or a Time Tunnel kind of, in the sense that we will be looking at some of the history of the movement, the kind of stuff that you'll be familiar with, I'm sure. But it's not going to be a normal kind of Time Tunnel in that sense. Well, let's get on with it, and then we'll explain what we're going to be doing. So welcome to another Time Tunnel special. Well, it's Andy Atkinson. Hello, young man.
Are you all right?
How are you doing?
Again.
So let's have a look who's in so far. Michael made it very early. He said he's back to winning ways. So everybody who feels competitive with Michael,
I think that Michael was sat in this chat from yesterday after nursing the defeat to Graham. Wasn't going to.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, still kind of licking his wounds, you say, don't you? Yeah. So and Terry was
got to give it him.
Terry was a second. Vegan Pundit was third. Cindy Postmortem. Who else have we got? Bianca. Colleen is in the house. I think that's everybody in the who's mentioned themselves in the chat so far. So welcome along. So I suppose we better explain what we're doing then. We look at this phenomena called animals only veganism. So we're looking for at the case for it, and kind of where it comes from, what it says, what are the worries that it raises, if any. And so that's kind of basically where we are. I tend to think that, I don't know how you think about this, Andy, but I tend to think there might be a strong version of it and a softer version, in the sense that the strong version says that there is no place for concerns about humans whatsoever in the movement. There's a strict dividing line, stay in your own lane, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then there is a softer version which says that okay, well, humans do get a benefit, but that's like an add-on, right? Now,
Yeah.
that one to me is quite interesting, because if that is translated to something like animals first, then I think we can probably go a long way to agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I would agree with what you're saying. I mean, sometimes people seem to hold a kind of mixture of both positions, i.e., humans are absolutely not part of it. But if it was that way in the future, then it would just be like a natural offshoot. You know, they will hold both positions. But yeah, more or less, it's a strong version and a slightly lighter one.
Slightly lighter one, yeah. Okay, so let me bring up the PowerPoint. So these are the main arguments that we're aware of. There's one more coming up, which I'll flash up now. In fact, animals deserve their own movement, which I think is probably the strongest argument for this position, right? So if anybody in the chat, when we go through these, if we've missed anything, let us know, and then we can put it up on the screen. Again, don't be kind of wary about chatting away, and because you won't have to pay to get your opinions put on the screen, so don't kind of worry about that one. And in terms of those watching outside of YouTube, then the best way to see the comments is if you go to Andy's YouTube, which is called Not Your Mum Dot.
Not Your Milk. Yeah, Not Your Mum Dot Not Your Milk.
Yeah, or my one. That's the best way. If you do comment on Facebook, we will be able to see it, and we'll be able to respond to it. But you won't be able to see everybody else's comments. Essentially, that's basically the kind of difference there. Okay, so this is a very common part of the animals only claims making, which is that some people are adding humans into the animal movement and making it all about them. So I'm just going to run through these before we actually start discussing it, if that's okay, Andy. So
yeah, that's fine.
So adding humans in and making it all about them is one suggestion. Anyone who includes humans focuses only on humans. That's another thing. Now, most of these ones, not all, come from a conversation I've had recently with people who take this animals only kind of line, if you like. So these are genuine points that are being made to us. So it's not just kind of made up, if you like. And so I was asked that question: why do you have a problem with it being about non-human animals? And so that's often put to people who suggest that the movement is rather wider. Yes, there are. So this is the add-on thing. Yes, there are benefits to humans, but that's just the result of being a civilized human and not the main reason for the cause. Okay, so I think on that one, Andy, we can probably meet that one halfway at least, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The last part of that sentence is absolutely my feelings, and I'm sure that they're yours as well. I mean, it brings up an interesting point that although this is the accusation, neither of us, as far as I'm aware, I never have spoken to someone who prioritizes these human issues and pushes the non-human issues to the back burner, so to speak. I've never come across anyone that's done that, and every time I've ever asked for evidence of a group or whoever does that, you never get any. So
no,
yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody, even if you include humanity, has still got the non-human animals as their focus. I don't think anyone ever moves them from that priority position. I don't think that they ever stop being the focus in anyone's view, regardless of how much they include afterwards. I don't think anyone changes the focus. I've never heard that alleged, only by these people that make the sort of phantom statement. I've never seen any of these people. I've never seen any evidence of this opinion held by anyone ever.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if anybody in the chat has
please do. If you've come across people who do literally say no, the non-human animals are not important, we've got to talk about this instead. But I've never come across one of those people. No.
It's a kind of diversion thing that some people will claim that that people in the movement are being bullied to do human rights issues rather than animal rights issues. And we ask for evidence of that, and they don't seem to, it doesn't materialize. That's essentially what we're saying for the moment. That's why I have a problem with it being about humans too, because the message to stop exploiting and killing animals is lost. If you make this movement about humans too, that will be the only motivation and focus, and you won't get a shift in people's minds to change the view that they are superior to other animals. Why don't you understand that other animals are the most exploited beings on the planet? And the reason for that is human supremacy. Well, of course, that's the kind of thing that we say all the time. So my response to this was, well, I do understand that. In fact, that was the opening statement of a reply to me.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it would be a case of who doesn't understand that, honestly. I think even the non-vegans understand that. They're just immune to it, so to speak. I don't think that is really argued, that point, is it? You can watch like a kid's cartoon and it will talk about how man's destroyed the planet, for example. I think that's fairly sort of a common belief that most people know and hold. Yeah.
Yeah, I think most people, if you talk about numerically, most people would accept that other animals are exploited the most. So those people who use phrases like the animal holocaust, and they're not referring to the Holocaust, which is problematic, but that's their position. They would say that we're not actually comparing it to the human or any of the human Holocaust, and particularly not the Holocaust, because those ones were very small compared with the animal one. And so I think that is kind of accepted within the general kind of discourse, I think. And just again, that's the kind of strongest idea in my view. Now, I mean, I think the answer to that is that they've got one when we consider the focus and the scope of the movement, and I think the thing to emphasize here is the strength of the focus. There's always this fear that the focus is being damaged or reduced or threatened by including anything else. So it's almost as though the scope might kind of leach into the focus and dilute it and all this kind of stuff. Now, there's absolutely no evidence that that's ever happened. I mean, if we look at our movement, what do we talk about? The vast majority of things we talk about are our relations with other animals being the focus. So in some senses, I always say as a response to this, well, look, the other animals do have their own movement, and it's called the vegan movement. So I sometimes think that the fears of animals only people are unfounded, in the sense that they seem quite worried for the movement by the idea of bringing humans in. So that's the first point, adding humans in. Now, there's
and I mean, I'm sure just whilst we're there, I'm sure if that was the case, okay, and there was people out there who were encouraging the non-human animals to be pushed to the back, and we should be prioritizing this, and there was focus groups being set up and all that sort of stuff, and the literature or the memes that were being put out were all of that sort of stuff, then I would be in agreement that that's not the focus. Like, even if that was happening, if someone said, here's a group, by the way, that are doing what you're talking about that you haven't seen before, I wouldn't be in agreement with them. I think that's the key point here, because the focus is the focus for a reason. And no, I don't think anyone is questioning that. So if you did come across people that were doing as alleged, I wouldn't be in agreement with them. They don't hold the same position necessarily as anyone else. Like, that's not something that I support, because the focus is the focus always. I think that it's really important to lay that down, that no matter what is kind of accused, that position, even if it does exist, like I said, I've never seen any evidence of it, but if it did exist, I wouldn't hold it.
No, and so I mean that kind of addresses the second point directly, because the the scope of veganism does include human concerns. I mean, it doesn't say that every vegan needs to be a member of Amnesty International. That's not what's been said, right? But there's no evidence that because of that fact that humans are part of the scope, that the focus has switched to humans. There's no absolutely no evidence. You know, there are some claims sometimes. Let's just have a look at. There's a couple of things. Vegan Bohemians and great to wake up to vegans. Love the live shows. Well, some people might think that is a bit of a nightmare, but thank you for that.
To wake
So
up to them, yeah, well, I wonder where they are. I suppose it must be America way.
Colleen is asking this: do you think some animals-only criticisms arise out of a fear of precious resources being diverted? They don't tend to talk about resources, do they?
No.
So I'm not quite sure about that one. I mean, I think it's resources as in time, I think, and in terms of what people.
Yeah, I mean, normally the allegation is potentially that I suppose you could argue that it's resources if you're talking about like energy and time in that sense. But yeah, usually the argument is if you include humans, you spend all your time talking about humans, and therefore the focus gets ignored for the scope. Essentially, that's the allegation. So I suppose you could look at it that way, but like I said, I've never seen any evidence of it. I've never seen this happen. I've never seen any group do this. I've never seen anyone do it and talk about it or mention it or anything else. It's just alleged.
Well, okay. Say we're talking about the Animal Rights March. I'm saying that with a bit of a smirk on my face at the moment. The one that's coming up that was Surge and now Animal Rising, right?
Yeah.
Is it being suggested that there is pressure that 50% of those people go and do something to do with human rights? Because again, if that's a suggestion, I've never ever known that. I do know there's a claim arising. One of the main props.
Well, I think though, just before you move on, I think that brings up a really interesting point though, that one of the criticisms, without going into that too much, but one of the criticisms of Animal Rising sort of being hosting that march is that it's no longer an animal rights march, that it's now encompassing all and nature. So you could actually say, I mean, all of the people that are classed as these prioritizing humans are arguing that it's been changed from an animal rights march. So surely, that's counter to the claim that they don't care. Surely they'd be in support of this all-inclusiveness, but actually they're like, this is an animal rights march. It should stay an animal rights march, which shows where the focus always is. Because that would be perfect for them to go, oh yeah, we want this because we're trying to divert as much as possible. No, they're not trying to do that. They're trying to keep it as an animal rights march, which really speaks about where they know the focus is. Like I said, I've never seen anyone not know where the focus is, even if they are very, very inclusive of many, many other factors. Let's say they're really interested in the environment and climate, and that's their subject that they know the most about. They still know that the focus is the animals.
Yeah, because in some weird way, Animal Rising could say to the people objecting, well, we're just including parts of the scope of veganism.
Yeah, they absolutely. If that's how they tried to, it would go down much better with the vegans. Although actually looking at it, I'm not sure. But yeah, it would certainly go down better with some people if that's how they worded it and said that's what they're trying to do. But yeah, it would. Yeah, it would, because it would show an understanding of the actual philosophy for a start, as opposed to being scared to use it, which is kind of the portrayal you get right now.
Okay, what I was saying was that one of the main planks of this position revolves around what happened with the George Floyd case.
Yeah,
and it's claimed that at that time, a small group of people was able to completely, to the extent that the majority of people in the animal rights movement were silent, and that they went along with the thing that you've got to support this movement that arisen out of the killing of George Floyd, right? And now the suggestion is that that's a shift now, and the majority are starting to find their voice, and that they can no longer be dominated as much as it was the case back then. But we've done some canvassing, people like Ronnie and all the people that we know, and we don't know anybody that was terrified or even pressurized.
No.
In that way. So you mentioned this is a tricky one, because you mentioned the phantom thing, and like it does seem that a lot of the fears of the animals only people are unfounded. There's nothing for them to be fearful of, and yet they're persistently fearful. It's weird to me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more along the lines of paranoia, isn't it? It's almost like the fear of what might happen, as opposed to ignoring some of the things that are happening right now.
Yeah. In terms of the first item, I always find that deeply ironic, because the allegation is that people are trying to move human issues in, whereas actually what's going on is that some people are trying to take human issues out. So it's not as though there are some human rights people imposing human issues on the animal movement in order to dilute the message. It's that those human concerns, as part of the scope, were always there, and those are being trying to be taken out. And so, for some reason, again, we're back to the uncertainty that the focus will remain the focus, and all the evidence suggests that it always has done. And the fear is that the scope will take over, and there's no evidence that that's ever happened either. And so I always find that quite interesting. Any human change, a byproduct add-on thing? I mean, I think we can talk about that when we get through to the slides, because I suppose you could, if you were to do a particular interpretation of some of the writings that we're going to look at, you could make that case that they were saying that. I think it would be very uncharitable if you did, personally.
Yeah, and it would ignore some of the things that came after, and it would also ignore our now better understanding of how corrupt the world is, and knowing full well that potentially, let's just say, we no longer exploit pigs, cows, chickens, sheep anymore. Children are still going to starve. Children are still going to be trafficked. We know these things go on, and we know how they go on, and they're not connected to the exploitation of non-human animals. So if these things aren't all connected, and that was never the plan, I would propose that they should be, because we're trying to end oppression of all. Or that's the idea here. So if we moved it from one and didn't, but personally, before we move on, I'd like to ask the chat or whatever. When we say the word animals, do you automatically have a distinction in your brain that says humans here, all non-human animals there, or does animals mean all of us together? Because personally, and they may well just be my personal thoughts on this, the idea of having two separate things is just speciesist. Surely the idea going forward is that we are all animals. There is no difference. To go to the second from last one, the superiority comes from thinking we're different. The superiority comes from we are human beings and everyone else isn't. That's where the superiority comes from. If we considered ourselves all animals, you've dropped that straight away, and there's your equality in one word. From my personal view, anyway.
Yeah, well, I know sociologically that there's pushback, usually from non-vegans, to the idea, first of all, that we're animals, second, that we're apes, and third, that we're mammals. A lot of humans just don't like that and will actually deny it straight off as well. And so that's really kind of interesting part of it.
Yeah.
There's Graham. I'm going to lower my voice because Graham's got a migraine, apparently. Hi, Graham. Humans are animals, mammals, mammalia, great apes. Yeah, you see, again, a lot of humans hate all that.
Yeah, but a lot of that comes from religion, right? Like that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, so it's interesting, but I think you were saying, Andy, that there might be some elements of this resistance even within the movement, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't quite understand that. You'd have thought that if you gained a animal rights understanding of things and a vegan philosophy understanding of things, you would understand that we are. I mean, like the vegan pioneers talked about separation of calves and cows and the distress that caused, the bond, maternal bond, and all this kind of stuff between mammals. I mean, they talked about that, from the late 1940s. I mean, these kind of arguments that we present to people. Oh, do you know that? I mean, that started in the 1940s.
Yeah.
It's just that it's usually the general population who are resistant to it. Right. Now, what do you think about what I've kind of boldly described this as perhaps the strongest argument? This kind of stay in your lane, social movements. There's no linkage with social movements. They're all kind of separate entities, right? And so there's no kind of leeching in terms of your concerns are my concerns and these kind of things. So things like Steve Best's idea of alliance politics can only work is if you stay in your own box, and you might then say, okay, for a limited period of time and for a particular reason, we'll come into alliance with you for a while, right? But we will maintain our identity, right? And so I'm not sure that this fear is warranted either, Andy, because it's kind of, well, okay, the animals do have their own movement. It's just that it has a scope. Yeah. My argument there would be that all movements could benefit with having a scope. So if you had the feminist movement, they've obviously got a focus. Got the anti-racist movement, they've obviously got a focus. But the scope should be other justice-based issues which are connected, because we don't have to use the dread I word here. You can use concepts like the logic of domination, or you can use David Nybert's idea of the entanglements of oppression and liberation.
Yeah.
And we'll see Donald Watson said something very, very similar to that, which is coming up, which is that everything is connected and we're not going to get one without the other. That type of art.
Yeah, I mean, if you took the feminism movement as your example there, it's obviously that their focus remains the same, but they just say incorporated the dairy industry into their scope. They'd probably, think of how common people would accept that. They're not taking anything away from the priority. They're not taking anything away from what they're actually fighting for. They're just saying, oh, by the way, if we push towards this would actually support what we're trying to achieve for the female of the species, so to speak. Like, you could introduce it in that way. Yeah, it would never take the focus away, but it could be incorporated into the scope, which is actually what a lot of people encourage feminists to do already, to encourage the whole dairy practice of separating mother from calf and the maternal instinct. That should already be part of their scope, right? That, like, you could make that argument, and that's all anyone would be suggesting. They wouldn't be saying stop talking about human rights, you now have to talk about cows, which would probably be the allegation, but it wouldn't be what they were actually trying to do, which is just the reverse of us. Nothing is taking any focus away from the focus. The scope can keep growing, but it never changes the focus. The focus is always the focus, which is why it's called the focus. I mean, I think it's such a key point that you've just made. The reason that there is a focus and a scope is because there is a focus and a scope. Like, the words sum it up perfectly. Like, it's pretty simple stuff.
Yeah,
and I just think it was organized. Yeah, it does. It really is basic things when you look at it that way. Yeah, there's a focus and a scope. The focus is the priority, and the scope is everything that kind of is encompassed by that. But it's still important. It's not like, well, we don't care about it. It's still important. It's just not as important as the forefront, which is your focus.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you just said. But basically, every movement should challenge another in terms of its scope. But its kind of focus is its focus, and that's kind of sacrosanct in a way. I mean, what's the point? What's the point of trying to turn the feminist movement into a men's rights movement or something, right? So the actual kind of challenge to their focus will be a challenge to their core identity. But to talk about their scope, which overlaps with all the scopes of the other things, then that means that you'll get an answer to what Steve Best raised in the Total Liberation talk in 2013, which is we have to accept, because we're all interested in growing the movement, but we have to accept that we're not big enough to bring about the changes that we want. Veganism, animal liberation are really big ideas, and we need as many people on board as possible. And therefore, what Best is saying is we need to forge alliances with people who have similar values to us already. And then once that happens, we'll get a situation where we can kind of interact with the other movements. We're encouraging them to be anti-speciesist. They're encouraging us to be anti-racist. Now, one interesting thing I've noticed this, Andy, is that the vegans tend to be, probably pro-feminist or anti-racist already. Yeah. And so they say, oh, well, they won't be anti-speciesist, but they expect us to be anti-racist. Well, we're already that. So in that sense, we're kind of leading by example, really, as a movement. By saying, we've got a focus, and but we've got a scope. Now, what we want to do about your scope is to say that we need speciesism to come into your thinking, right? And so it seems to me fairly kind of straightforward. Again, it's a bit concerning that there's so much fear about something that, I mean, I've said in a couple of videos, I don't think that the problem is even there, and yet it seems to be. And then that leads to the other question about numbers. We've talked about how many animals only people are really out there. Are we talking about a vocal minority, or has there been this kind of strand in the movement all the time? It's quite interesting. I mean, people in the chat would be interesting to kind of get their views about this. What size of it? See, I was making the point that a lot of people put on their Facebook or other social media kind of profiles, they put vegans for the animals, right? Now, I don't necessarily think that means vegans for the animals only, right? I don't think it means that, because I think some people will have that as their starting point, the focus, right? I mean, there was that thing that we saw on TikTok, Andy, a bodybuilder, and what do you say? There's 3 reasons for veganism, right?
Yeah,
and
3 reasons to go vegan: the animals, the animals, the animals. Which, like I said, I don't think there'd be any disagreement from most people in that regard. It just doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, to say the animals, okay, so we don't care about the climate then? Shall I start dumping my litter in the street because I only care about the animals? Well, no, of course not. So, like, we know there's more to it, but that is the focus, yeah. And like I said, I don't think that's ever been in doubt.
I think it's really a bit more nuanced than that, Andy, because there are arguments in the movement that we don't have to care about the environment. In fact, there is somebody who will argue that a YouTuber who will say that because we're vegan, we can do what we want in terms of international flights and stuff, because we've already kind of offset it all and all that kind of stuff. In terms of
but like even if we're just thinking about, again, this is kind of where the scope comes into play. Let's just say we can do the magical click our fingers, and factory farming and all animal use in circuses and zoos, all of that is done overnight. So the pollution and the water contamination and the deforestation, what are we doing about the free living beings? Because unless we address some of these problems, we're still going to make them extinct with the way that we act doing other stuff. We're going to drive more. We're going to build more technology. We're going to make more things. We're going to do all these things because we haven't understood what the problems are. We've only looked at one issue. The focus, fine, but we've completely ignored the scope.
Unless the argument is let's do one at a time.
Why? Why?
Yeah, well, quite, yeah. But I mean,
that just seemed that if that genuinely is the argument of doing one thing at a time, then potentially there won't be a world left by the time you start thinking about the environment, and all the free living beings and other people and other animals all live in that environment. This is the environment right now outside. You don't have to be in the jungle. It's where we all live. It's where we all want to coexist together.
Yeah, you've enhanced a few Steve Best talks recently, and that's what he says is the fact that we might not have time for animal liberation,
Yeah.
If we keep, fucking up the environment and the planet as we are. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, fishing boats and stuff do as much damage as planes do, and all this kind of stuff. So even if we eliminated fishing, people are still going to go on cruises. People is going to just do, all of that stuff's got to be looked at. Or it might well be miles down the line in terms of the scope, but it's still there because it makes a difference. Yeah. One at a time.
Okay.
It's too slow. Yeah.
Yeah, veganese. I've seen you comment on a few threads, and you tend to make this point. So this is the subject of the stream, really. Is that the case, and would it be a problem if that wasn't the case? That kind of idea. So welcome along and enjoy the journey with us. This often is another plank of the animals only argument, which is I think most people probably accept that of all the vegan social movement pioneers, Leslie Cross did most to bring about the evolution of what you might call vegan philosophy. And he did say this type of thing fairly regularly, right? He kind of like condensed veganism down. Now, he normally did this when he was talking about the focus of veganism. So I would argue that this is accurate when he talks about the focus. It's not accurate when he's talking about the scope. And we know that there's a focus and a scope with Cross is because he didn't just say this and then stop. He said a lot more after it, because it was kind of, and he often uses phrases like, what's that phrase? Great aims, or great, the second aim of veganism is this, and he's usually then talking about humans. So he normally talks about other animals first, and then humans, and says that veganism will liberate all of us. But he also does say this as well, and in fact, as we'll see in one essay. He actually shortens it even from this. So I think these are so this is a 45 idea, even before Cross was really kind of working on it. And Watson said the object of the vegan society is supposed the exploitation of sentient life. And then the argument there would be, are we to say that because it was written in that day and age that sentient life meant other animals, non-human animals, or did it mean wider than that? So that's one thing. So now we seem to have gone
just while we're there though, for the interest of consistency, for everyone who says that because that meant non-human animals because of the sign of the times, also has to take into consideration then every single one of Leslie Cross's essays would have been under the understanding that humans and other animals were not biologically related. So we also need to apply that. If you want to have it there, we have to have it still with the essays too. We can't split them up and go, well, this suits and the next part doesn't. They would both have the same understanding. That's the difference. Darwinism wasn't really accepted until the 60s. It wasn't taught in schools until after that. So his understanding of the language would have been exactly the same as Donald Watson. So they have to work for both.
Yeah, you actually researched this, didn't you, Andy? You looked at when Darwinism became known, as it were, in terms of discourse, and it was at the time when Cross was writing, wasn't it?
Yeah, and afterwards, yeah. So I mean, he would have been very radical if he'd have wrote anything like that at that time. Yeah, he'd have been a pioneer in terms of Darwinism and pushing it. Yeah, which so it makes sense why he had a sort of a religious understanding. Most people did. My dad's a little was around the same sort of time studying himself, and I've had conversations with him. And up until his teens, he was still being taught the religious way. God created everyone and everything.
Okay, so this is 45 with Watson, and then the next slide is Watson going all the way up to 2002. So the first one is 1947. Now, this is a really interesting thing. So this was a presidential address at the International Vegetarian Congress, because the vegans, although they broke away from the Vegetarian Society, they did maintain strong links, and some of them in particular, they almost like worked for both, some of them. Watson concentrated on veganism, and so did Cross, I think, but there were some other officers of the Vegan Society who were very, very linked with the vegetarians and worked with them very closely. So Watson writes, the vegan believes that if we are to be the true emancipators of animals, we must renounce absolutely our traditional and conceited attitude that we have the right to use them to serve our needs. We must supply these needs by other means. If the vegan ideal of non-exploitation were generally adopted, it would be the greatest peaceful revolution ever known, abolishing vast industries and establishing new ones in the better interests of men and animals alike. So the usual caveat is when we're quoting people from this time, they're going to be talking about men, meaning humanity. So there's always that sexist language. We can't kind of get in around that. Do you think that's just add on, though, Andy? You think you could see it that way if you wanted to?
Yeah,
right?
you definitely could. You'd have to think that it's quite a significant add-on. I mean, I suppose probably the way to describe it would be like this: the focus would bring you 100 quid, and the add-on is going to bring you $1 million. Is it important or not? Well, yeah, you're probably going to pursue the rest of that money because there's quite a lot of it. So if it is just an add-on, then we need to encompass that it is quite a significant add-on. But also it goes to the point why I mentioned it then. If it's that obvious, i.e. we can't achieve this without this add-on coming, cause and reaction, you don't need to mention it, it'll happen. The fact that you're trying to encourage it means you're trying to encourage the autonomy to create it to happen, right? You're trying to encourage it, you're trying to spread it, you're trying to educate about it. If it's automatic, i.e. the liberation of non-human animals will automatically guarantee these side shoots, why mention them? Why go into the lengths to mention them over and over again?
Yes, and that is the point. It's not just kind of hidden away somewhere. It's everywhere. This stuff. I'm going to put this on a bigger screen so we can focus on that bit in the middle. Now, this is actually Watson criticizing what should we call him? Salt, Henry Salt. But then he talks about issues to do with other animals. And then he also says, now, nearly half a century later, with our increased knowledge and experience, we can see what pressing human problems are related. In other words, to the problems that they've talked about in relation to other animals, that they will be solved together or not at all. And veganism will be central to their solution. Now, that little sentence to me, right in the middle of the screen there, encompasses their belief system. They thought that veganism was so important that it's crucial for advancement in terms of animal emancipation, as they called it, and human liberation. And so everything will be solved together, or we won't do it at all. Which is a phrase that we hear and we've heard subsequently for many, many years, right? That it's all going to happen together, or we can't do it. Although then the other argument would be, well, let's try and do it brick by brick. The idea of taking a wall down brick by brick rather than trying to topple it like the Berlin Wall. So that's that one. And then if we, I'll just put this back so we can see that 2002 one on the left. Now this is where Watson, or at least because I think Cole wrote this, was saying that it's not an add-on. Donald Watson argued that the vegan movement is, quote, the greatest movement that ever was, because it's the only one now that can save mankind. So this is the Titanic and the iceberg thing, right? The lesser movements for doing good work in itself in a limited sphere are only, to use a common cliche, like the people rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. He said, helping us to guide the searchline on the iceberg, which is going to be the end of the whole show. And so, again, they're talking about the centrality of veganism to save the planet, really, and to save humanity and all the other animals.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, again, this big kind of idea was being stated. I mean, it's a bit interesting, you know, kind of using things like the Titanic and the iceberg and all that. And also, when I've used this slide in the past, I've said that you can see it as a little bit arrogant, perhaps, and certainly in terms of alliance politics. So, because it talks about all the lesser movements, they tended to think that
I
other
suppose
movements,
in that regard, although yeah, I can understand what you're saying. I suppose that just goes into what we were talking about, though. They've got no scope. They don't look at commonalities of oppression within other movements and expand in order to succeed. They're very single-minded, which will always hold them back. And that's the potential issue with the animals only motif. It will restrict all of the other problems that are interconnected, which is what exactly. I mean, it does sound arrogant, but he's not wrong.
yeah, love this all together or not at all.
Yeah, which is not too dissimilar from Cross's. You know, freedom only exists if everyone is free.
And then finally, you've got, and this was pretty close. Well, it was 3 years.
It's the same question and answer session. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And we were speculating, weren't we, about this hill, because you were saying, Andy, that you went to the top of a hill, and possibly this one.
So I can't. Somewhere in Keswick, and someone might know the name of the hill. I'm sure it was Keswick in Cumbria. That he
Keswick.
he visited the hill. Keswick, sorry, yeah, Keswick.
Yeah.
It's the day before he died. Yeah, I'm not sure what the name of the hill is, or whether that is where that photograph is. I don't know. I don't know that part, but it'd be interesting to know.
It would, yeah. And in fact, I'll tell you who might know that would be Lee Hall, because she went and looked at his grave and the grave of Dorothy Morgan, and they found that it was kind of unmarked, which was really quite interesting. But yeah, so she looked at the local area. In fact, she took some photographs of the graveyard, but also the surrounding area. So I bet she would know.
Yeah.
And so my greatest achievement. So that was the question he was asked. My greatest achievement.
Are they both buried at the same place?
Sorry.
Are they both buried together? I'm guessing.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, because I've got a friend in Cumbria. I might ask if she can potentially go and take some pictures of that.
Apparently, it's very difficult to find. If you go to, it might be either the Watson time tunnel or more likely the first of the Strong Women Pioneers time tunnel, where I'm talking about Dorothy Morgan, who became Dorothy Watson.
Yeah,
it might be at the end of that one, and I think Lee Hall said that she found it difficult to find the grave.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but she did it in the end. Well, it's in succeeding, I think. Although I mustn't be the judge, in my own estimation, in achieving what I set out to do. One can hardly rise higher in one's opinion of one's life in general than to feel that I was instrumental in starting a great new movement, which could even not only change the course of things for humanity and the rest of creation, but alter man's expectation of surviving for much longer on this planet. Now, if the pioneers of our movement were animals only, why would he even say any of that?
And you can also, just to clarify the point I was making earlier, that said in 2002, and look at his language, humanity and the rest of creation. So it's still very religious in his thinking. Like, that's still there all those years later. It's not been deconditioned down or broken down or challenged. So that's pretty normal. Yeah. But yeah, exactly that. Why go to those lengths? It'd be much easier for him to just say for the animals, if that's what he thought, and that was the way he did it.
Turning veganese, yeah, the only movement for the animals, and still some people insist on making it about humans as well. You see,
apparently Donald Watson was one of them. So, you know, probably should pay attention. But like, this is the claim that constantly comes up. Who's doing that? Who's taking the priority away from the focus? It's always remained the focus, as we've just said.
No, but the problem is the argument is based on a false premise. The premise is that the movement was always just about other animals, and then we're moving the human concerns in. Whereas the evidence is that those two things were interlinked right from the start. And so there's no moving, making it about humans as well. It was always about humans as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this slide.
Yeah,
we've got
the evidence is on the screen. Yeah.
And then we've got the final one, which again, this comes from 2003. So the credit for this is the Donald Watson Archive. There are 3 sociologists who are working on the Donald Watson Archive, and they have access to Donald Watson's writings and these journals. He's got some brilliant nature journals. He was a real kind of nature buff, and he actually describes other animals in motion and stuff. It's very kind of detailed stuff. And there is a talk by the sociologist in Vegan Sociology. So if you go to Vegan Sociology on YouTube, I think it is, it should come up, and then you'll see the Donald Watson Archive session. But this is Watson's letter to Arthur Ling. Arthur Ling was a pioneer of plant milks along with Leslie Cross. So he's writing in June 2003, since veganism by definition claims to help animals and people, and the Donald Watson Archive, people said that he was the one who underlined the word people. So that's not our emphasis, that was Donald Watson's emphasis. The Vegan Society must do its part in showing how to bring it about. And so in that sense, it's, I suppose, fairly clear. Now, we move on then to the main man, we might say, Leslie Cross. So these are the source materials. So this is from a website called Candid Hominid, or it's A Candid Hominid. In fact, I think, Andy, you're going to show people how to navigate this, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's my script there. That one. There we go.
Yeah.
So this website is actually great. It's a great little sort of source for all sorts of things. But in terms of the Leslie Cross essays, so they're all here. It's very simple. And even I didn't know this until Roger pointed it out to me, yesterday. So I'd been doing things the hard way. Don't make the mistake that I did. If you click on, say, the HTML version of the thing, it shows you not only the number, but there's a link here in the HTML version, which I didn't have in the PDF version. So you can click that and it will take you to the actual part. So you can read all of this stuff. It's all really simple. It's all there. And I highly, highly encourage everyone to go and do just that.
Well, you say the actual part, but what the actual part of what? Need to go back to show people what that was. Because there's an archive of every...
it brings you to the pages of the vegan that are originally written.
So if you go back to let's see the front page.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, so this is a brilliant archive.
Yeah, Issue do a really good job here, and literally you can link to the pages. It goes the whole way through. You can download these for free, very, very easily. In fact, I have every single issue. So yeah, you can. But yeah, until the other day, I didn't realize you could do the HTML thing, and I would find the page number and then go scouring through my list of PDFs to find the issue and open it that way. So don't do that. Use the HTML version. And honestly, though, I really encourage everybody to go and read them. That's the key part here. Don't worry or take our little snippet of something that we're about to talk about for granted. Go and read the entire things for yourself, or listen to my narrations of them. Like, it's less than an hour and a half, and you can listen to them all in one place. But I really encourage you to go and listen or read for yourself. It's not much to ask, really. You could do it in an evening or an afternoon, and then you'll know we're not extrapolating, or we're not cropping, or we're not taking a snippet from somewhere. You can go and read them in their entirety, and I encourage you to go and do that yourself.
Well, not only that, you've done the reading for everybody.
Well, yeah, I've narrated them, but if you want to, this is how simple it is, or you can listen to them. But yeah, I definitely encourage everybody at least once to go and take the time and do this for yourself. Don't just listen to what someone else has told you. Go and read it for yourself and see what you think. Read them in chronological order. They start from the bottom and go up. But yeah, and you'll see that all of this stuff is there.
Yeah, and I mean, this could be an advert for our show tomorrow, because not only has Andy, put all this stuff together, but you've done each of Cross's essays, and then you've also done one where they're all together, so you could just
Yeah. Like
yeah.
I said, I think it's about an hour. What is it? An hour and 23 minutes or something. So less than an hour and a half, and you can listen to all the essays in one go. It's a car
Yeah.
journey at the end of the day. A decent car journey. And
on the way to work, get a job.
exactly that.
But also we're updating these essays, so we're trying to bring the language up to 21st century standards, if you like, getting rid of all the man and replacing it with humanity, because we feel that these essays are so important that it would be good for people in the movement to listen to them. And we don't want the language to kind of put them off, essentially.
Yeah.
Let's go back then to this. So these are the cross things. Now, you wanted to bring something from the very first one. So if you look back at the top there, you've got summer 1948. So again, early days. So in a sense, Andy, this is probably his first stab at it, isn't it?
Or as far as we know, yes. I mean, yeah, in terms of printed anyway, a record of, yeah.
Now,
there may well have been a draft version that got passed around, but it certainly never made it to print. This is, as far as we're aware, the first, yeah.
Yeah, but don't forget, this one also is part of a talk. So in some senses, it's not, because there is a difference. If you look at the archive, there's the central core, a kind of philosophical essays, and then you've got this one, which is like a transcript of a talk, and then you've got another one later in 55, which is a transcript of a talk. But then you've got some stuff
the
from
Vegetarian Society, yeah. So
yeah, that's right. Now, in the bit of filming that I did for your excellent film, Andy, I did say that some of the language can be a bit flowery from Cross, and this is one example of that. I think it's it can be a little bit flowery and poetic, shall we say. In the sphere of positive evidence, there are those rare but revealing glimpses of the way in which man's evolution is aided as a result of a reformed relationship with nature. Man has somehow slipped in this relationship, with undesirable consequences for both nature and himself. He is out of tune with nature. He bears a relationship to her which might be likened to a geographical fault. If he could return to his rightful place, if he could approach her as a friend and a lover instead of a dissecting botanist and a murderous overlord, the resultant harmony will constitute a tremendous and incalculable evolutionary gain.
Yeah.
So a bit flowery, but I think we're starting to get.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but at the same time, it's got that charm that quite a lot of what he said. And I've made this point a few times. It's only conjecture, it's only speculation. But as a journalist in the 40s and 50s, I would imagine the opportunities he got to speak and write were all of his creative freedom. That was the opportunity that he got to be Leslie Cross, the person, not Leslie Cross, the journalist, who had to uphold, the newspaper or whomever's reputation. Yeah, because you do notice that he freedomly uses his artistic license. Yeah, and I enjoy reading his stuff for exactly that reason. The Surge has definitely got a poetic-esque about it. I mean, I think if you read it and you work out the rhythm, read it again when you've got that rhythm in your head, and you'll feel that a completely different way of understanding that essay. Yeah, it does. It rolls off the tongue, and I don't think that's a mistake. But again, it goes back to this: if it's just a side effect, the resultant harmony would constitute a tremendous and incalculable evolutionary gain. He's a journalist; he knows what words are. He said that to the best of his ability in terms of, look how big this is in terms of scale. How enormous this is and life-changing for everyone. Not tiny little thing that we're just going to get anyway along the way. Who cares? Because then you don't mention it. It's by the by, but it isn't. It's his dream.
Couldn't you say that's the critique is that that's just because we'll be more civilized, and isn't that what you could say he's getting at here?
Yeah, you could, but also he later goes on to say potentially we've never had a civilization, we've never had one. So the idea is something we've never had before. So if it's just a side shoot, we're not going to get that. We're not going to have a new evolution for all humanity just off the offshoot of things, because potentially we'd have had it once upon a time, right? Before we started mass exploiting others, and we didn't. Civilization is something we've never really had. There's no recorded history of it. There's no harmony that's ever existed anywhere. There's always been oppression and death and violence. So, yeah, his dream was that that would one day happen. We would be civilized. And if you want to see all of those things, the end of all the oppression everywhere across the whole planet as a side benefit, then that's fine. But I think it's a bit more significant than that.
Okay, so we're up to 54 now, so we've jumped a couple, but this is like a summary essay in a way, so that's why we've included this. And so the ones we've missed is In Search of Veganism 1 and 2 and Veganism Defined. So those are the ones we've missed if people want to.
And the new constitution, yeah.
And the new, yeah. So and the new constitution was really written, we think, because of the fact that they had a change of rules in the movement, and so they had to mark it, I think, officially in their journal. Now, this one, I think, is the only one where he seems to talk about the scope before the focus, right? Which I've always found interesting. And when the people who are making the animals only suggestion put evidence forward, they tend not to feature this essay, and they never feature the first sentence because it goes against what they mean. This is an attempt to state in simple terms what veganism is and why and how it came into existence, and to suggest what it could mean for mankind. And then we get this kind of interesting thing about the definition of the scope again. The word veganism is a symbol that stands for a major change, a new mutation comparable to the freeing of the serfs and the freeing of the slaves. And then here he says something really interesting. Its official definition, and here he actually slims it down even from what it was before, the doctrine that man should live without exploiting animals is accurate, precise, and comprehensive, but not always fully understood. This is not as surprising as it might seem, for rarely have 9 short words enshrined a reform so massive, the achievement of which would bring a new world and new men to inhabit it. So it seems to me that just that bit alone should be enough to allay the fears of the animals only people, because it's not saying anything about human issues are going to be taking over or anything like that, but it is saying that if we look at it in its grand scheme of things from that original kind of slimmed down definition, then we're going to end up with something really magnificent, because they really were very, very hopeful for humanity. They wanted to save humanity. They said it over and over. They wanted to save.
I mean, one of the things we haven't touched on yet that we supposedly should have was the timing of this. I mean, many of them, Watson included, had lost friends during the war. They'd lived through 2 world wars. At this time, I mean, we live in an age now where if there's an incident in somewhere tomorrow, then the next day we've got the news footage, we've got camera footage. This didn't used to happen in the 40s and 50s. During the mid-50s, this is when the stories of the Holocaust survivors were coming out and being talked about. This was all fresh. The human element was absolutely there. You can't ignore it. It's easy for us to ignore it now, but this was their life. It really was.
Yeah, product of their time. It's hard to kind of overestimate that, because it's such a crucial point, the fact that they were living through such a terrible part of human history. Not that there've not been others, of course, but for them to kind of like start their version and a more radical version of the peace movement. I mean, they saw veganism as part of the peace movement. It was a more radical version of the peace movement than ever existed because it included other animals as well. You know, so again, you know, as Colleen said before, they were true visionaries.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they were.
And then the final bit is interesting. Why do we believe we should live without exploiting animals? To put the question in another form, why was such a doctrine formulated? So it's almost like a recipe, it seems to me. The final, if not immediate answer is a revealing one, for it demonstrates the truth of the claim that veganism is not a mere side shoot in human evolution, but a central extending growth of considerable significance. Veganism owes its birth to the fact that it's, at its deepest point within us, we believe impregnably in freedom. I'm not going to read that last line because it's not needed. In fact, I think we might have got rid of that line from our update, I think. But so again, the interesting part of it for me is this kind of like almost like condensing veganism down to those 9 words and then expanding it. Now, the reason we know there's this focus and scope is because they didn't stop. I mean, if you were to think that all they were writing about was the focus and then they said that's veganism, these essays would be a page long.
Yeah, absolutely. And there'd only be the need for 1 or 2. He'd have laid it out and then maybe reiterated it a few years later. You know, there's no need to go into the scope. It's a pretty simple concept if it's a animals only movement and there's nothing else there.
Okay. There seems to be some arguments in the chat with turning veganism, and kind of fair play really for coming into, in a sense, the lion's den on that. Okay, so this is dropping back to 51.
Yeah.
And so this is when there was a new rule. So I don't think we're going to be reading this out particularly, but this is where I was struggling to find the words that he used, and he talked about broad aspects of veganism, and he did this in 2 essays. And I think the next slide is the other one, I think. And so you could basically say that the first paragraph is the focus, and the second paragraph is the scope. Okay, and he calls it the broad aspects of veganism. And then he says in, I think the next one coming up, that there's some parts of veganism which are obvious, and then there's some parts which are not obvious. And he kind of said that at least twice, I think, in his essays. And you'll probably know more than having read them up recently. But basically, he's going through, well, the thing again, this is very important because there's no doubt about it. This guy is a right candidate. The end of the use of the animals across the board. We can't use them for food, commodities, for working, hunting, protection, all the other uses involve exploitation, right? That's going to be abolished. And he says, by looking at it this way, the society has clearly come out on the side of the liberators. We're not so much welfare that we seek, but as freedom. So they're laying it out as an abolitionist thing, straight off. I think it's our aim is not to make the present relationship between man and animal, which, if honestly viewed, is mostly one of master and slave, more tolerable, but to abolish it and replace it by something more worthy of man's high estate. Now, that phrase in itself is quite telling, I think, Andy. I mean, why would he bother saying man's high estate if he didn't care about humanity, right?
Yeah,
He's
definitely.
basically saying that we've hit a moral low and we've got to drag us back out of it, you know? And, you know, they all seem to be saying that kind of thing. Okay, and then the second broad aspect is of the vegan aim is its effect on human evolution. So these I've always said in my kind of presentations that these same themes are rehearsed over and over and over again, whether we talk about Watson, whether we talk about Cross and some others, as we'll see. Not doing very well keeping less than an hour.
Time-wise, yeah, I noticed that.
I know. Yeah, we were hoping to create this as a kind of, oh well, if you want to see the argument about this, go here, and we were going to do it in 45 minutes. Yeah, big chance of that. The only thing here is I think the master and slave thing is interesting. He said the greatest and deepest harm is suffered not by the slave but by the master. Now, I think he was talking about moral harm there. He thinks that we as a species are harming ourselves morally.
Yeah.
You know, because they talked about our lower nature, they talked about our barbarity, our savagery and all that kind of stuff. And they're basically saying we've kind of got a choice. We can either be like that or we can get ourselves out of this trough, right? And if we want to get out of this trough, guess what? Veganism is going to be a major part of how to do it.
Yeah, at the end, it's the kind of early stages of speciesism, isn't it? And he mentioned it in the one we looked at earlier, Man and Nature too, where it's like there's the commonalities there, and you can't see past it. If we want, say, freedom or liberation or whatever for human beings, we have to understand that has to extend. Otherwise, those are just words. They're not concepts. They're words. They're ideas. But we can't ever attain them, because unless they exist for everyone, everywhere, they are just an illusion at the end of the day. They're just privileges for certain people. And he alludes to that a couple of times. But again, why bother? It's much simpler for him to just say, well, none of that matters. This is what the movement's about. This is what we stand for. Here's my essay. Here's my point. Never have to change from it. Those 9 words, basically, that's all you have to put out. That's the press release.
I haven't really had time to check the chat too much, but there's been quite a discussion about the issue, and Colleen has kind of it seems that Turning Veganism said that they don't care about humanity. So
I mean, I'm not going to make this criticism, but I do find that most of the time the people that have this animals only impression are misanthropes, and that's the problem. They're still speciesist towards humanity, which is why they can't bear to include them. It's a personal issue almost all the time.
Yeah, and let's face it, you know, kind of naming names. I mean, this is the origins of this is Yourofsky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, you know, and that's why some people will say with a straight face that Yourofsky started the vegan movement, because as far as they're concerned, the vegan movement didn't exist until Yourofsky, who told them that humans are a pestilence, that, you know, that we're a cancer, and that the best thing for the planet would be for us to be wiped out. And whatever you might think of that argument, you know, and there are pros and cons to it, because, I mean, just look at what humans do. But we are a social movement. This is what's lost also, I think, in the animals only thing. We're a social justice movement made up of human beings. So people say it's the animals movement. It's not the animals movement. You know, the other animals they haven't created a social movement. You know, they haven't created a social movement organization, as far as we know, unless there's one underground in the worm community or somewhere. And I'm not ruling out that possibility. But in terms of the vegan social movement as we understand it, who might be turning up at London for a march or doing whatever you like, or celebrating World Vegan Month or World Vegan Day, those are humans who are the organizers of a social justice movement. You know, so the other animals are the subject of this movement. They don't organize it themselves. You know, I mean, you know, we might argue that it'd be better off if they did, but but they don't, right?
They wouldn't get all the nuance and the politics in it if they did.
Yeah. This is 54. Oh, is that 54? That might be wrong, actually. I'm not quite sure. Is that right? 54 on this one? Or is this 51 still? Oh no, this is the bottom of
Yeah, no, this is Serge.
yeah, okay. So this is 54, right? Okay, so this is where again he starts talking about the stuff that is obvious and some of the stuff that are not. Some of the changes in daily life, is the third line down, are obvious. There will be, for example, be no butcher's shops, and the milkman, if he still goes his rounds, will be delivering vegan milk. And that was interesting at the time because they were already in the process of creating vegan milk, you know. And then this modern day thing, the countryside will not be heavy with the anguish of cows crying for their calves, which sounds like a modern day thing, but they were talking about it way back then. No slaughterhouses, no laboratories, no one will be hunting for fun or anything else, really, I suppose. And then he does the same thing where he goes, okay, that's the obvious stuff. Some of the changes are not so obvious, and then he talks about the benefit to humanity again. So it's always the same thing. This is what the focus is all about, and then this is what the scope is all about. Put that together, and we've got human and other animal liberation.
Yeah.
And he says right at the end of this one, which is quite nice, is that we are the pioneers. Still saw themselves as the pioneers, and I think that we're still really kind of at the end of the pioneer stage of the movement. It's not a very old movement, really, you know. And so, yeah.
I think the last part of the second paragraph is really poignant as well, because it kind of defines what we're talking about right now. Benefits which today, by his own short-sighted violation, he denies himself. Yep.
Yes,
because that's the
that's right.
problem.
Yeah.
It's not the text, is it? It's not the movement. It's personal people's opinions. That's the real problem. The denial there comes from individuals.
Okay, so we did come up with an argument against ourselves at this point, and that was, do you think this is just marketing? And they're basically saying to non-vegans, go vegan and you will benefit as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something we can completely rule out. It would just make very little sense when you consider everything else that was said, and it would kind of go against the grain a little bit. But it's not impossible, I suppose, if someone wants to make that allegation about it. But I would essentially say no.
Yes, and I think we
have to take the consideration of the time again. You know, these are people that have gone through two absolutely destructive, atrocious events where they've lost people they know, and the world is still recovering from it. It's very easy for us now. It's kind of privileged for us, a lot of us, to talk about those things. We haven't got any understanding, but they were living through those things.
They were. I got a sick cat.
Oh
no. Yeah, I think it would be an unkind reading if you think in terms of reading all of their work.
I think it would go against who Cross was as a person too. Personally, I think even if someone pulled him aside and said, "Can you put a bit of marketing spin in there?" I don't think he'd want to. Like I said, I get the impression, and again, it's just my opinion, but I get the impression with these essays, especially this one, that's his artistic freedom. I can write what I want about what I want finally, and this is my passion that I am really, dedicated to. Yeah, that's the impression I get from it. I don't get it. It's like there isn't any added to it. This is what he wanted to say. That's why I think it's important to sort of look at the words he used. He knew language really well. If he tells you that something's incalculable, it means it's going to be bigger than he can write on the piece of paper. It doesn't mean some side benefit that we might get.
Yeah, and he uses that phrase. Okay, this is again unkind. I don't think this has been saying. I often say that that when we're talking about the pioneers or the founders of our movement, that their views are not set in stone, and that we expect evolution. In fact, that one thing that sociologists talk about social movements is that they move. and so you expect evolution, but the evolution has to be a kind of evolution that is built on the original values, and unless the argument is that all those original values in those years were rubbish, we need to start again. So and so in that sense, I do get the feeling sometimes that some people have almost like joined the wrong movement. They don't really like this one, and so they want to say that it's not like this, or they want to say that this all ought to be ripped apart and we need to start again, afresh. I think there might be something like that. Okay, then this is the last one, I think, of Cross. So this is 55 now. I think we wanted to say that this is an interesting summary, but this is the transcript. He's talking to the Hastings and St. Leonard's branch of the Sussex Vegetarian Society in 1955. So a lot of people point out that he focused a lot on the focus here. Well, yeah. I mean, he was trying to convince vegetarians to live and be vegan, and so you probably would, in that sense. This wasn't a philosophical essay. This was a talk, and this is a transcript of a talk. So I think that makes it different in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. You're aware of your audience, aren't you, or who you're engaging with. So yeah, I mean, in fact, a perfect kind of recent example of that is, why does everyone think that Joey Carbstrong had the B stats to hand when he went on Piers Morgan's show? Think he might have had an inkling what Piers might have said because he knew who his audience was. He didn't take a random guess, did he? He kind of organized himself in expectance of what he was going to get, and that's what people do. We've got to expect that with the people he's speaking to. He's not going to go in there and go into the full detail. He's going to try and get them to accept the focus rather than the scope, which makes sense, right? It does make a lot of sense. You would. Because they're already on board with a part of it, right? In your mind, anyway. They're already on part with some of it. So you're going to focus on that because you want them to understand. Yeah.
Well, one thing that we can pat ourselves on the back about, Andy, is the fact that most of the things that Turning Veganism said is what we said they say. And so in that sense, it was kind of accurate in that way. So these are we're getting to the end really now, and so this is where we're moving into the 60s and to the 80s. The date on the Kath Clements one is 1995, but that was the second edition. So the first edition is 1985. Whether this quote is in the 85 one, I'm not sure, because I don't think I've ever seen it.
Don't know the answer either. I'm not sure.
No. Okay.
So no idea.
Well,
if someone knows the answer to that, it'd be interesting to know whether it was, but it's not something I know the answer to.
Yeah. Okay. So this again is now this is interesting really, because I think if we were to rewrite this one, we'd alter it a little bit, I think, Andy. So veganism is one thing and one thing only, a way of living which avoids exploitation. We might be putting in the word oppression as well, of course, whether that be of our fellow men, the animal population, or the soil upon which we rely for our very existence. Just a little note about the last bit is that a lot of the pioneers were very concerned about the quality of the soil. And so quite a lot of them talked about it. Faye Henderson talked about it as well. I think Kathleen Janaway talked about it a lot too. So they were very concerned about soil quality. So I think they realized that that small layer of topsoil is what we rely on for survival.
Yeah, and obviously, again, as a sort of going back to the sign of the times thing, the idea of vertical farming or anything like that was so far beyond comprehension that the soil was everything, right? It was whether you did eat or not. So yeah, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely with that one. And then veganism is about, so in terms of the rearrangement, I would see if I was editing that, I'd put the animal thing first. You know, it's like I was saying, I've got a vegan society mug where it's got animals, people, and the planet, but I think it says people, animals, and the planet, I think. And so I would always arrange it with the focus first, you know, which is why I always point out that the surge is interesting, because that's the only one that doesn't do that.
Yeah,
you know, it goes the other way around. And then Kath Clemens, which is like a summary really of a book. It is like the end of kind of the opening chapter. Veganism is about having a consistent approach to human rights and animal rights, ecology, and world food problems. So environmental issues and food scarcity problems, we'd call it nowadays. Again, I would flip that around and put animal rights and human rights. Now, of course, what could be going on here is what happened to Reagan, was the fact that they were writing carefully in order to keep an audience in a way, and not just be laughed out of court, as it were. I mean, and that went on right up until the start of the 80s with Tom Reagan and the case for animal rights.
Yeah.
And again, I think that's a question of us just putting ourselves in their place, you know, because in the 70s and 80s, everyone laughed at the idea of animal rights and animal liberation. And so, you know, you had to word it. You can, going back to what you were saying, you know, and factoring all that Darwin stuff, it was even more complicated for Cross writing in the 50s.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Because, like I said, even if there was a case where he was ahead of his time and he was sort of like, well, I've just read this book, I've read The Origin of Species, I'm ahead of, you know, I'm ahead of science, so to speak. It would have been seen as so radical to talk like that. Yeah, far more probably radical, because veganism would have been already, you know, would have been already turning some heads. And if he was started factoring in, oh, by the way, did you know we were all animals? Yeah, I think they'd have kind of completely disregarded everything he had to say. Yeah. Because he would have been up against religion then all the time. Veganism wasn't really opposing religion, really, was it? Because lots of religions like to profess that they already held some of these core beliefs and principles. Whereas, yeah, absolutely, science does oppose religion. So, yeah, I think he would have definitely got some serious pushback for that, and it would have been seen as very, very radical in the 50s to say that.
Right, I'm looking for where Kathleen Janaway has gone, and I realised that I deleted it myself. So I'll get that back again. So I'm not quite sure. Are we at the end of this? Oh, I think that's the last slide, I think. Okay, so I need to get the
Yeah, that's the last slide. It's just a video now, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
If you haven't got it, I can grab it.
Yeah, I've got it here. It's just that I right, where did I download it to? Yeah, I went and deleted it for some unknown reason without thinking.
That's fine.
Here we are. Okay. I say, right. Okay. Be with you in a minute, folks. This is right, here we go. Share screen. Facebook. No, it's the wrong one. Okay.
Yeah, just checking out with the chat. Eva's poetry is fantastic, and she also reiterates quite a lot of her feelings throughout it. You know, she was a sort of a big contributor to Vegan News. So, yeah, her thoughts are consistent even with her own poetry. And as a poet, I know that, you know, you wrote sort of what you really care about. That you don't alter it. That's your heart, so to speak, that speaks then. So yeah, I think she's consistent the whole way through. And there's been some suggestion that she was just this woman that said a thing, and I just think that's ridiculous, to be honest. The more I learn about her, the more I realise how much of an impact that she had and how huge she was. Quite the opposite.
Yeah, I think she worked for the Vegan Society for years and years as well, didn't she?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much the whole of her existence from the time of going vegan, she was involved, yeah, some way, somehow. And she ran the boutique that whole time as well, I think.
Oh yeah, the vegan kind of bed and breakfast or something.
Yeah, it was a shop. I think it sold like clothes and food and all sorts.
Oh,
of
that's
stuff.
right.
And
Yeah,
it
it
was an
was, yeah.
advert. I think it was
Yeah.
called the Vegan Boutique. There's an advert for it in every single one of the magazines at the back. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's where connections and friends come in, folks.
Yeah, I think it was like an old-fashioned everything under one roof shop because it talks about food and clothes and all sorts. Yeah, so I would imagine that was where you would go.
Right, let's see if we can get away with putting it like that. Okay, so this is Kathleen Janaway. So this is the 1990s by this stage, even though it looks a little bit more dated than that in a way. But she's saying very similar kind of things. Let's see if we can.
Yeah, even enhanced, it still looks really dated, don't it?
Accelerating a trend to veganism is the most important thing we can do today to save all highly developed forms of life on this planet. We live at a momentous time, at what could be a terrific turning point in evolution. Nothing to my mind can exaggerate the importance of people. But the general picture now, I'm quite sure, is the age of predatory man is coming. Will a new age, in accordance with the teachings of the great, follow, or will we go right down? Right next, chapter 5, if we can solve this problem of animal exploitation and spread veganism, we should also solve the problems of war and poverty and all the other things that has caused immense suffering to people and animals through the years. Veganism is as important as death. The terrible responsibility.
So concerned about war and poverty. So that presumably is the other animals who are poor and the other animals who are at war with each other, presumably.
Yeah. The Great War of Foxes versus Badgers from 1582. You remember it? Yeah. I mean,
I do, yeah. I wasn't around at the time, but
but it just shows, doesn't it? And again, this is a long time afterwards. If she didn't agree with the philosophy, she'd say something different. She'd say, well, this is what they used to say. And actually, I think it's just about
yeah,
this.
you wanted to make a point about that, didn't you? About the fact that a lot of them were writing about what others have said in the past after they died. And they were still completely on board with what they said.
I think the most telling of all of those is the Donald Watson conversation with George Roger, where it's 2002. And I suppose the letter to Arthur Ling, where he could say whatever he wants, right? He can say whatever he wants. There's no one saying you better stick with this. And you know, talking of Leslie Cross, for example, he'd been no longer with us for a significant amount of time. If Donald disagreed with his views and his philosophy, he could have said, well, actually, you know, at the time I never said anything, but now with hindsight, this is how I feel. And there'd have been nothing wrong with that, right? And he didn't do any of those things. He is still consistent. So I think we have to take that. We have to take that into consideration in exactly the same way that if what Eva Back was saying, nobody else agreed with, what didn't they say? Why did she have the positions that she held? Why didn't anyone challenge it? Why did they just accept it and repeat it year after year? Because that's not what happens now, is it?
you don't say. it's yeah, because there is a suggestion from these kind of like kind of health, plant-based health people, and I think vitamin sellers, I think they are, that there was a big war between Watson and Cross, and that Cross had kind of thrown Watson out. He was a militant animal liberationist, whereas Watson was only concerned about health and diet and stuff. And if that was true, once Cross had died, you know, Watson was at liberty to say all that. Well,
absolutely, yeah. And I mean, even if because I've seen the same things, but even if all those allegations are true, it still doesn't change anything about the animals, including humans' position, so to speak, because the accusation is that that Cross was the animal liberationist and Watson was just interested in diet, right? Well, that doesn't check. Well, we'll look at the things that we've just shown you that Watson said himself. So what was the suggestion then? That Cross was in the background going, you better make sure you talk about this. No, why would he? If they disagree, they disagree. They're saying the same things. So it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it wouldn't change
That's
the
one of those
position.
hostage situations. If Watson was making a video, there'd be like a gun just here.
Yeah. And then you've got Leslie Cross, the pacifist, who would have been like, I'm not going to hurt you, but I'm just going to tell you that I'm wrong. Yeah.
I'll give you a Chinese burn. So there's a bit of a warning for you here, Andy.
Sorry. Yeah. Dangerous stuff.
Yeah. Such logic and common sense. Yeah. It's too logical, mate. So, okay. So I guess we're at the end.
Yeah, I think we've covered everything that we wanted. You know, we were worried whether things would come up, but they have done. All the things we wanted to talk about been covered. So,
yeah.
good.
I mean,
Little bit over
in
schedule, but-
summary, for the people who are animals only, I think that their fears have got no kind of foundation really. I don't think what they say is happening to the movement or will happen to the movement. Well, first of all, there's no evidence that it's ever happened, and there's no movement towards making it happen.
No.
So the idea of watering it down, which is a phrase that I saw being used in the chat, that's not happening.
No, if anything, you could argue the point that it strengthens the message because it says that we are all one. It doesn't split us into two groups, humans and non-humans, which encourages speciesism and is part of the problem. It says we're all one. So it actually strengthens the message. But just before we finish as well, there is a serious issue that is diluting our movement that a lot of people don't want to talk about, and that's welfareism. And I've noticed that every time that I have these conversations with the animals only people, welfareism doesn't matter. That's not a problem. Even though it seriously is a problem that's absolutely right throughout the movement, there's no effort being paid. I mean, even us doing this video is more effort than this subject needs to be. We could be spending it in other places, but it's needed because of the viewpoint that's held. Whereas if we were putting our attention to stop this reducitarian, flexitarian welfareism crap, we could actually do something, but we're being diversified into other arguments again and other nuances that are a waste of everybody's time. Because it is.
Yeah, and it is interesting that, isn't it? The fact that you've said, well, look, welfare isn't the problem. Look at what this person is saying. These reducitarians, these people saying that vegans should start eating other animals again, and blah blah blah. These are people who have got videos and books, and you're pointing to them, and they kind of go, oh, well, that's not really a problem. What the problem is this, and you go,
yeah.
Well,
What the problem is one person in a WhatsApp group chat or on a Facebook status from 2006 that said, "I'm supporting humans first." One individual, and that is what we're talking about. Like, show me the evidence of everyone who includes humanity prioritizing humanity, and if you can't, then there isn't any. That's the end of the issue, really. Unless you can show evidence that this is a problem, there isn't one. You're creating a problem by making it an issue, by causing that division.
Yeah, I think the reason that we're a bit narky about this, let's put it this way, is the fact that when the animals only people talk to others, they will tell them what we are about.
We've already had it in this comment section, that this must be your position then. I mean, the first comment was something along the lines of, what hope have the animals got? Why? Who's disregarded them? Because that's what you're insinuating that we're doing. How? And where's the evidence of this? That's my point. If you haven't got any evidence that anyone's doing this, then what is the issue that you're so scared of happening? And why are you ignoring the serious issue of welfareism?
Okay, so see, this is what we're trying to get at. Not disputing that this is not true, but who are we talking about here? You've heard vegans or alleged vegans say, "I'm vegan, but humanity first." I've never heard. I've been vegan for 44 years. I've never heard a single vegan say this. Not once.
But even if we're talking again, we're talking about individual cases, and again, we would be saying, well, that's not the case. So I don't even know what the issue is, because we wouldn't even be in agreement with that position. So even if you've managed to find an individual example, and they're going to be few and far between, we don't even hold that position. So I'm not sure what the fear is. It's not the movement being taken over by this, is it?
What about the I support local farmers thing? Because that seems a lot more nuanced to me. I mean, what does that even mean?
I don't know, because I've that's the sort of thing that I hear from non-vegans. I support local farmers. That's normally an argument as in, well, I know where my meat comes from. So I don't know, but these aren't things that I hear from vegans.
I mean, vegans support local farmers if they happen to be
if they're vegan friendly, yeah. So I mean, what would be the opposite? Support Tesco instead? I don't really understand.
No, well, I mean, it's interesting because I think the first bit is a strong allegation, but we don't have any evidence, and we've asked for it. We've said, okay, who are these people? Give us their names. Where? We were told recently there was a WhatsApp conversation. We weren't given any details about it, and we weren't told how many people were in it, and all this kind of stuff. And so I would have thought that most of us in the chat, being regulars online, regulars in terms of activism, would have bumped into people like this if they exist.
Well, I've held this position for about 5 years now, and it's only the last 6 months or so that I've started seeing this thing repeated regularly. So yeah, where are these people?
And also, who's going to take any notice of people who say that anyway?
Well, we wouldn't. That's the point. So
no.
I don't know.
No, that's interesting. And just as on the lighter thing about language, Colleen is saying they're fighting bogeymen or boogeymen. So that's
I'll say this so that you don't get in any trouble, but I say this with all sincerity. Tobias Lienhardt is a bigger threat to our movement than any of the allegations that I've seen from the animals only people. You want to see a problem? There's one.
You're having a go at my friend.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. That's a bigger problem for our movement to achieve what we want to achieve. That's a bigger problem, yeah. Because if you're
never leave that
animals
alone,
only, Tobias's ethos is that we can still use them in a kind way. I think you should have a problem with that. That should be where you should be putting your attention then, because he's trying to encourage that reducitarianism and ethical use is okay. Well, obviously, we don't agree with that.
Yeah, well, let me join in on this and get myself into trouble, because we're not talking about something that's happening a long way away or a long time ago. Leonard's organization has just funded an academic conference, right? Which meant that because they were funders, along with Mercy for Animals, who just spent 25 million plus on welfare campaigns, because they were funders, they were allowed to give their corporate demonstrations and presentations and everything. And essentially, Leonard was the keynote speech at the end of the conference. And he spent that speech talking about all the 10 things that he changed his mind about veganism, which is that we should talk about veganism, quite often. No, we shouldn't do that. And the one that shocks most people is the fact that he argues for a symbiotic relationship with other animals. So we can get wool from them, we can get manure from them, we can get eggs from them, and we give them in return, shelter and food and this kind of stuff.
It's the backyard egg argument, isn't it? At the end of the day, they pay rent with eggs.
Yeah,
that's essentially what he's suggesting. Yeah,
it's but you see, in terms of the threat to our movement, and we are concerned about our movement, obviously, that's the threat, not the alleged bringing humans into a movement that's already concerned about humans. But again, it doesn't mean that everybody's got to join Amnesty International or anything. It doesn't mean that. That's not what's being meant here. And if I suppose to end, I would, if people want to say, well, let's say we should say animals first as a slogan. I'd probably go along with that. Would you go along with that, Andy?
Yeah, like I said, I don't think the focus is in question. I don't think I don't think it is. And if there was some sort of relabeling or rebranding to kind of reprioritize the focus to make people feel better about the fact that there was a scope, whatever, fine. It doesn't change the focus. It doesn't change anything. So yeah, fine. As long as we start potentially having this nuanced argument that doesn't benefit anyone or save anything, it's just a total waste of energy, isn't it? Really, that would be better spent elsewhere.
If it would like calm them down and give them some comfort, then we could go for the animals first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of thing, and I'd be okay with that. I'm sure, and I'm sure most others would be really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, folks, this was a bit of a strange one. Now, there is a special time tunnel coming up next Tuesday, along with Still Alive. So we're doing a joint thing for a special reason, and we'll tell you all about that on the day. So hopefully we'll see you next Tuesday. Tomorrow, we've got the end of the updating of our first essay, which again is The Surge of Freedom, right? And so we've got about a page to do, so that only take us about 3 hours.
We're starting just for anyone. We're starting at 7 as well tomorrow, rather than 8, just in case.
Yeah, 7, yeah, give us a bit of time. Yeah, that's right. It was. To be honest, though, Andy, it was a lot. It took a lot longer than I expected.
There's a lot in there, especially when you're looking at individual words and things like that. Yeah, it took time, and obviously we're interacting with the chat as well and waiting for them to respond. And so yeah, I didn't expect it to take as long as it did, but I thought it'd be about 2.5 hours to do the whole essay, and it's going to be more like 3.5, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? We just got to learn to do things faster, I'm afraid. Okay, people, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you again real soon.
Want me to just start whenever, yeah?
All right, good. Yes, Andy, you can start. Yeah, always ready.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Andy Atkinson, or some people might know me as Not Your Mum, Not Your Milk, because that's kind of like my handle on the internet. The name originally, it was just kind of what I could fit into Instagram, so I could promote my children's book. And very, very quickly afterwards, it became kind of an activism account. I couldn't resist sending comments, and very quickly, that's just became my persona online. I've been vegan for 9.5 years now, probably rights-based for 4+ of those. Initially, I went vegan because of what I witnessed on a dairy farm. So the trauma that potentially still lives with me, and probably always will, was actually what kind of made my mind think in a different way, I suppose, or unlocked those boxes. It was what I witnessed there and then. So you could definitely class it as falling into a welfare category. It took me a number of years to actually fully connect with the philosophy, what that meant, what that entailed. I obviously knew the words animal rights, but I didn't really know what they meant until a few years ago either. I didn't really look into any of the sort of works or the writings by anyone at all. So it's definitely been a learning curve and an experience for me too. I've always had an interest and a passion in language and words. English was always my favourite subject at school. Writing short stories and things like that has always been something that I enjoy doing, and how I used to spend quite a lot of recreational time, even in my teenage years, even to the degree of like writing my thoughts down on a piece of paper and then screwing it up once I've done that, as a way of just dealing with emotion and that kind of thing. Again, poetry was something that I used to do for myself. I would write a poem, I'd read it a few times, or maybe I'd show one person, and that would be the end of it. Whereas now my poetry is rights based, and I'll put it out as a video, and there's, I don't know, 50 odd, maybe a few more than that in my YouTube playlist at the moment that you can go and use or listen to or spread. You'll have to allow some of the older ones that are based on single animals, because some of the language in them is a little bit welfare-y, I'm going to be honest. I need to rewrite some of those, but that also shows too, as this has evolved for me, as I've found and learned more understanding of the philosophy and what it all means, I've also realised how important the words are that we use, and that every time that we potentially reduce that philosophy down with our language, that's what the other people are listening to, that's what the non-vegans are hearing. So if we reduce it down to something like we're just anti-cruelty, then in their mind that'll get reduced even further to their definition of cruelty for starters. but even to the point where they'll think, well, free range isn't cruel, so therefore it's okay. I don't need to make any changes. You're just a bit picky. And so tiny dilution in language can all of a sudden just take all of the effect and the power away from the actual message. The actual cause, the actual fundamental wrong is never even considered. And that's our fault at the end of the day. We need to own that as a movement. Language is what we're doing. We can blame the media and we can blame non-vegans for not understanding or misunderstanding or misinterpreting. But we're not correcting that for the most part. And also we're the ones that are putting out that baseline for them to learn in the first place. So we need to take some responsibility for that, absolutely. But I've always been fond of the English language, especially the epistemology, the origins of words, what they used to mean, what they versus what they mean now, how things have changed. Just in modern times, we can look at examples of the times since we've had a mobile phone or the internet, and how slang language or text speak has become the norm, and how certain words have lost all meaning because they're completely overused, that kind of thing. So that's something that's always interested me. And I suppose now they have applied those interests and those skills to looking at the movement, and you can kind of see how we've not made the progress that we should have made in the last 20 years. And a huge part of that is down to language. When people identify us as a social justice movement, supposedly in the same bracket as a group like the RSPCA, you can understand why they don't take us as seriously as what they should. You can understand why they don't understand the emergency of the situation as they should. But I'll give you a perfect example, right? So if you look at the definition on the Vegan Society website, it says veganism is a philosophy and way of living which it seeks to exclude as far as is possible and practicable all forms of exploitation of and cruelty to animals for food, clothing, or any other purpose, right? I don't need the rest of them, just so we know. But the amount of times that I've seen people where they have this definition up on their screen and they read it out and they put cruelty instead of exploitation. So they'll read it as all forms of cruelty of and exploitation too, right? Rather than the way that it's actually written. And what they don't realize is, that might sound really pedantic, but what they don't realize is when you read things out, the order that you read words out in, people prioritize. So in their mind, cruelty is the fundamental wrong and exploitation is secondary, whereas actually the reason that it's written the way it is because it's the other way around. But you've diluted that, albeit unintentionally or accidentally or whatever, but that dilution is pretty significant because you've reduced it now from being anti-exploitation, which is pretty expansive what it covers, to being anti-cruelty, which a lot of these people have been brainwashed into thinking for the last however many decades that they don't contribute to, or the bits of cruelty that did used to exist, like battery cages, they're gone now, so they don't have to worry. So you're not only up against their emotional conflictions and barriers of not wanting to change, you're also dealing with the fact that their interpretations and their definitions of these words already think that they're doing enough. You have to break that spell. And the problem is the actual issue, the fundamental issue that we need to address with our language is speciesism. If we meet speciesism halfway, people won't change. They'll just become even more comfortable with where they are because they already are speciesist. So when we use welfaristic language, their brain goes into that welfaristic way. Dogs are treated one way, cows are treated another, chickens are treated one way, dolphins another. We're not unlocking speciesism, we're perpetuating it. I've had numerous conversations around these subjects for a long time, and as you can probably imagine, they don't go down extremely well. Quite often people think that I'm being divisive, or they think I'm being picky, or a level 3000 vegan, or however you want to describe it. And often that becomes the issue. So it's why I initially started branching out with some of my poetry to try and spread this message and correct some of this language and correct our claims making going forward, so that I wasn't necessarily replying to one individual, or I wasn't commenting to one individual. I was putting out this information for everybody. It's in a poem. It's the same information as what I'd reply to someone, except it's aimed at everyone rather than one individual. And that seems to have had less sort of pushback, less resistance, which I suppose is an improvement. And then one step further than that, just recently I released a documentary and then a director's cut, an extended version of the same documentary with quite a bit more added, which essentially is just an expansion on that same idea. It's all the things that I spend my life saying or thinking but in a film form, essentially. But it's also got a pretty good explanation of the history, why the movement was founded, how it was founded, and a lot of it is based around our language and our use of words, or what we allow to happen within the movement, or what we encourage within the movement. Is very much aimed at already vegans. It's not really a non-vegan film. I mean, there may definitely be something they get in the first 10 minutes or so, learning about the history and the philosophy. It is working on the basis that you should know what veganism means by then, at the very least. But yeah, it's a way that I've found of putting this information out there and potentially very subtly correcting what people are doing without making them feel personally attacked or victimized, or like they as an individual are getting this wrong. It's far more that the movement are getting this wrong. As a collective, we're getting this wrong. I mean, for a long time I did. Like, I don't want people to think, you think you're better than everyone. It's not even like that. You could look at it and say, I mean, as I started with this, 9 years I've been vegan, or 9.5 years, and only about 4 of them have I even really understood what animal rights really were, to be perfectly honest. So for 5.5 years, I was getting it wrong too. I'm not doing this to be critical for critical sake. I'm doing this because I want to improve the way that everybody speaks about this subject, because it absolutely really matters. If you are, or if our language is fluffy, it's no different than when someone says, "Oh, I'm vegan," sometimes. But if I go to a friend's house, I'm not. You don't really take their position seriously, right? Well, it's the same with our language. If our language is flowery and it's not consistent, then people won't take our position seriously. And the emergency of this situation is so huge and abundant that we have to make these subtle changes now. We haven't got time to wait another 10 years. The whole nobody wants to hear a message if you're not nice. It's not true. At the end of the day, I mean, every single person that you ever speak to has got one regret, really, that they didn't go vegan sooner. Well, exactly, because they wish they'd have met someone that was pushy, so to speak, pushy vegan, that did say to them, no, this is the problem, and what are you going to do about it? Because they'd have probably changed a hell of a lot sooner than what they did. I know I would have. I wish I'd have met someone like that 20 years ago, because I'd have been vegan for 20 years. That's actually exactly what I needed. I needed someone to sort of hold me to account and say, no, I'm not letting you off by saying, well, yeah, you get this from this farm. It's not okay. All use is unacceptable. All use is exploitation. All use is oppression. It's not okay. No matter how you want to label it, it's not okay. Like that message needs to be clear, and it's not pushy. It's not pushy, is it? Would you do this with any other situation? Can you imagine that someone said to you, I'm going to go, to the EDL march tomorrow because I don't like people that aren't white British. Yeah, well, go to that one, but skip the next one. Try and reduce your racism a bit, wouldn't it? No, you oppose it. If you think that that's wrong, you'd say, look, what are you doing going to that? That's racist. I don't want you to do this. I disagree with this fundamentally, and I think you should too. Exactly. As a movement, we constantly talk about cruelty. But do you know who else does? All of the agencies that rubber stamp and give their assurance to all of the oppression that we are actually opposed to. So let's just take the RSPCA, for example. All of their literature talks about cruelty. All of their literature talks about abuse. It talks about the efforts that they make to reduce those things. It talks about the levels that they will go to, and the money that's spent to reduce suffering. So why are we using, as a movement, the exact same language as the welfare charities that are employed to put a level of okayness on this oppression? Why are we using the same language that they are to mislead the public, to try and mislead the public? Why don't we use different language so that the public can identify that what's happening is they're being misled? Why don't we make them realise that the RSPCA are misleading them with their language, rather than using the same language and expecting them to see a fundamental wrong in it? Do you not think that they'd already see the fundamental wrong in what the RSPCA have been saying for the last 180 years? Do you not think that they'd see the fundamental wrong in what all of these charities were saying if it was as simple as that? It's not. You using their language to try and make them see your point of view. You've already got walls, you've already got barriers that we've got to go across. And now you're going to make things even more difficult for yourself by using words that they understand one interpretation of. And you're going to say, oh yeah, but that interpretation's wrong. Here's my one. If you want to meet them halfway, use their language, and when they go, oh yeah, it's about cruelty, say, no, it's not about cruelty, it's about this. If you took the cruelty away, I'd still be against it. Then they haven't got it. If you go, yeah, it's about cruelty, then you're on the same level, and you've reduced a social justice movement down to exactly the same language and exactly the same claims making that welfare charities use to make them feel more comfortable about the exploitation that they contribute to. So why would we do that? Yet it's literally everywhere. It's all over the place. It's absolutely abundant. That's the language that we use all the time. Reducing suffering, being against cruelty, reducing cruelty, no excuse for abuse. All of these, every single one, not only are we ever really talking about welfare, but these are all exactly the same slogans and titles that welfare charities use. So essentially, if you want to look at it in terms of two teams, they're the opposition, and you're using all their terminology to try and convince people that they're wrong. You're going to have to use different language, and we've got language that we can use that not only better tells this message, but it will separate. And when people make the connection, they'll realize that actually, yeah, the RSPCA and these other charities, they're part of the illusion. They're part of what keep people misinformed. So using that language is not helping the situation. We need to break away from that. We need to unlock the speciesism. So it's very similar with the animal lovers thing. I don't want to pick on them too much because I think they're actually doing some great direct action. But Animal Rising really obsess over using this animal lovers term, and I personally think that not only is it very weak in terms of claims making, but I don't think it will ever extend to the rest of animal use. It might work for the horses, might work for the dogs that people care about. I saw issues with it very recently with their dairy farm protest because they had to keep talking about the babies. It was the only way that they could keep the animal lover aspect alive. But let's just say, for example, we were talking about pigeons or rats. You're never going to get the public to ever adopt a mantra that loves those animals. And why should they? Because being against injustice doesn't require love. It doesn't. It just requires the knowledge of what's right and what's wrong. Same as being against oppression doesn't require love. You don't show love to someone by not oppressing them. You don't show kindness to them by not oppressing them. You just respect their basic right to exist without being oppressed. It's far more simple, requires far less effort. When you ask people to show love or to extend love, they usually expect love in return or something in return. And why shouldn't they? Love is an emotion. It's not really the same. It says nothing about morality. Because again, to use the RSPCA, that's what all of their literature says. That's literally who they call out. Their pleas are to animal lovers, calling all animal lovers, because that's their mantra. And the thing is, the reason it works for the RSPCA is these people that their audience are all speciesists. So they think they are animal lovers. Whereas that'll only work to some degree with Animal Rising, depending on who they're talking about. So, like I said, horses, dogs, yeah, fine. You go and start rescuing chickens, for example, and that's not going to extend. You start talking about rats or mice in a laboratory, and that's not going to extend. You're just digging yourself a really big hole that I don't think you're going to be able to get out of. I mean, one thing we need to take into consideration is when it comes to welfare, if you have a consistent abolition position and you don't move from it, every step forward that you make, they'll improve the welfare every single time. If you want to reduce suffering, if that's really your aim and that's what you think that veganism is about, then maintaining and being consistent with an abolitionist position is still the best way for you to reduce suffering, because the welfare standards that you get offered every single time they try and do you a deal, every time that you take a step forward, will actually be better than the ones that you could lobby and petition for. So eventually, not only will the welfare get to absolutely, peak, but it's steps still all the way to abolition. Whereas if you campaign for a single issue campaign within welfare, let's campaign for a bigger cage. Once you've got that bigger cage, not only is that the end of the campaign, but they're not going to listen to you the next time that you come talking, because you didn't have a consistent position. You wanted to end cages, or you wanted to end this, or you wanted to stop testing on beagles. You didn't want to abolish all animal use. That's not what you said. And now you've come back with a different thing, and you just seem like a mitherer, like you're someone that's going to keep coming back and pestering them, and you lose all your integrity. You lose that momentum. Whereas if you have an abolition position from the get-go and don't ever move from it, that's your position, and you stick firm with it and just keep walking forward, that we're not going to accept any less than total liberation for everyone, everywhere, then everything that you get offered is between that point and the end is always going to be an improvement on what you'd get offered if you would just campaign for those things individually. Of course it would, because they've got to make better compromises. They have to keep making better offers because they know that you're actually becoming a bigger and stronger force. Whereas at the moment, the reason that we're not taking it seriously is because we're so divided. Our message is inconsistent, our language is weak, and we haven't actually got a movement that's united on anything other than using the word vegan as a collective term. That's pretty much all we're united on, and that's why we're not seeing progress. We've got far bigger numbers than what most people think we have. The problem is we're so split and decompartmentalized between one another because not many people know the philosophy. Some people have decided to redefine veganism for themselves. Some people think it's just a diet. Some people think it's about the environment. Some people are flexitarian. There's so many different aspects of it now that are all coming under one banner, and that's why we as a social justice movement are not progressing at the rate that we should be, because we've been diluted in all these different ways and we're not doing anything about it. There's a great quote by Tom Regan. It's actually in the film The Animals from 1981, if anyone wants to watch it. But it says, when rights are violated, it is justice, not kindness, at issue. Exactly. And that's exactly what the vast majority of people will always recognize. So we can spread love or kindness and compassion, but those things should be optional. Whereas being against injustice, that should be mandatory. And I think it is for most people. It's very, very unique for people to not be against injustice or the sense of injustice and understand the difference between right and wrong. So to give a quick example of the difference between compassion, kindness, love, and injustice, there was a man who lived in the woods, essentially, where I used to live. And he lived there for a couple of years. He'd lost his business, and instead of putting himself on the council list or doing any of those things, he'd gone and set up this, I don't know the best way to describe it. It wasn't far off a shack. It wasn't a cabin, but it wasn't far off a shack. It was watertight, and he spent a couple of years living in there. Never bothered anyone, was always polite, saw him quite often when I used to walk the dog. Most of the locals knew he was there and had no problem with him. Some of them even knew him by name. And like I said, he'd been there for 2.5 years. He'd done 2 winters in there. Nobody ever bothered him. Nobody ever dropped off like packages. Nobody ever took him food. Nobody ever took him, I don't know, electricity, solar panels. No one ever took him jumpers or sleeping bags. Nobody ever bothered him, and he never bothered anybody else. And there was no problems whatsoever until the council found out they were coming to dismantle his shack in the woods. And this got printed in our local paper, it got put on social media and everything else. But the moment that he was threatened with eviction, pretty much the entire town stood up in defense of him. There was no compassion or love that was shown, because if it was, then that had been shown beforehand, and they'd have been helping him out and trying to find somewhere else for him or making sure that he was fed and warm. But actually, what the problem was the injustice that he was facing. That's what people were all united and opposed to, because most people recognize the difference between right and wrong. So they do understand the difference. The problem is speciesism. The problem is where that right and wrong is directed. They've been taught that it's okay to do this because we need this. They've been taught that it's okay to do this because we need this. And it's that we need to unlock. It's that speciesism that we need to unlock. Most people naturally are against injustice. And you don't need love or kindness or compassion to be against them. You just need to basically respect the existence of someone else. The very most basic right, just to exist without being opposed, without being oppressed, without being, exploited in any way, shape, or form. You're not asking for any privileges. You're just asking for the most basic right to exist without infringement. Literally the freedom to have autonomy, to make your own decisions about things. That's pretty much it. So to summarize a little bit, one of the things that I like to encourage people to do, which is a really, really easy form of activism that anybody can do, even if you're confined to your house or you've got financial limitations, any of these things, is on social media. If you see a meme that says something that you now potentially see as a particularly weak message, correct it. It's really simple. Just open it up in Paint or in some editor on your phone and literally just cover over one bit and write over what you think is a stronger message. Because these memes and these things that are already being shared around, that system works, right? That's the reason you've seen it. So there's no point trying to challenge something that works. Just correct the message, make it a stronger message, and then every person that sees your meme or shares your meme is sharing a stronger message, and everyone that learns from that message is learning the right thing. So you know, little tiny subtle changes that we can make in places like that can make an enormous difference going forward. One of the things that we would definitely gain from having this strong, consistent abolitionist message would be that we wouldn't have these people jumping on the bandwagon too. You wouldn't get the likes of like Bear Grylls to telling everyone that he was vegan for 6 months, because everyone would actually accept and understand that veganism was a social justice movement. It was an anti-oppression philosophy that you can't pick up and drop. It would eliminate so many of these people that pretend. It would eliminate quite a lot of the misunderstanding about diet, which would also eliminate quite a lot of the questions that come associated with that diet and all of these other things. If people respected and recognized and that it's actually a social justice movement, this is what they're against, as opposed to, oh yeah, it's a trend, isn't it, that those hippie people do, which is pretty much what we've allowed the general public to think. Like I said, we're always going to have to deal with the media and, you know, anti-vegans kind of doing their own version of diluting, but that's why it's equally important that our message is consistent and strong, because we've got to expect everybody to misinterpret or mislead it anyway. If it's already weak and then it's got the extension or the exaggeration or the dilution from someone else, by the time it gets 3 or 4 ears down the line, that message is completely lost anyway. Whereas at least if it's strong and consistent from our point, from everyone all the time, then at least anytime they speaks to a vegan, they're going to get the same information over and over again. Whereas at the moment, they wouldn't do that. If I went and pulled 10 different vegans from the internet now and asked why they were vegan, for example, what their interpretation of the definition was, they'd all say different things. And that's a problem, because how are we supposed to be united when we're not even united on what the definition of what the cause is? That's something that needs to be corrected. And I think one of the first things that everybody should do, if you identify as a vegan, is learn the history of the movement. I think it's absolutely deplorable that so many people don't know who the founders were or what year it was founded or why it was founded, and are guilty of diluting or making it up. Like, I really think there's nothing more ignorant yourself than joining this movement and not learning its history, not learning the why and what it represents and what you should be doing. How do you expect to participate in something that you've never taken any time to learn? That's something that everybody should take the time to do. If you're willing to watch a 30, 40-minute video on YouTube or whatever, then definitely doing this research. Watch my documentary. I mean, 10 minutes in, it more or less covers the basics, but everybody should know this basic information. Everyone should know that it's a philosophy. Everyone should know that if you're doing this, you're choosing to dilute it. You're choosing to reduce it. You're choosing to make it weaker. It's not the movement. That's never happened. That's you. That's on you. So at the very least, everyone should have that information. And I think it's just respectful too, that when you join something, that you actually research it. Especially if you're one of those people that want to redefine it. Definitely, you need to learn what it meant to begin with. Yeah, that's really important. I'll close it by just emphasizing that the smallest changes that we all as individuals can make to our language and to the message and to the claims making that we put out there, whether that's in person, whether that's in a chat, whether that's on a post on social media or whatever, it's really important. And even to the extent of how we refer to others, they're not it's, they're not some things. If we don't want non-vegans to objectify others, then we shouldn't objectify others. If we want them to respect their rights as individuals, then we need to be consistent and remind them that they're individuals. Every time that we refer to another as something, then that's the objectification cemented and confirmed in their mind. It's not corrected, it's not opposed, it's perpetuated. So we are guilty of that. That's one thing definitely everybody can do. You can make a real effort not to refer to others as things and objects, because you wouldn't want to be referred to as it or something. So don't do it to somebody, anyone, anywhere. And thank you very much for listening to me. More than happy to take your questions now. Cheers.
Thank you, Andy.
You're right. No, you're right. Thank you.
Yeah, I've one question for you to start with. Anyway, I'll kick the ball off. So, in our language and our messaging, should we approach or address or direct our conversation to the other activists who are not on board with animal rights, but who are actually actively pursuing animal welfare and single issues? should we try and talk to them? And if so, what approach would you best advise for that, please, Andy?
So to answer the first bit, yes, definitely, and that's pretty much what I spend the vast majority of my time now. In fact, I probably spend more time communicating with other vegans than I do non-vegans, just purely because I don't think there's enough of that. However, in terms of what's the best way of doing it, great question. I haven't 100% worked out what the most successful way is yet. I've kind of gone through quite a few different things, which is kind of why I got to come to the conclusion of making a film, because that way it was kind of like a message to everyone at once, as opposed to I think a lot of people, when you have this conversation with them, think you're picking on them, think it's a personal thing, or think that, you know, it's them individually that's getting it wrong. And it's the same sometimes when you try and have this conversation, they think you know better, and it's not that. It's like, well, I just recognized that for so long that I was getting this wrong, and now I've corrected it, and I'm just trying to help you do the same. It's not that I'm a better vegan than you. It means that I've realized that for a long time I was a crap vegan, and now I've corrected that, and I just want you to do the same thing in the same way that you want to correct non-vegans. Like, it's the same mentality at the end of the day. It's not hatred. It's not criticism because you don't like them. It's criticism because you want to improve their lives and improve the lives of others. So in terms of what's the most effective, I think anything that you can try. I seem to have the least resistance with just editing memes and reposting them in the comment section. That seems to meet the least resistance, because I don't think anyone feel personally attacked then.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Andy.
No, you're welcome. Thank you for the question.
I've been a vegan since 1979, and I first tried to get involved with the animal rights movement, the animal advocacy movement, in 1977. Trying to join the Hunt Saboteurs then. There was nothing much going on. I was in a place called Scunthorpe, which is a little bit out of the way in England. And so it wasn't until 1979, by which time I was in Essex, that things kind of took off for me, and I started going sabbing. So I got pretty experienced at has been a Hunt Saboteur, and I was also quite lucky in the sense that there's a lot of supportive people around there, so I kind of went vegan within 3 months. So I was quite thankful in a way that I didn't go through the vegetarian phase. I know that a lot of people, you know, get stuck in that, if you like, you know, and you know, you see a lot of people saying, well, if only I'd have gone vegan earlier, or this kind of thing, you know. So I was quite lucky in that sense. By the time we get to the 1980s, which is here, I'm in Liverpool at this time, so I was a member of the Merseyside Sea Shepherd crew, and Sea Shepherd in Europe was quite big at the time, under the leadership of a guy called David McCall, who's sadly died now. And what happened was the Scottish office, they decided to kill some seals, and normally they would kill 2,000 a year, and they decided to kill 6,000. And so Greenpeace arrived with the Rainbow Warrior, before it was sunk by the French. and they arrived, and the Hunt Saboteurs arrived, and then the Scottish office backed down, and then Greenpeace, you know, kind of got the champagne out and the corks and everything, and sailed off, leaving the 2,000 to be killed. And so we thought, well, what's all that about? And so from that moment on, Sea Shepherd took over from Greenpeace, which is kind of often the case all around the world. So I was a kind of a member of Sea Shepherd for a while. I was on the BAV committee, that's the British Union for the Abolition of Vivisection. And then I formed or co-formed a lot of action groups. We had the Edelson Action Group, that's a fur company, the Hazelton Action Group, that was a vivisection laboratory, which is now called Covance. And we also had the Fur Action Group. So there's a few action groups going about. And then there was a interesting kind of relationship between the NOW, who were the first of the Animal Liberation Leagues. There's a whole series of them in the end, throughout the 1980s. Now, they were really interesting because what they would do is they would get a lot of people together at once, up to 300, but often, you know, just 50, 60. And they would go into a place just to look at it, you know, and to take photographs and everything. This is before the age of the internet. So it was like an expose, a little bit like an open rescue, if you like. But the interesting thing about that from an advocacy point of view
is it doesn't really matter then what the farmer says subsequently about, oh, you know, we treat hens this way and that way. If you've been in there, you've felt it, you've seen it, you've smelt it, you know, all that. And so it's very kind of useful. And then for about 8 months, I was the Northern Press Officer for the Animal Liberation Front, which didn't go too well because I got nicked after 8 months, but that's another story. So at present, I'm with the Vegan Information Project, which is based in Dublin, and it's based on vegan outreach to the public, directed at the public mainly, but also at the moment we're trying to do a lot of kind of like a mini course, which is for the advocates. So this in some way is a little bit like that. I'm now kind of an academic. My MA is called the Sociology of Compromise. That's my analysis of the British animal advocacy movement, and that formed the basis of some of the material that we've been going through in Dublin in recent weeks. And then my PhD has got a very long name. In fact, that's not even the length of it. That's just the first part of it. So the socialist construction of human beings and other animals in human non-human relations. So that's where I'm at in terms of my development, if you like. And one of the things that I teach is social movement. So that's where I come in today, in a way. What I'm trying to do then, let's get rid of that. Bring the one that we're supposed to be using. What I try to do today then is do like an informal session. I want it to be kind of fairly interactive. And what I've done is I've assumed that most people here are either involved in animal advocacy or are interested in it. And so in that sense, we're doing that. The plan, if you like, is to run through a few basic sociological themes which are relevant. And it's relevant to the processes of socialization. These are relevant to social movement activity. And so what we're effectively going to do is run through those themes and then revisit them, hopefully interactively, if you like. Okay, so as I said, there are different types of socialization. It's a core concept in sociology. You've got primary socialization when you're children. That's very basic stuff. Even things like how to go to the toilet and use a knife and fork. You know, we need to be taught that. One interesting thing about human influence is that we're helpless when we're born, you know, and but we learn really quick, you know. So we need to be taught things, and usually that's done by the family, and traditionally it's done by the mother. So that's primary socialization within the family unit. And then you move to something called secondary socialization, which is much more complicated because that's where the media gets involved, that's when the teachers get involved, that's when you get a peer group because you go to school and this kind of thing. So that's far more kind of complicated. In some senses, what we'll be concentrating on is the first one, primary, because this is where we lay down our fundamental norms and values. And it's those fundamental norms and values that we, as animal advocates, we kind of come across and against all the time. You know, so when somebody comes up to you in the street and say all those terrible things that they often do, you know, well, God said we could, and they don't feel anything anyway, and all that. These are the values that we get taught when we're really young, you know, and it's quite interesting because there's then a process that you've got to go through to kind of overcome your initial social learning, which is what socialization is. Sometimes when I'm doing this presentation or a presentation like this, and if it's members of the public, as it were, I would give them a blank piece of paper and I'd ask them to please draw a farmyard scene. Please draw a farm. And it's amazing because they usually draw, not as good as this, but they normally draw something like this, right? And of course, we immediately recognize that these are the kind of things that we saw as children, even the kind of read with your parent type books, yeah? And it's really interesting because no matter how many times you do it, these are the pictures that you get back. So you've got the typical farmyard, when you've got the mother animals with their children, you've got homes, there's not a cage in sight, and there's no suggestion of slaughter, there's no suggestion of anything nasty going on in these situations. There's another kind of example of that. There's also quite often a social contract implied with these things because everybody cooperates, you know, and normally what happens is the farmer has a social contract with the other animals, and says things like, I look after you and you produce things for me. And there was one book that I looked at, where it said that in exchange for being cared for, the cows let their milk down for the farmer, so they can keep it up, So that's quite an interesting thing. Now, because this is socialization, this is an interesting slide, because there is a company that provides these massive kind of stickers that you put on the wall. If you see there's a child in a cot, right? And so we are talking about a time when children are very young. And in other words, these are the first lessons that we get about what we are as human beings in relation to what other animals are like. It's quite an interesting one. And just finally, there's another kind of scene. As I said, this company will provide all kinds of things like this. So children, infants, will be growing up with these images around them. Does it last? Well, yes, because again, if as adults, if you ask people to draw a farmyard scene, this is what they draw. They don't draw anything else. This is their image, And so a lot of people who have experience of being on the streets of Dublin campaigning will know that one of the most frequent things that happen is the public come up and go, oh, that doesn't happen in Ireland. Yeah, they say that all the time, that just doesn't happen, and they've got this picture in their mind, or it's all grass-fed in Ireland, or it's all free-range in Ireland, this kind of stuff. It's quite interesting. Okay, so let's turn to sociology proper then. So I just think we'll go through a few slides, and as campaigners, I think you'll see the relevance of these. And then as I say, we'll come back to them in an interactive sense. If you want to just say anything at any time, please do so. That's not a problem. So in general terms, then, sociology is the study of human society, and it's the study of human behavior. And it looks at, in these processes of socialization, how human beings become social actors. Now, that's an interesting thing, because sometimes they call it social agents, and in the social movement context, we're looking for moral agents. It's very important for people to grow up to be moral agents, in other words, to have a good idea of what ethically is right and wrong. We need that for society, but obviously, from our point of view in the animal advocacy movement, it's very important that we're trying to appeal to people's morality when it comes to the animals. And so, generally speaking, we're talking about human beings learning their culture, really. They learn the social rules. They learn the norms, what is normal, what isn't normal. They learn the values, and they learn the culture. Now, when you're teaching a child, you're teaching them values and attitudes, but at the same time, the classic thing that's used in sociology, where you get a situation where you see a difference between the conversation and stereotypically it's supposed to be, one example is working class and another example is middle class, where you get a working class person being interrupted on the phone by the child, and they go, shut up, Norman, go away. I'm on the phone, right? And then the middle class parent is supposed to go, well, look, Norman, I'm on the phone to your auntie and she can't hear me, so if you just going to be quiet for a minute, then I'll tell you all about the concept, so they explain why they should do something as well as just do something, So we infuse things with values, so we tell our children what to do. We also tell them why they should. Don't steal toys from other children. Why? Because stealing is wrong. So we start to build them up into a kind of moral thing straight away. Now, the last word there is culture. And the society, amongst other things, is speciesist. So from the animal advocacy point of view, our main problem, our main target, if you like, is cultural speciesism. Now, speciesism is everywhere. We can't not experience speciesism on a day-to-day basis. It's just everywhere, okay? Now, there is one technical note to note, I think, which is that sociologists tend to use the term speciesism in a rather wider sense than a lot of other people did, including the originators of the term. So a lot of people think that Peter Singer was the originator of the term speciesism, but actually he just popularized it. The person who came up with it, coined it, was called Richard Ryder. Yeah. But this is what a sociologist says. This is David Nybert, his book called Human Rights, Animal Rights. animal rights, human rights, the way around. He talks about the entanglement of the oppression of both of these groups and the liberation of these groups. But he says, speciesism is an ideology. That is, a set of widely held, socially shared beliefs. As we'll see, speciesism, like racism, sexism, and classism, results from and supports oppressive social arrangements. What he's really saying there, and what a sociologist will say to you, is that speciesism is not embedded in individual nasty people. It's in our very culture. We kind of almost like breathe it in all the time. And in some senses, we are taught speciesism. And going back to the title of the talk, that we're growing up as animal lovers who won't harm animals, well, that brings in the ideology of animal welfareism. So we've got a couple of ideologies to think about during the evening. The ideology of speciesism and the ideology of animal welfareism, which effectively says that non-cruel use is feasible and possible. That's its kind of, the welfarist promise is that we can use other animals in an ethically okay way. So the big difference between animal welfare and animal rights, the welfare is about treatment, rights is about use. That's usually the way that we talk about it. Okay, so let's put a bit of flesh on this then. We are social animals, and as social animals, Bauman notes that human beings live in the company of other people, in groups in which we interactively understand that we are greatly dependent on each other. And he immediately says, that's a rather banal thing to say. He says, to say that we live, that to live is to live with others is obvious to the point of banality. And yet, it's the fact that it is a banal statement that gives it sociological power, if you like. It means that we don't really need to think about it. It just is. It just is what happens, and that's the way we understand things. And as we'll see as we go through the evening, we also think about that in terms of human and non-human relations. Often people say, well, that's just the way it is, you know. Or, you know, that classic kind of moral schizophrenia idea that there's an issue about, well, why do you pet one set of animals and why do you eat another set of animals? The sociological answer to that is quite simple. It's because that's their function. You know, in other words, we breed some to be petted and to be ornaments and, you know, living toys, and others are bred to be meat. And so it's no contradiction for a speciesist to use them differently. It's because they're using them in correspondence with what their use is, you know, in terms of the culture. So that's an interesting kind of point in that sense. Okay, so sociology then is about investigating how we are locked together, essentially, in society, and locked in a web of mutual dependency. Now, one way we can think about that is just in our family, a kind of micro view about our family, that we're all interlinked, and that we all rely on each other, we all do things for the family, etc., or children are supposed to do things for the family in the future, that kind of thing. And so you've got that kind of social relationship, and you've got mutual dependency. In a more wider social sense, we're dependent on lots of people all the time. The people who drive buses for us and everything else. And many of the people that we're interdependent with, we'll never meet, we'll never know. For example, who's creating this electricity that we're using right now? We've got absolutely no idea, okay? But what they're doing is really useful. Yeah. This idea is that somewhere down the line, we're going to produce things for society which they can then use. So it's mutual dependency. We are locked in society together. So living amongst others is to live in these manifold webs of human interdependency, and they have important effects on our motivations and about our social behavior. In other words, we don't really do anything as isolated individuals. We do it as social animals. And so therefore, what we do in society means that other people take notice of it. And we care about what they say about what we're doing. And that's just the way it is for social animals. One important product of this interdependency is something sociology has a very special relationship with, which is called common sense or common sense knowledge. It's a very important thing, but it also does things for society. So apart from a consideration of the special relationship between common sense and sociology, Bauman, who is a well-known sociologist from Leeds, regards common sense knowledge and common sense understandings as powerful social mechanisms, and they fundamentally shape our attitudes about the world in which we live. So we've all got ideas about what's going on, but these are taught ideas. They're infused with social values. The apparent power of common sense emerges from the general immunity that it has to be seriously questioned. It has an effective capacity to have a kind of element of self-confirmation about it. Common sense understandings are maintained, says Bauman, through repetition of the routine, the enactment of the monotonous nature of everyday life. That enactment has two characteristics. It informs our common sense. We're doing things all the time, and it's also informed by our common sense. So we know we're on the right track because we're just doing what we always do, and more than that, what everybody else is doing. There's a kind of safety in numbers element to this, just as there is in morality. Bauman adds this: as long as we go through the routine and habitualize motions which fill most of our daily business, we do not need much self-scrutiny and self-analysis. When repeated often enough, things tend to become familiar, and familiar things are self-explanatory. They present no problems and arouse no curiosity. In a way, they remain invisible. So, picture the scene that you've probably all experienced this as individuals, that the very presence of a vegan or a vegetarian in certain social settings is upsetting for other people, right? And that's because of this. Because they're doing things which are totally familiar, totally normal, they've always done it, they think it's grand, nothing's a problem, and then suddenly there's a bloody vegetarian in the house. And that, in some senses, brings forward lots of things that we culturally and individually push back. Human beings are very good at denial. There is something we can do with knowledge, which is like not know it. There are lots of cases about this, even very serious cases, like, for example, women would hold their daughters down to be raped by their fathers and then not know it, they'd forget afterwards. Right? We've got very powerful defense mechanisms going on. There's some really kind of powerful things that go on in there. So repetition is important, and when it talks about routine, we've got to understand that sociologically routine is very important as well. In fact, if most of the time, for most of the day, we know exactly what's happening in general terms, we've got a good idea when we interact with everybody or with machinery, whatever, exactly what's going to happen. If it wasn't the case, living would be terrifying. If, for example, you had no idea what somebody that you're about to kind of pass or meet was going to do, it would be absolutely terrifying. Okay, we've got a pretty good idea. Because we're social animals, we know what's going on, and we expect other people to react, roughly speaking, in a way that makes sense to us. Because we're social animals, we know how to behave. We know how to follow social rules. We follow social rules all the time. In other words, sociologically, most people are conformists. Yeah, but that's good for society in the sense of function. You've conformed by, I don't see anybody in the nude. I don't see anybody in their party gear or swim gear, because you conform to the norms and values of coming to a place like this. I've conformed in the sense that I brought all my stuff and my notes, so I'm conforming as well. We're all conforming to create this place and this event. We're all conforming in order to do it. Now, if we didn't do that, it would be a bit crazy, If you came in here and I just suddenly started going wild, it wouldn't be what you expected, right? So, routine and conformity is good for us. So, power of social groups. Number 12, yes. Okay, as social beings then, humans live in groups which can assert a great hold on the individual. Bauman says that a group can make people, and this means resisting the important messages of the group can be a relatively hard thing to do. Now, you'll start to see, as an animal advocate, the relevance of all this now. Effectively, it's the difference between swimming with the tide and swimming against it. And the question that challenges us is, why should people swim against the tide and give themselves lots of social pain and everything else? Because when we say go vegetarian, when we say go vegan, in some senses that's what you're doing. You're saying make life more difficult for yourself. And so one question we've got to ask is, why would we do that? So abiding by and not challenging might be the best thing to do, because it's the easiest thing to do. Human beings are often looking for the easiest thing to do, the easiest pathway. He says then that changing the individual, which the group has made, can require the utmost exertion. Therefore, abiding by is much the best thing. He says that change would require much more effort, self-sacrifice, determination, and endurance than are normally needed for living placidly and obediently in conformity with the upbringing offered by the group into which one is born. So just look at the power of the language here. Most people, in general terms, when we're just following the norms and values of society and fitting in, when we're fitting in, we're living in this way. We're placid, we're following the rules, we're obedient to the rules, to the law, we're conformists. And then someone from the social movement comes along and says, that's not a good idea, we want you to change completely. And then they're faced with the problems. Bauman goes on, the contrast between the ease of swimming with the stream and the difficulty of changing sides is the secret of that hold which my natural group has over me. Again, another powerful statement about the grip that society has on people. It is a secret of my dependence on my group. If I look closely and try to write down an inventory of all those things I owe to the group, to which I, for better or worse, belong, I will end up with quite a long list. Now, there's one caveat to be had here. This is not saying that no one can change, because we're proof that we can. What this is saying is that for some people in particular, change is very hard and painful and can take a long time, and there are substantial social barriers to change quite often, which is one thing that we've got to find a way around in terms of being animal advocates. So from this standard sociological starting point, that the socialization process is an ongoing phenomenon, it's not limited to childhood, Bauman suggests that later socialization can be regarded as, he calls it, the dialectics of freedom and dependence. The dialectics of freedom and dependence. And they start at birth and they end at death. Now, it's a bit of a mouthful. It's just a fancy way of saying, effectively, that sociologically we are free and unfree at the same time. If you're looking for a quintessential sociological statement, it's that we, all the time, are free and unfree. There's lots of things that we can do, we have freedom to do, but they're usually within an arena which is controlled, the structure of society. So we're free and unfree at the same time. We have some social freedoms, of course, but we're always constrained by society. The idea then is that there is a struggle between these two all the time. That's the dialectics bit. There are two important things to note here. In early socialization, the child appears to have very little opportunity in terms of challenging the content of what she learns early on in her primary socialization. And perhaps an even smaller sense of freedom of choice. She can't decide, for example, which group that she will ultimately depend on in that very early time. Thus, Bowen argues that very young children effectively have no choice about family, locality, neighbourhood, their social class, or their country. These things are not in the power of young children. We are born when we're born, we're taken when we're taken by our parents, etc., etc. We often will be viewed with the values of the class of our parents, etc., etc., etc. Now, this is not just a one-way street, don't get me wrong. It's just that I'm just kind of teasing out the power here. The older one gets, and this is where we start to get some good news, then the choices that one makes can be wider. And Bauman argues that at last, some dependencies now can be challenged, and some can be rejected, while others can be actively sought. We actually are attracted to other things now, and we try to voluntarily assume them. Okay, so we are beginning to see that we do have some choices and we can push back, if you like, but we're never entirely liberated from what we learn in our past, and in some senses, some of our core values will resurface very quickly. And again, if you've been on the street campaigning and you try and scratch it under the surface of what somebody says, you know, what God said or whatever, and we'd die if we didn't eat meat and all those kind of things. If you try and scratch under the surface of that, there's usually either nothing much there, or they'll just go back to core values, you know, kind of, well, my mum said, or, you know, you'll get a lot of interesting stuff. If you really kind of probe people's beliefs, you'll find, distressingly really, that there's often not much underneath. It's all on the surface. You know, you scratch there, and you'll find there's nothing much backing it up. Okay, as suggested then, perhaps the most frequent experience of social life is that of being free and unfree at the same time. Furthermore, while some changes may seem to be attractive, in practice some of those changes may be impossible to bring about. In respect to those changes which are actually possible, Bauman reminds us that even then, the change or the cost of change can be high and rather off-putting. So here then, we've got a suggestion and an argument that some social habits become so firmly fixed that the expense of change may appear to be just too much to take on. There appears to be just a little bit too much to de-learn. We have a lot of established habits that we don't want to forget. They need to be forgot, but we don't want to do it, or it's difficult to do it. Therefore, as we age, making the break becomes possible. At the same time, it might seem impossible to us because we're stuck in our ways. It might seem unlikely. And so people do talk about a generation thing. Let's try and get to the children because they're not fixed in their ways by now. And change for some will appear to be unattractive. Now this is one of the final ones really of this kind of general sociological stuff. And it's just another kind of quintessential sociological statement that I wanted just to make sure that we're engaging here. And Bauman says that the central question of sociology, one could say, is in what way, in what sense does it matter that in whatever they do or may do, people are dependent on other people? In what sense does it matter that they always and cannot but live in the company of, in communication with, in an exchange with, in competition with, in cooperation with other human beings? So again, this is another kind of suggestion about how entangled we are with other people. And for a lot of people, that matters to them. I was at Luxembourg last year for the Animal Rights Conference, and an old friend of mine called Brendan McNally, he was saying, look, it's okay, you know, even if your parents and your family, they meet, they go hunting, they support vivisection, it's still okay to love them, you know, because they are your family, you know, because some people feel the need to kind of completely make a break from that. And that's why you often get this issue of, you know, vegan communities almost who will only interact with other vegans virtually unless they can kind of help it, you know, that kind of thing. It's very difficult to do if you want to lead any kind of, if you like, normal life. So, what sociology can do for us, it can offer a different way of thinking about society. And in particular, it does these two things, the first of which is the important thing for us tonight, which is identify the social in the individual and identify the general in the particular. And so that last one means that sociology has this ability to slide from the micro to the macro and back again, you know, to analyze things. So you can look at a family or some social interaction and then look back at society in general in an abstract way. In terms of the first one, when we meet individuals, they've got all the baggage of their society with them when we meet them. What we learn as children, the attitudes that we are taught, may always be with us. We might want to change, but shaking off the past can be quite hard. Now, social movements, obviously, are often about bringing about change. So we want to do something which this is saying is quite difficult. Being in a social movement is about bringing about societal change. Or we want to change parts of it. Some social movements change all of it. We want a revolution. Some people just want to change part of it. Being in a social movement also changes us. The people in social movements change. And that means sometimes they can change so much that they have difficulty talking to what they now regard as conventional, orthodox abusers, whatever, because they have changed so much that they can left the rest of society behind, if you like. So, social movements transform us. The idea about social movements is that we are looking for transformation of society, that they transform us as well. In some senses, the key to it is to understand that this complex situation is what's with us while we campaign, while we try to talk to other social animals, human beings, in terms of our values. We've got to understand that they're bringing a whole lot of their own values with them, which contradict what we say, even if there's not much behind it. And then, from our point of view, we also need to realize that there is that safety in numbers issue. You know, I've been on many a public forum discussing this, that, and the other, politics.ie, for example. And people can write things there in defense of our use, and they literally make no sense. And yet, a lot of people pile in and go, "I agree with John. I think what you say is right." You know, and you're thinking that doesn't make any sense. It's the fact that there's a safety in numbers thing there, you know, which they're relying on. Okay, so this is the more interactive bit, if you like. I'd like some kind of comments, if you will, because we're going back really in terms of what was said. This is kind of like the least of the interesting things for us, but we've got this manifold webs of interdependency. So we have to realize that, you know, the people that we're trying to influence are going to be people who are experiencing this just as we are. And one mistake that animal advocates seem to make, especially those who find changing easy, is they often expect other people to be able to change just as easily as they did. And you can often hear that, you know, on Facebook or whatever. Well, I changed, so everybody else can change, you know. I did this, you know, get a backbone, you know, what's the matter with you, and all this kind of stuff. And in some senses, they're kind of ignoring the fact that other people are finding this change and this embeddedness into their own social norms and their own families and their own communities, etc. They're finding it quite difficult to do. And it's no kind of mistake, really, sociologically, to understand that usually the biggest animal rights groups are in urban places rather than rural places, and larger places rather than small places, because it's those smaller places which have got an even harder hold on people than elsewhere. Let's move on to the next one, see what we can make of that. Okay, so this is the repetition thing. Now, I'm just wondering whether you've experienced this idea, because when we go up to people and suggest that they are doing wrong, we're suggesting that they've been making moral errors for years, you know, and that just because their family say it's okay, just because all their friends are doing it, and just because it's advertised on TV every night and you can see it in every Hollywood film or whatever, it's still wrong. We're challenging something, yeah, and they can use all of what they know about that issue against us, because we're saying, well, look, we're all doing it, you know, safety in numbers. You know, anybody experienced that? I mean, I certainly have. Yeah. Anybody got any examples of it? People said things. I mean, we did a painted view, and Irina here found one person very kind of challenging because he reckoned he worked in a slaughterhouse for a time. And it's interesting because, again, this thing about not having to make sense is he contradicted himself, but it didn't matter to him that he had, and we didn't even get a chance to say. Because at one point he says, well, we're not that cruel anymore in Ireland. In fact, we're quite gentle the way that we kill animals now. And then within about 2 minutes, he was saying, well, animals don't feel pain. In fact, you can stand on it, and it won't feel pain, you know. And so that begs the question, well, why suddenly is the system got all gentle then? You know, it didn't matter that he was contradicting himself, because normally that value would never be challenged. You know, and we see that, which is why people come up sometimes and they are quite taken aback. You know, I mean, I don't know, and I think a lot of people here have had experience of being on the streets with people, and some people can be quite taken aback. And what they will often do as a defense mechanism is be quite dismissive. Oh, I'm not listening to that rubbish, you know. And one great thing for them, especially if you're on a stand or a stall, is that they can walk away, you know. And so when they start losing the argument, or they're kind of losing, you know, it's get a bit shaky, you know, the foundational thoughts are starting to be challenged. They think, oh, I'm not having any of this, and they'll walk away. You know? And then the only thing that we can hope for is that we've planted a few seeds, you know, and that's the way it is. So this thing here is that when we're familiar with things like eating meat, and using L'Oreal or whatever, then there's no problem. Everybody else is doing it. What's the problem? If there was some problem, something would be done about it. The government would do something about it. And there's one issue, which is really kind of an ironic one, where the animal welfare groups, like the ISPCA, are kind of used within this construct to suggest to people that what they're doing is okay. So I'll tell you how it works. ISPCA is to prevent cruelty to animals, right? So what people do when they're in the supermarket, they pick up a piece of meat in their foam thing and they put it into their bag, and they know there's no cruelty in that piece of meat. Why? Because the ISPCA exists, and their job is to prevent cruelty to animals. So if there was any cruelty to animals, then that wouldn't have been on the shelf in the first place. That's what they can tell themselves. And it's quite a usual thing. But also, that's even if they even question themselves in the first place. So not only have they got that first thing about there's no problem here, they've got that second thing about, well, I know that because the groups would have done something about it, or the government would have done something about it. All right, a couple more. This idea of the group making people, and the idea of changing. So we must have all known people who say things like, I'm sympathetic to you, but I can't change. I can't do it. And there's quite an interesting thing in the vegan movement now about vegetarians who often say that about cheese. Cheese seems to be the big thing. So there's a lot of discussion about the idea that cheese is addictive, because of this casomorphine in it, which is like a chemical compound which effectively adheres the infant to the mother. And because cheese is such an unusual product, what you've got is concentrated car food. I always call it car food because of it is. So you've got concentrated car food, and you eat it in a big block, so you get a lot of that into you, according to some people. And that means that cheese itself can be quite addictive, you know. But I've known people for years and years and years saying, you know, it's just too hard. I can't do what you do or what you've done. Which is often why, another distressing thing for me, I think, is that when people say, oh, you're so brave, or you must be so strong, you know. And that is such a useful thing for them to say. It's kind of like, yeah,
You're so disciplined.
you're disciplined, yeah, kind of like, you know. But they're saying, that's great for you because you're strong. I'm weak, I can't do that. I'm off to McDonald's. So it's a very, socially, that's a really kind of convenient thing to give somebody else that compliment. Oh, you're so strong, you know. You've got such self-discipline that you can be vegan, you know. I might be a mad idea, but you could do it because you're so strong. And then, of course, the negative version of that is, well, you can do that because you're so fanatical, and you're such an extremist, you know. And that's another way of pushing people away, you know. And so we've got all these kind of defense mechanisms which we use all the time. There's a whole kind of series of them, you know. And this is, I think it's, in some senses, when I give this talk, people think it's a bit depressing because it's suggesting that our job is very hard. Well, I think there's some truth in that. It's not just a question of giving somebody a leaflet and that's it, you know. Although, of course, we all know people who say, well, I got a leaflet from somebody and bingo, I was a vegan next day, right? It tends not to happen with most people, as we know. In fact, leaflets are interesting because most of them end up on the floor and stuff like that now. But you know, the fact is that because we've done it, doesn't mean that a lot of people will do it. You know, they've got all these social mechanisms, and they're all conformists. And then this is that question that we need to ask ourselves. If you've got a leaflet and you hand it to somebody, why should they take it?
Because it would be rude to just say keep it.
No, but for what reason? I mean, like, I made this point in my PhD. If people think about animal suffering and slaughterhouses, as Rossby says, houses of slaughter, for a nanosecond, they're going to think, there's probably going to be a lot about that I don't like. I certainly don't want to read about it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to watch a film about it. There's probably going to be a lot about that that's going to make me looking, you know, it's going to make me feel uncomfortable. And here's somebody giving me that knowledge and going, go on, take this pain, go on, take this pain. So, you know, in that kind of social psychology, we've got to ask ourselves, what induces them to take it, you know? Now, obviously, you can get grander ideas, like, for example, one citizen giving another citizen a leaflet is one of the basics of democracy. So they should take it for that reason, you know? But don't get me started on those chuggers people, you know, who completely wrecked that entire system, you know? It's like people now, in the 1980s, people used to come up to us to get a leaflet, you know? Now, you try and give people a leaflet, it's almost like, what explosives in that, you know? What kind of poison's embedded into that thing? Because they're expecting you to try and sign them up to, to Amnesty International or something, you know, or concern. So they think that you want their money, you know? But going back to this then, we are really socially saying that, swim against the tide, and in some senses, the people in this room have done that to various degrees. We've done that. We've broken free of that and we are swimming the other way to some degree. And, don't be surprised if there's elements of uncomfortableness about it. Particularly, and this is the sociological point, particularly if the people that are most unreceptive are your family. A lot of people, I see this on Facebook all the time, I can't get through to my family. My family won't listen to me, blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff. And it really distresses them. Now, interestingly, sociologically, that's kind of to be expected. In some senses, talking to them might be the hardest people to talk to. Because when a stranger comes to you and go, oh, I've got an argument, what do you think of this? You're just listening to the argument. When a family member does it, you've got all the family baggage and everything with it, all the rest for years and years and years. So that changes the fact that you're not just receiving information. So sometimes it's not that the family member won't change or anything. It's often the fact that, in some sense, it's the wrong person trying to interact with them. Sometimes a stranger will be better doing it than that. So the cost is off-putting. And then I think this might be the final one. This is our slide of hope, I call it. Our slide of hope, which is that it is true that we're very locked down when we're in primary socialization. We don't have much control of our lives. We're in our little families and everything. But then very quickly, things do change, and you do start to meet other people, and our choices do become wider, and then, we can, depending if we're willing to pay the cost, we can make change. And that is an interesting thing, because I've written a blog entry which is called A Numbers Game. We are still in the pioneer stage of veganism. So we now, our generation of vegans can still regard themselves as pioneers. We're still in the pioneer stage, with 1-2% of the population at the most. And then, if you want, you can then start splitting them up, ethical vegans, all that kind of stuff. And then there's the argument about if you're not an ethical vegan, you're not vegan, it gets a bit complicated. But it's a numbers game. Our job, I think, is that if we build the foundation of the veganism as a social movement and make it the moral baseline of the animal rights movement, then we're building a strong foundation for the vegans who will come in after us. And the better that we build the foundation, the easier it is for them to erect the structure on top of it. And the more slapdash we are at it at this stage, the more work those people who follow us have to do. And I tend to think of it as that way. So, people can change. And when numbers grow, then change will be easier and easier and easier until it gets to the stage where it's the norm. And that's the idea. A vegan world would be that veganism is the norm. It will take that build-up. If you think about the number of plant-based foods that we've got available to us now, even in Ireland, I know that the range of things in Ireland is not as good as elsewhere, but even in Ireland, especially a place like Dublin and the cities and everything, it's quite big when you think about it, and they're catering to a very minute percentage of the population. If that got to 2, 3, 4, and then they start to think there's some incentive here to do some research and development, R&D, you can just imagine the explosion of vegan stuff that would come. So that's why it's a numbers game. So that's why if people are pessimistic or thinking we're still small, nothing's changing, and most people I know, are not getting it and all that, we still have to believe that there are vegans out there, and we need to hope that there's enough of them to make some substantial change. So we're all vegan pioneers. And so if you want to read about that, there's a website, and it's called Hello Donald. We're all Donald Watson. Okay, does anyone want to say anything so I don't have to keep chuntering at you?
I'd like to say something, because it might also give everyone hope. I'm not a vegan, yes. This made me consider it very much, actually, but that was not the point.
It's my point.
Yes.
I do mind when I can, actually.
So what I was going to say is, even while not being a vegan, I don't eat much meat, milk, any of that. And even just by living that way, I'm infecting my friends. I don't even talk to them, but they start to cook vegetarian meals and think about how much milk they use. And it's really nice because I'm not even promoting it, that's all. So that just by living your life, you already change the world. And I think that's a fantastic thing.
Yeah, it's interesting that. I mean, I wonder, I know the answer to this from one person very much, but, in terms of, do you think just being a vegan or a vegetarian is actually campaigning?
Yeah.
In some way, it's not enough as it's just. I think in some ways with our family and neighbors, it's more efficient than trying to convert people.
Because they ask you questions and then you answer.
No, it's just like just like she said, just by being a vegan and being there, they start to think about that, and it's more efficient than going toward them and
So how do they find out they're
saying,
vegan in the first place?
Hmm?
How do they find out? I mean, people know that they're trying this.
Yeah, well, with the family, at first we had to explain just bits, of course. But then once they are used to, it's not by telling them, or you're doing wrong, you should eat less cheese, you should eat less, see how I'm healthy, etc. It's more efficient just to act, they see by themselves without the need to say them. You see what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
But
It's interesting, guys. I know for a fact that Bernie is sat behind you there. It's kind of like she sees it the other way around, don't you? That veganism just comes from campaigning. That's how you see it, isn't it?
well, I feel if you go vegan, well, back in the 80s when I went vegan, I sort of went vegan and sort of, I was vegan, but mainly the campaign was against the separate issues. Like I sort of still do, I suppose. But now, veganism sort of is as much of an issue as all the other issues together. I know I separate them, and I know you don't. We don't really see eye to eye on this. I see the real campaigning as helping the animals right now by trying to change some of the legislation, some of the atrocities that are going on. Whereas Roger sees the issue as, let's even get one vegan this month, and that vegan won't do any harm, and that's nearly more productive than the other way of campaigning. But I think we need both.
Yeah, yeah.
I think going vegan is not enough. You know, I get into trouble for saying that, but I sort of feel going vegan is not enough. I have to do more than that. Get out with the placards, get out and save animals. You know, now.
It's interesting. I'm always interested in your perspective because it's as though.
Did you catch up with you?
There is that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you do know my phone number, which was a mistake. But you know, like there are a percentage of vegans who become vegan, and then they don't campaign in your eyes, right, or your thing. And then, but you know, veganism itself doesn't preclude people campaigning, which is the odd bit. You know, like it's as though you're almost like expecting a certain percentage of them to say, "Okay, I'm doing my bit now. That's it." Yeah. And so.
Well, you see, I suppose a certain percentage of us older campaigners, let's say we're older, we're not teenagers anymore, but a certain percentage of us, like probably Brendan McNally that you mentioned earlier, I know Brendan, he would feel, get out there on the streets and sort of, you know, there's so much stuff going on, like the abuse of horses or the turkeys on the turkey farms, all the things that are going on just right now, they need to be addressed because you can't ignore them. That's more the reason. They're so bad you can't ignore them.
Okay, well, I mean, first of all, I think that campaigning for veganism is not ignoring anyone in that sense. But I take.
Well, we feel there's an awful lot of bun eating. Like I don't go for the bunny, right? That's our meat up and eat
Well,
buns.
I think
you
that's
know,
I think
vegan
that's really
buns.
one of the reasons that the VIP was formed
Yeah.
is because our focus is the public, and the idea is to get out there in people's faces with the vegan message. And the interesting thing is that until very recently, I mean, this idea that veganism is now the moral baseline of the animal rights movement, it's quite controversial because it never was fully accepted, and there are some influential people who are kind of sliding back from that now. People are kind of enjoying stuff. So that idea, you know, has not been taken on. But there's some of the worries about campaigning for veganism is the fact that people are scared of the name. So we kind of wanted to test that out with VIP. We had a 16-week residency in Temple Bar. We had a stall there all day on a Wednesday for 16 weeks with massive vegan signs: Vegan Information Day, Why Vegan, Vegan Information Project. You know, it wasn't a question of sign this petition to save the whales, and then you know you sneak them at a vegan leaflet. It was very kind of open. You know, but in some sense we wanted to kind of test that hypothesis that veganism is a scare word, even in a place like Ireland. And we didn't find it at all, did we? We found very many people open to it. I call them vegan curious, you know. And you know, people are doing that, and we're now starting to get a lot of reports about people who wear these kind of things and vegan badges and everything. That people are kind of coming up to them, asking them questions about it because they see the word, and they also are kind of quite curious about it, you know. So I think you can marry the two. Obviously, I mean, I'm a vegan campaigner, I think, as opposed to just a vegan advocate.
Well, I think so, yeah. I mean, I never made any secret about veganism. Always on radio and all the rest of it. I was asked, you went straight what I was. But a lot of people do, like Lula on Prime Time, took the welfare stance.
Yeah.
To
Is there anybody who thinks that's a good tactic to actually not
lie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of the things that I agree with Yoski about is that I'm not a politician, and I think it's difficult. You know, like there was one guy gave a lecture this year's Luxembourg thing, and he was saying, effectively, you don't have to tell people the truth, you know, because you are not the audience. So in other words, you can do this kind of Nick Cooney thing, foot in the door thing, and it's almost like, oh no, we don't want you to go vegan. It's just meat-free Monday, I think. But really, you do want them to go vegan. It's just that you're not going to tell them that, and then you kind of let them in a little bit at a time, type of thing.
It doesn't work anymore. Years ago, it might have worked. Back in the 80s and 70s.
I just wonder if anybody thought that would be.
But now the hunters, the vivisectors, they all know the agenda, and the agenda is really veganism.
Yeah. Okay. And that's why you get that. Yeah.
So it's silly to try and say, "Oh no, we just want to end fur, but we're not asking you to go vegan." That's silly. They can see through it now. It doesn't work.
Okay.
You have to be honest. I think.
Hey, Earthlings, welcome along to a special edition of the Vegan Time Tunnel. So we're putting together an archive of historical events in the animal movement, and we have a goodie today, which is why we have a special program. And I'm going to explain that in a second. But first, welcome to the Time Tunnel. Right, time for the old eyes for this. So, yes, this is the animal rights debate of 1989, and it's a full recording which has just been unearthed. So this is pretty good. So we're traveling back then, obviously, to 1989, and it was an incredible year. For example, it was the suppression by the Chinese government of the Tiananmen Square protests in Beijing. And everybody will remember this very iconic representation of that. This actually is Jordan Wyatt's version from the Invercargill Vegan Society. But the year was momentous for lots of things, and many of them much more positive than this. In political history, it was called the Year of Revolutions of 1989. And that meant it led to the end of communism, and all that started in Poland and in Hungary. The biggest event probably was the fall of the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall was erected in 1961, and it was erected overnight. And it came down almost just as fast. And this was in 89, obviously. And it was part of this year of revolutions, which eventually led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. F.W. de Klerk was elected as the president of South Africa. This is time of apartheid, of course. And that began the dismantlement of the apartheid system over the next 5 years or so. And that led to the election of Nelson Mandela as the president of the country. Meanwhile, it was the time of the first written proposal for something called the World Wide Web. That occurred in 1989. And it was also the first time of commercial internet service providers. And they serviced in the year as well. So quite a momentous year all told. In terms of the animal rights movement, the BBC had decided to present a 5-hour program presented by Arena, and that was called Animal Night. And it ended, the 5 hours ended with a debate watched by approximately 1 million people. And that featured Tom Regan, Richard Ryder, and the Reverend Professor Andrew Lindsay. So we're about to watch the entire thing. And the entire thing, at least to me, has been lost for many, many years. So this is a pretty special occasion in that sense. It's recently been unearthed by a tenacious rights-based activist known as Not Your Mum, Not Your Milk. So thank you very much for your work to find this, which is, for me, incredible. Now, you'll see the opponents of animal rights, for example, Baroness Mary Warnock. She seems very confused about the difference between legal rights and moral rights. Stephen Rose is there opposing animal rights, and he says that he's proud to be a speciesist. And also Germaine Greer, who, amongst other things, speculated that children might vote for a right to have sexual relations with adults, which sounds even worse now than it did back then. And that was, as it were, bad enough. There's also quite a few for and against contributions from the audience, including some that you'll find quite surprising, possibly the most by David Icke, who was representing the Green Party at the time. And he was talking about Henry Salt. There was also a militant-sounding RSPCA representative, if you can get your head around that thing. And also plenty of people who just couldn't seem to get their head around the entire idea of animal rights. And they were kind of stuck in the welfare paradigm. What else is new? Now, people know the history and the fate of the animal movement concerns me. And so this is 89, and the year, or the years prior to 1989, and a few years after, but sadly not many, this was the time, probably the only time, when it seemed possible that a genuine animal rights movement was being formed. It was 6 years after this, the publication of the groundbreaking text, The Case for Animal Rights, in 1983. It was 1 year after this, which many people still regard to be the greatest animal rights speech ever given. And, you know, it was 3 years before the welfarists started fighting back. And eventually they did fight back, and they did squash the animal rights movement. And that really is marked by this publication, Counterpoint, 1992, The Animals Agenda. And so on the one hand, you've got Tom Regan and Gary Francione, and on the other, you've got Ingrid Newkirk, who says that she is batting for animal welfare. And so the rest, as they say, is history. And now we don't really have an animal rights movement, or at least not according to people like Gary Francione. Anyway, this debate then really took place at the heyday of Tom Regan. He was the lead speaker here. You'll notice that Peter Singer is not there because he's not an animal rightist. And so, as they say, enjoy.
Good evening. Welcome to the Royal Institution of Great Britain. For those of you who've been watching Animal Night earlier on, I am not a spitting image puppet, but rather the chairman for tonight's arena debate, which is on the motion that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights. Speaking for that motion will be the philosopher, Dr. Tom Regan, the theologian, the Reverend Dr. Andrew Lindsay, and Richard Ryder, who's a psychologist. And speaking against the motion will be the philosopher, Baroness Mary Warnock, Professor of Biology, Stephen Rose, and the writer, Dr. Germaine Greer. Also in the audience here at the Royal Institution, we've gathered together animal rights campaigners, politicians, scientists, animal trainers, animal behaviorists, and some good ordinary vegetarians and carnivores as well. I'm sure that everyone here is bound to be covered by at least one of these categories. As to the order of our proceedings tonight, the main speakers sitting up here on either side of the lectern will have 5 minutes each to put their arguments. Then I will throw the debate open for contributions from the floor. At the end, Mary Warnock and Tom Regan will sum up before we proceed to a vote. However, so we can judge how effective or otherwise the debate will prove in swaying opinions, let's get some idea now where our audience stands on this issue at the outset. So will all those in favor of tonight's motion that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights, all those in favor of that, please now give a show of hands. Thank you very much indeed. And all those against the idea that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights? Well, by my imperfect calculation, I would say that that is, at the moment anyway, about 2 to 1 in favor of the motion. We'll see how things turn out once all the arguments have been put at the end of the night. But now to get our debate underway, the first speaker tonight is a philosopher, author, and filmmaker. Dr. Tom Regan is professor of philosophy at North Carolina State University. He is generally recognized in the United States as the intellectual leader of the animal rights movement. Like all the main speakers here, as I was saying a moment ago, Dr. Regan will have 5 minutes to present his case, and in order to keep us all on time, I shall warn each speaker in turn when they have 1 minute left. Without further ado, I now call on Tom Regan to propose the motion.
The other animals humans eat, use in science, hunt, trap, and exploit in a variety of other ways have a life of their own that is of importance to them apart from their utility to us. They are not only in the world, they are aware of it and also of what happens to them. And what happens to them matters to them. Each has a life that fares experientially better or worse for the one whose life it is. Like us, they bring a unified psychological presence to the world. Like us, they are somebodies, not some things. In these fundamental ways, the non-human animals in labs and on farms, for example, are the same as human beings. And so it is that the ethics of our dealings with them and with one another must rest on some of the same fundamental moral principles. At its deepest level, an enlightened human ethic is based on the independent value of the individual. To treat human beings in ways that do not honor their independent worth, to reduce them to the status of tools or models or commodities, for example, is to violate that most basic of human rights, the right to be treated with respect. The philosophy of animal rights demands only that logic be respected, for any argument that plausibly explains the independent value of human beings implies that other animals have the same value and have it equally. And any argument that plausibly explains the right of humans to be treated with respect also implies that these other animals have this same right and have it equally also. As a result of selective media coverage in the past, to which this evening's debate is a notable and praiseworthy exception, the general public has tended to view advocates of animal rights in exclusively negative terms. We are anti-intellectual, anti-science, anti-rational, anti-human. We stand against justice and for violence. The truth, as it happens, is quite the reverse. The philosophy of animal rights is on the side of reason. For it is not rational to discriminate arbitrarily. And discrimination against non-human animals is demonstrably arbitrary. It is wrong to treat weaker human beings, especially those who are lacking in normal human intelligence, as tools or models, for example. It cannot be rational, therefore, to treat other animals as if they were tools, models, and the like, if their psychology is as rich as or richer than these human beings. The philosophy of animal rights is pro, not anti-science. This philosophy is respectful of our best science in general and of evolutionary biology in particular. The latter teaches that, in Darwin's words, humans differ from many other animals in degree and not in kind. Questions about line drawing to one side, it is obvious that the animals used in laboratories, raised for food, and hunted for pleasure or trapped for profit, for example, are our psychological kin. This is not fantasy. This is fact, supported by our best science. The philosophy of animal rights stands for, not against, justice. We are not to violate the rights of the few so that the many might benefit. Slavery allows this. Child labor allows this. All unjust social institutions allow this, but not the philosophy of animal rights, whose highest principle is that of justice. The philosophy of animal rights stands for peace and against violence. The fundamental demand of this philosophy is to treat humans and other animals with respect. This philosophy, therefore, is a philosophy of peace, but it is a philosophy that extends the demand for peace beyond the boundaries of our species. For there is an undeclared war being waged every day against countless millions of non-human animals. To stand truly for peace is to stand firmly against their ruthless exploitation. And what, aside from the common menu of media distortions, what will be said by the opponents of animal rights? Will the objection be that we are equating animals and humans in every respect, when in fact humans and animals differ greatly? But clearly we are not saying that humans and other animals are the same in every way, that dogs and cats can do calculus, or that pigs and cows enjoy poetry. What we are saying is that, like humans, many other animals have an experiential welfare of their own. In this sense, we and they are the same. In this sense, therefore, despite our many differences, we and they are equal. Will the objection be that we are saying that every human and every animal has the same rights, that chickens should have the right to vote, and pigs a right to ballet lessons? But of course, we are not saying this. All we are saying is that these animals and humans share one basic moral right, the right to be treated with respect. Will the objection be that because animals do not respect our rights, we therefore have no obligation to respect their rights either? But there are many human beings who have rights and are unable to respect the rights of others, young children, and the mentally enfeebled and deranged of all ages. In their case, we do not say that it is perfectly all right to treat them as tools or models or commodities because they do not honor our rights. On the contrary, we recognize that we have a duty to treat them with respect. What is true of cases involving these human beings is no less true of cases involving other animals. Will the objection be that if other animals do have more, even if other animals do have moral rights, there are other more important things that need our attention: world hunger and child abuse, for example, apartheid, drugs, violence to women, the plight of the homeless? After we take care of these problems, then we can worry about animal rights. This objection misses the mark, for the rank and file of the animal rights movement is composed of people whose first line of service is human service. Doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, people involved in a broad range of social services, from rape counseling to aiding victims of child abuse or famine or discrimination, teachers at every level of education, ministers, priests, rabbis.
Dr.
As
Reagan,
the lives of these people demonstrate,
Dr. Reagan, could you do your best to bring your remarks to a
the
close in a
choice
minute or
thoughtful
so?
people face is not between either helping humans or helping other animals. One can do both. We should do both. Will the objection be, finally, that no one has rights, not any human being and not any other animal either, but rather that right and wrong are a matter of acting to produce the best consequences, being certain to count everyone's interests and to count equal interests equally? This moral philosophy, utilitarianism, has a long and venerable history. Influential men and women, past and present, are among its adherents, and yet it is a bankrupt moral philosophy, if ever there was one. Are we seriously to inquire into the interest of the rapist before declaring rape wrong? Should we ask the child molester whether his interest would be frustrated before condemning the molestation of our children? Remarkably, a consistent utilitarianism demands that we ask these questions, and in so demanding relinquishes any claim on our rational assent. With regard to the philosophy of animal rights, then, is it rational, impartial, scientifically informed? Does it stand for peace and against injustice? To all these questions, the answer is an unqualified yes. And as for the objections that are raised against this philosophy, are those who accept it able to offer rational, informed answers? Again, the answer is yes. In the battle of ideas, the philosophy of animal rights wins, its critics lose. It remains to be seen which side emerges as the victor in the ongoing political battle between what is just and what is not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom Regan. And the lead speaker against the motion tonight is the philosopher Baroness Mary Warnock. Mary Warnock is mistress of Girton College, Cambridge University, and has written about philosophy, education, and science. She's probably best known, however, for chairing Home Office committees investigating human fertilization and animal experiments. I now call on Mary Warnock to open the case against the motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege to be here to do this. I want to start by asking you to give your attention to the notion of rights. And I'd like you to think of one very simple example just to help the process of thinking about rights. If I claim a right of way over your land, I may successfully do so if and only if there is a bylaw which entitles me to cross your land. Now, supposing that there is no such bylaw, but I am very much in the position of wanting to go across your land, even needing to go across your land. Let's say I'm confined to a wheelchair and can get to the station to work only if I can go across your land. Now, in this case, there are two things that I can say. I can either say there ought to be a right of way across your land. That's to say, there should be a law, though there isn't, to entitle me to go across your land. Or alternatively, I can say, you ought to let me go across your land, whether there's a bylaw to say that I have a right to do so or not. Now, if I put my case to you, that it would really be enormously convenient to me to go across your land, then if you're a decent kind of person, you will probably say that I may. And I will enjoy the privilege of going across your land on my wheelchair. Nevertheless, I could not, in this case, claim that I had a right to go across the land. And if you sold your land and somebody else bought it, I would have to appeal all over again to the purchaser's moral sense and good feeling to let me go across. Neither does your permission to me to go across the land entitle anybody else to go across the land. It is not a general permission. It's given to me because you are a humane, kind, right-thinking, charitable, agreeable, morally good sort of a person. Now, the point of my giving this simple example is to call attention to the difference between the case where there is a right that may be claimed and the whole multitude of transactions between human beings and between humans and animals where there is no right because there's no law, but we do distinguish between good behavior and bad behavior. I believe in my own case that I have a duty to talk to my pupils if they wish to talk to me, to be loyal to my colleagues, to be forgiving of my children, whatever outrages they commit, to be kind to my grandchildren, all kinds of things I believe to be my duty. And if I fulfill this duty to any extent, then so far I'm thought to be morally all right. And if I neglect my duty, I'm morally all wrong. Most of our transactions, one with another, can be judged in moral grounds, but cannot be talked about in terms of rights because there are no rights governing the way we ought to treat our children, the way we ought to treat our colleagues, except in the extreme cases where there are laws to prevent committing criminal offences against either our children or our colleagues. Now, in the case of humans, people sometimes argue for a Bill of Rights. So we need to think what is good or useful about a Bill of Rights. And I'm not wholly convinced that it is always useful to have such a bill. But whether it's useful or not in every case, the point of a Bill of Rights is to call attention to certain needs that human beings have, which must not be neglected. Whatever the laws of their country, whatever the conventions may be. And the point of the Bill of Rights is that the needs of all people should be regarded as equal. And I insist on this point, which is very, very important to a Bill of Rights. A Bill of Rights is a bill to produce equality of treatment. If you like, equality of respect, but I'm never quite sure about what's meant by respect. But at any rate, equality of treatment, so that whether somebody's own country regards the rights and the way we ought to treat black people as equally important with the way that we ought to treat white people, whether their own country regards this as right or not, a Bill of Rights would ensure that black or white, child or grown up, whoever they are, their needs and their interests would be equally regarded. So the entire point of a Bill of Rights is to ensure equality. So now we need to raise the question, what would be a Bill of Rights for animals? Now, when we talk about animals, we're talking about vast numbers of creatures who have nothing in common whatsoever, except that they're non-human. And personally, I rather object to lumping all these creatures together and thinking of them as one sort of creature. A Bill of Rights for animals would indeed be a very weird Bill of Rights, because the purpose of a Bill of Rights is equality. And are we really convinced that a Bill of Rights should treat the needs to live of a virus as of exactly equal importance as the need to live of, let's say, a young lamb or a young hen?
Lady Warnock, I'm sorry, but to guarantee equality of treatment with Dr. Reagan, I'll have to ask you to wind up in about a minute. Thank you.
Well, I certainly will. So the Bill of Rights has to suggest equality between all these animals. And that's one thing which makes me think that the motion to have a Bill of Rights for animals is really an absurdity. But the second and more important thing, which is my last point, is this. I am not at all certain what we really think that the Bill of Rights for animals ought to contain. Dr. Reagan says respect. But does that mean that we must never use animals in any circumstances for our own purposes? Because I suspect that this is what it means. First of all, obviously, it would mean that we must never kill animals for our own interest, whether for the table or to get them out of our rubbish heap if they're flies or whatever it is. We must not kill them, because that would go against their basic right, presumably, which is the right to life. But what about using them? Is it really the case that we believe that no animal should ever be used, according to the Bill of Rights, for human interests? We should never ride them, we should never milk them, we should never geld them, obviously, we should never get wool from them, we should never, in any circumstances, use them for our own purposes if they had what might properly be called a Bill of Rights. So what I would like you to do is to vote against this proposition, because to say that what we want is a Bill of Rights for animals is fooling around with words. Of course we all want animals to be properly treated, and there is in place already a law which condemns cruelty to animals. It's not a particularly good law and it's not very well kept, but there is that law. What we cannot seriously, and I mean seriously, contemplate is that all animals equally should have the right to life and liberty which is what any Bill of Rights must presumably contain. So I ask you to reflect on the words of the motion and therefore to reject it.
Thank you, Lady Warnock. And now we have the second speaker for the motion, and he is Richard Ryder, who studied animal behavior at Cambridge University and Columbia, then for many years practiced as a clinical psychologist in Oxford. He became a key figure in the animal rights revival of the 1970s and is currently a director of the RSPCA. Richard Ryder.
Ladies and gentlemen, my concern is with pain. The pain and distress and misery of millions of non-human animals throughout the world, at this very moment, being tormented in laboratories, often for trivial purposes such as the testing of cosmetics, imprisoned in small cages in factory farms, being bled to death in slaughterhouses, struggling with broken legs in steel-toothed traps, impaled by harpoons, dying in polluted and poisoned habitats, being skinned alive in Oriental kitchens, or being baited or hounded to death here in Britain. The cries and screams of these millions of oppressed sentients is continuous, but almost unheard, for it usually takes place far away in the wilderness or hidden behind the locked doors of laboratories, dogfighting pits, factory farms, or abattoirs. A secrecy which in itself suggests that we know itself produces more and more evidence to support the common sense view that many non-human animals suffer pain, terror, and distress in much the same way that we do ourselves. We share, after all, very similar nervous systems. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution taught us that instead of there being a huge difference between us and the other animals, that we are in fact all related. Today, therefore, we must ask the question, if that is so, why do we continue to abuse, exploit, and tyrannize our kin? There are, of course, several reasons. We exploit non-humans for profit, but we also do it out of sheer unthinking convention. We've always done it, so why not continue? We also bully the other species because they are weaker than us and because we foolishly think it is manly to do so. Such misplaced machismo is responsible for much violence and cruelty in the world today, from football hooliganism to the vandalism of blood sports. The new green movement, of which the campaign for animal rights is an important part, must fight this Rambo destructiveness. Only Mrs. Thatcher seems to think that it is green to wear fur. It's because the other animals can suffer that we should care about them. To argue that we are allowed to cause them pain for our selfish human benefit merely because they are of a different species is speciesism, a prejudice just as irrational as sexism or racism, which emphasizes physical differences while overlooking the great psychological and moral similarity that we can all suffer. It is, of course, wrong to argue that the suffering of some is justified by the benefits of others. This is the notorious argument that ends can justify means. It's been used by tyrants for centuries. It is used sometimes today by factory farmers, seal killers, and especially by animal experimenters. If this argument is sound, then they could logically use human subjects in their experiments. Infants, for example, of a lesser intelligence than laboratory animals. They'd certainly produce more accurate results. What an awful prospect. Or are they admitting to being speciesists? If so, they're basing their case on sheer emotion, for there are no rational grounds for putting our own species on such a pedestal. Sheer logic, as well as compassion, is on the side of animal rights. I believe we are all part of one great community of pain, which embraces all sentient creatures. Each year, about 100 million animals die in the world's laboratories, 300 million in the fur trade, and 500 million in British slaughterhouses alone.
Mr. Ryder, could you try and finish in a minute, please?
Yes, indeed. Our cruel exploitation of the other creatures of this fragile planet, our suffering evolutionary relatives, is on a huge and growing scale. I want to reduce this huge mountain of unnecessary man-made pain. That is why I urge you to support the motion for animal rights.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Now, to continue the argument against the motion, I'm going to call Stephen Rose, who is a professor of biology. He studies brain mechanism and learning, and his work is funded by the Medical and Science Research Councils. He has written extensively about the uses and control of science in society. Stephen Rose.
Thank you. Let me begin by making clear where I'm coming from. In a properly democratic society, all our institutions, including science, should be and must be open to public scrutiny. And there's no doubt that our society both uses and abuses animals. In fact, I agree with very much of what Richard Ryder said in his criticism of many things that are done to animals in farming, in hunting, in rearing animals as pets, and indeed in some forms of animal experimentation. And I want to make it clear that I had no need to defend such abuses in order to oppose tonight's proposition. Nor would I ever accept the Cartesian view which Richard Ryder attacked, that non-human animals can be regarded as pain-free machines, so that one can do what one likes with them without it mattering. But this is precisely the point. Animal rights people seem to want it both ways. On the one hand, they argue that animals are sentient, as Richard did, and therefore, like humans, they have certain rights. On the other, they maintain that there are such great discontinuities between animals and humans that animal experiments can tell us nothing relevant to the human condition. This is frankly nonsense. The biological world is a continuum. The basic biochemical mechanisms by which we tick are very similar in most other organisms, and if they weren't, even the food we eat would poison us. Many human diseases and disorders are found in other mammals, which is why we can learn how to treat them by research on animals. Animal activists claim there are alternatives to the use of animals, but for many human diseases, this sadly just isn't true. Understanding and treatment has demanded the use of animals and will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. There's no way, for instance, that the biochemical causes of the lethal disease diabetes or its treatment with insulin could have been discovered without experiments on mammals. And we can't use tissue cultures or bacteria or plants to develop the treatments needed to alleviate epilepsy or Parkinsonism or manic depression. Anyone who tells you anything otherwise is either ignorant or lying. Unless, of course, we experiment on humans. And that's just the nub of the question. Just because we are human, any discussion of rights must begin with human rights. How far are those rights to be extended? Does it even make sense to talk of extending them to the animal kingdom? The animal kingdom, as Mary Warnock reminded you, isn't only composed of cats and dogs, mice and monkeys. It includes newts, slugs, lice, wasps, mosquitoes. How far do you want to extend your concept of rights? To not swatting a mosquito sucking your blood? To preventing your cat from hunting and killing a rat? Does an ant have as many rights as a gorilla? Most people would say no. I think most animal writers are really arguing that the closer animals are to humans, biologically speaking, evolutionarily speaking, that is, the more rights they should have. So where does the cutoff come? Primates, mammals, vertebrates? Now, the moment you can see that question, you realize that the decision is entirely arbitrary, that it is we as humans who are conferring rights on animals, not the animals themselves. And put like that, you can see that the debate is not like that about human rights, about women's rights, about black people's rights, in which the oppressed subjects of history stand up and demand justice and equality. It is an argument about how we, as humans, should behave. And it's just here that the biological discontinuity between humans and other animals becomes important. Our concern for how we treat other species springs out of our very humanness as biologically and as socially constructed creatures. We don't expect cats to debate the rights of mice. So the issue is not really about animal rights at all, but about the duties that we have just because we are human. I'm quite sure we do have such duties, to behave kindly to other animals with a minimum of violence and cruelty, not to damage or take their lives insofar as it can be avoided, just as we have duties to the planet's ecology in general. but these duties are limited by an overriding duty to other humans. I have a much loved and exceedingly beautiful cat, but if I had to choose between saving her life and saving the life of my child, I would unhesitatingly choose my child. What's more, I'd save any human child at the expense of my cat, and my cat at the expense of a fish. And so would the vast majority of people in this room. That is species loyalty, speciesism if you like, and I am proud to be a speciesist.
Could you finish in a minute, please?
I certainly can. Let's be blunt. We live in a world reeking with injustice and oppression, extremes of wealth and poverty, city yuppies and starving e-peasants. You'll step over the beggars in the street as you leave Albemarle Street this evening. In Britain, we don't even have a Bill of Human Rights, and to talk of one for non-human animals without achieving that minimum is little short of obscenity. I'm very uneasy at the extent to which the animal rights movement harbours in its midst political groupings which are not in the least concerned about human injustice. Never forget that in the 1930s, when the Nazis launched their extermination campaign against lives not worth living, from Jews and gypsies to the mentally ill and retarded, they also passed laws against non-human animal experimentation. There is no automatic relationship between a concern for animal rights and one for human rights. I wish there were. I'm appalled at the air of sanctimony and hypocrisy that comes off many animal rights activists. On that side of the platform this evening, there was a boycott of Ken Livingstone speaking on the grounds that he was not a vegetarian. I regard that as grotesque. Messrs. Reagan and Lindsay may, if they wish, refuse insulin if they are diabetic, L-DOPA if they have Parkinsonism, antibiotics or surgical procedures which have been validated on animals before used on humans. But I categorically deny them any right to impose their personal and extremely privileged morality on the rest of suffering humanity. I urge you, therefore, to speak up for human rights, to recognize human duties, to avoid magical thinking, to respect non-human animals, and to reject this proposition.
Thank you, Professor Rose. And now to conclude this part of the debate for the motion, we have the Reverend Dr. Andrew Lindsay, who is Director of Studies at the Centre for the Study of Theology in the University of Essex. He is the Church of England's leading theologian on animal rights and the author of Christianity and the Rights of Animals. Andrew Lindsay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. When Mahatma Gandhi came to this country, he was asked by a reporter at London Airport what he thought of Western civilization. He paused for a moment, and then he said, I quote, "Yes, I think it would be a good idea." And I must say, having heard Stephen Rose this evening, I have to agree with Gandhi especially. Our so-called Western civilization has been based on the relentless, unremitting exploitation of animals. We hunt, ride, shoot, fish, eat, wear, trap, cage, factory farm, and experiment upon billions of animals every year. The figures speak for themselves. 500 million animals slaughtered every year in the United Kingdom, 6 to 9 billion in the United States, 30 to 40 million laying hens in battery conditions, unable to spread a wing, unable to see daylight, and standing permanently on sloping wire mesh. Is this the proper treatment of animals, Mary? 3 to 4 million experiments on animals every year, 100 million in the US, 3 to 4 million in the UK. Is this the proper treatment of animals of which Mary speaks? Some of them causing intense and prolonged pain. 1,000 unwanted dogs are destroyed each week by the RSPCA alone in this country. In terms of life, death, suffering, deprivation, the treatment of animals ranks as one of the major moral issues of all time. And this exploitation has been defended intellectually by a number of key religious arguments that I want very briefly to address. It is argued, for example, that animals have dominion, that humans have dominion over animals, and therefore they can do as they like to other animals. In fact, the biblical meaning of dominion does not mean despotism, but moral responsibility and stewardship. It is argued that animals have no immortal souls, a very favorite religious argument. Whereas, in fact, in the Old Testament in particular, there is no suggestion that animals do not possess soul or spirit. And even if they did, it is difficult to see how the non-possession of an immortal soul could make the infliction of pain and suffering any easier. It is argued that humans are superior to animals. Well, on our side, we certainly hope so. We hope that we are capable of fair-mindedness, Stephen, but also we hope that we are capable of generosity, self-sacrifice, altruism, even gentleness. But it is precisely on these grounds that we ought to be seeking a better world for animals and doing better for them. It is argued that animals are in some way put here for our use, or that they belong to us. But of course, theologically, the truth is they do not belong to us. It is God's world, not our world. Each living sentient creature has its own God-given worth and value. And most importantly, of course, of all, it is argued that animals do not possess rights. And what does it mean by saying that animals do not have rights? It means historically, whether you like it or not, it means that animals are things, can be treated as things, as resources, as means to human ends, as laboratory tools, as units of production. This is what this debate is really all about. Well, what I want to say is that I think God is the source of all rights, both for humans and for animals. That God has rights as the creator, the right in particular to have what is created treated with respect. And if we on our side press the language of rights, it's because we believe the heart of this debate is not about feeling, not about taste, not about philanthropy, but about justice. It's about what we objectively owe animals as creatures, and in particular what we owe the creator of all. The arguments that have justified the abuse of animals are, in short, intellectually threadbare, theologically ill-conceived, and certainly biblically unsound.
Could you wind up in a minute, please?
By all means. What we desperately need is to recover that early biblical vision of living at peace with creation. We need to find the moral courage within us to make peace with creation, to avoid violence, to live free of injury, to eschew cruelty, to practice just dealings with animals. Now I accept that we are all involved to some degree in the exploitation of animals. There is no pure land. We all, after all, buy food or products, or we pay taxes. Directly or indirectly, we are all involved. But what is essential is that we involve ourselves now in a process of personal disengagement from injury to animals. A Bill of Rights is part of this necessary wider social disengagement. Now, a Bill of Rights for animals will not by itself bring peace on earth. It will not by itself remedy every wrong that animals still have to suffer. But it will be part, I suggest, of what we can only call Western civilization, which, as Gandhi correctly saw, is a good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lindsay. And the last of the main speakers against the motion tonight is the writer Germaine Greer, who achieved international celebrity with the success of her very first book, The Female Eunuch. Dr. Greer says that her latest book, Daddy, We Hardly Knew You, is not really about her father, but about the destruction of the Australian ecology. We expect her to take an equally original line in this debate. Germaine Greer.
All my life, I've been mocked by reference to rights which were apparently unenforceable and therefore didn't really exist at all. I've been very interested in the assumption this evening that a Bill of Rights for animals would, of course, be a Bill of Rights for non-human animals. It seems to me that human beings are animals, and we have a lot to learn by understanding our continuity with the rest of the animal kingdom. It seems to me that, in fact, we are all involved in a sort of symbiosis, human beings and other animals as well. And that if you look at this symbiosis, you see that it works in a series of concentric circles. On the inner face of the circle, we are altruist. On the outer face of the circle, we are egotist. Say it begins with me and my sister. When we're competing for our parents' love, the circle is the sisters against each other, two enemies. When our parents try to invoke parental rights against us, the sisters become a unit. And so we could go on spreading this circle We can be human beings who are altruist in the interest of other human beings and who will defend the rights of human beings against encroachment by others on the outside. Suppose we take Falciparum plasmoides as an example. I don't think we're going to plead animal rights when it comes to trying to stem the revival of malaria, for example, even though we have to kill billions of other animals. I'm not sure if insects have been really involved in this evening's discussion. There seem to be some arbitrary limits on what the animal kingdom might be taken to be. It is, in fact, a matter of moral choice. I can decide whether I am part of a collectivity involving other women, which I have done, which is why I call myself a feminist. In other situations, I can say I am an Australian and I'm interested in the rights of Australians. And in some situations, when faced with Farmer Hamilton with one of his dead partridges, I and my cat will face the rest of the world if necessary. These are all postures that we adopt from time to time. It is, I would maintain, quite impossible and certainly undesirable for us to, from some lofty position, to define the rights of others. There has recently been an attempt by the United Nations, a successful attempt, to swear a convention of children's rights. Now, I'm fairly certain that children themselves were not consulted. Otherwise, instead of the right to go to school, they might have asked for the right not to go to school. They might have asked for the right to have a parent of either sex, for divorce to be outlawed, for the right to have 4 grandparents, for the right to have sexual experiences with adults. Who knows what they would have been, what they would have asked for as their rights. The fact is that adult human beings conferred on them a bunch of rights, which in fact tend to be the rights that rich people want for their children, the right not to go to work, whereas the children of the poor might well have liked a right to a basic wage, seeing as they have no choice but to go to work. Now, it seems to me very curious if we're going to decide what the rights of animals should be, because animals, as far as I can understand them, are speciesist. And as animals, we also are speciesist. That Gaia exists to make an orchestra of all these conflicting claims for room to expand. We are all dynamic, all of us species, and we all have our own self-interest. That once one group begins to delude itself that it understands the self-interest of other groups, then the only option is something I think we've seen a good deal of. It's hypocrisy or piety. Now, I call piety that higher moral sense for which other people will pay the dues. We talk a good deal about laboratory animals. We have never mentioned beasts of burden. We have never talked about the rights of beasts of burden, of whom there are also billions on Earth. Are we going to swear in animal rights that mean the people who are disenfranchised from the motor car, who will never ever have a motor car, are also prevented from having a beast of burden? I know as a human being that one of the most shocking things about going to a place like Guatemala is that they have no beasts of burden, and their human beings carry the sorts of things other people load onto animals, fastened by tump lines around their foreheads. Women and men crawling up mountains, certainly. My argument would be that if we purport to endow the non-human animal kingdom with rights which it cannot enforce, that all we are simply doing is asserting our moral superiority to other people who cannot afford to give them those rights. And this is the very worst kind of hypocrisy and condescension. By the way, rights are nonsensical if they relate to the behavior of forces outside one's control. I have lived all my life with feminists who have demanded the right to control their own bodies, as if such a right was floating in the atmosphere to be grasped. The right I most frequently read about when I read about animals and ethics is the right not to be harmed. I cannot control my own body. You cannot control your own bodies. We have no right not to be harmed. Life is pain and struggle. And it seems to me that by supposing that we can rescue animals from pain and struggle, even against ourselves, we are deluding ourselves about the purpose for which we are put on earth, which was not, after all, to be happy. even supposing one thinks we were put on earth by someone made in our own likeness, and not, of course, the living effigy of an enormous fish. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Germaine Greer. Well, that concludes the formal opening round of this debate, and now comes the moment to open proceedings up to the floor. I shall be calling speakers alternately from the floor for and against the motion, and those of you who want to make a contribution should raise your hands and wait to catch my eye. When you are called to speak, please begin by telling us who you are and what you do. I'm sure there are a great number of people here who want to take part, so I urge you all, when called, to make your points as concise as possible. Also, I would like to stress that these should be made in the form of points or contributions and not in the form of questions to any of the principal speakers. So first of all, can I please see hands for the first contribution from the floor for the motion? Someone to speak for the motion. Yes, a gentleman at the back.
My name is Alan Long of the Vegetarian Society. I would like to make the point that we can go on philosophizing and getting the lawyers and so on busy on a Bill of Rights, which is always a good exercise because it instructs us in what is really going on. The opponents of this motion belong to a world of mimsy, which we see only too much this time at Christmas. We see nativity scenes where animals are at peace in a stable, and shortly afterwards those same animals are in pieces on a table. We hear the parable of the Good Shepherd. What the Good Shepherd does, I would remind those opponents, is that he castrates the little boy lambs. I don't think that would go down too well in the congregation. And he sends the weanlings and the sucklings to the slaughterhouse. I would remind Germaine Greer that the rape of the cow, taking away her calf and her milk to feed grown-up adults, is a form of behavior that diminishes the whole human race. I would ask those members of the opposing side to recognize that it may be difficult to formulate a Bill of Rights, but let us look at the thing, as they would ask, scientifically and logically, and let us start to moderate our own practices without having to go to the extent and wait until we can get a Bill of Rights.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Can we have a contribution from the floor now against the motion, please? Any? Yes, sir. Just down the aisle there. Thank you.
My name is Colin Spedding. I'm chairman of the Farm Animal Welfare Council. I am thus greatly in favour of animal welfare, particularly related to farm animals. But then I suspect that most of the people here are in favour of farm animal welfare and the welfare of many other animals as well. I think it's a pity that this debate has been pitched at the level of rights and rather than responsibilities, because I suspect that we are arguing about the word rights rather than the substance of whether we want to see animals protected from human activity and looked after better. It seems to me much more useful to think in terms of the responsibilities that human beings have towards animals, whether they're in control of them or not, rather than the rights of the animal. Incidentally, it's normal to think of rights and responsibilities as being linked. It seems sensible in human experience to do that. Very hard to see, if animals have rights, how they can be burdened with an expectation of behaving responsibly.
Thank you, Mr. Spedding. I want someone else for the motion, please, next. Yes, gentleman right in the middle of the front row. Thank you.
Tim Phillips, Turning Point, Animal Rights Magazine. It seemed to me that the speakers on this side are talking about a very broad issue, whether we're allowed to do whatever we wish to animals, whether we've got complete right to sort of tyrannize, oppress, do whatever we wish to animals. And that's a very broad animal rights question. Meanwhile, the only opposition we've had to that, which hasn't at all tackled the issue whether we've got a right to do anything to animals or not, has simply been to picket it. First of all, we've had Baroness Warnock's sort of picking about the definition of the law. We've had Mr. Rose speaking at one point, even simply attacking the concept because he didn't like the attitudes of people promoting it, which is an extraordinary objection, and so forth. So they haven't actually tackled the issue at all, whether we've got that right to do whatever we want to animals. And also we've had to confuse the issue thrown in from the opposition, all sorts of things, utilitarian uses like that we wouldn't have insulin were it not for animal experiments, which isn't in fact so, and so forth. But since there's laughter there, all of the work on insulin was done before Banting and Best's animal experiments, and textbooks will show that, and it's historical document that, and I'm sure the anti-vivisectionists on my right-hand side would give more detail on that if it's sought.
Right, thank you, but we'll come to them later perhaps, but now someone against the motion, someone else. Yes, the gentleman behind Professor Rose there.
My name is Stuart Roth. I'm a hematologist. I treat patients with blood diseases. I resent anyone who tells me that I have the right to do anything I like to animals because I see human beings who have problems which might be helped by animal research. I think that the activities of people like myself are properly controlled, and if they're not, you can come in and control them as tightly as you like. I can only speak for animal experimentation in this respect, but I'm sure that all my colleagues feel the same way.
Thank you, Mr. Roll. Yes, now, and against the motion, for the motion, rather, I beg your pardon, at the back.
Gavin Grant, Director of Public Relations of the RSPCA. It is an historic fact that rights are nearly always granted by those who are in a position of power to those who are not. The right to vote for women in this country was a hard-won campaign, costing much in blood for the suffragettes who fought it. But it was granted by an exclusively male British Parliament, which was in a position to so grant those rights. The argument advanced that says that animals have no rights, that there is no appropriate time for the consideration of their rights, that human beings are in far worse positions in many parts of the world. The logic of that argument is that there is never a right time for the granting of rights to any aspect of the community of this planet. The argument is often advanced by the South African government that it is not an appropriate time to move to one person, one vote, that there will be a time, but it doesn't happen to be now. And indeed, the position of animals in this country and in the European community and throughout the world is one of a deteriorating position, not an advancing one. We do have obligations. Obligations are part of the notion of rights. The codification of those obligations in recognizing that we now share this planet as one community of living beings is precisely why the technical arguments of those who've opposed the resolution should be disregarded, and the spirit of the resolution should carry the day.
Now looking for someone else to back up the opposition to the motion. Since there's a microphone near, we'll take that gentleman there, yes?
David Henshaw, I'm a journalist. One of the things I find curious about many supporters of animal rights is the low view they have of their own species, other human beings. If all scientists who experiment on animals are sadists, this seems to me very curious. It doesn't seem also very likely. Beyond that,
keep going. You're being accused of putting words in people's mouths, but keep going.
Well, if a lot of animal experiments are simply not necessary, then why are they being carried out? The people carrying them out must be sadists. Quite clearly, scientists are not sadists. There may be one or two who are sadists, but most scientists are not sadists.
Right, thank you.
So, I want to go on to say that Professor Reagan said that animal rights is the cause of peace, not violence. And I'm sure he believes that. But it does raise the question, why then do so many supporters of animal rights firebomb restaurants, place bombs under cars, set fire to department stores?
Right. Thank you very much indeed. Now,
how many butchers and slaughterers do
we can't allow this to degenerate into or turn into a general trading of things across the floor. We want to speak for the motion now. Why don't we have the lady in the middle of the third row?
Okay, well, going back to responsibility.
Your name, please, and what you do.
Sorry, I'm Rebecca Hall, and I'm a writer. I write about animals. I've written about animal rights, about animal consciousness, and I'm founder of Writers Against Experiments on Animals. To go back to responsibility, it is to respond with ability, and I think by the very tenor of these speeches of the people in favor of rights, we can tell that they can respond with ability. They have a great warmth about them, whereas the speakers against have a coldness. But I'd like to ask Stephen Rose, why, if he thinks experiments on animals are so useful, we have more and more sick people, while we have more and more doctors, more and more researchers, and more huge hospitals. And there certainly is, I would put it, a correlation between fascist thinking and the kind of attitude we have to animals, a very definite correlation. And I would like to ask also, what is wrong with slugs, ants, mosquitoes, flies, and rats? I know and appreciate them all, and I don't think we have a right to kill any of them. What is wrong with them? But I want him to answer eventually, if he can, why we have more and more sick people if science is advancing us in any way. I say it isn't.
Well,
and there is an organization of Doctors Against Vivisection who are putting this point very adequately. It's an international organization, and they're growing all the time. I suggest he's behind the times. I'm very far behind.
All right, as I said earlier, this is not primarily or even principally a question and answer session, but there may be time towards the end for one or two individual points to be answered. In the meantime, let's have a contribution from the floor against the motion. Yes, gentleman in the back with the beige jacket.
Well, my name's David Hibbling, and as a circus ringmaster and a circus animal trainer, I'm probably the bête noire to many people in this room. And yet I would probably go along with a bill for animal rights. But who says what goes into a bill for animal rights? Because if many people in this room were to choose what would go into a Bill of Rights, then certainly I would be prevented from carrying on within my community with the animals that I work with 24 hours a day, which I am extremely fond of and care for, do not ill-treat, and I believe are perfectly happy in their environment.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes?
Yes, David Icke from the Green Party, which has a commitment to have a Secretary of State for Animal Welfare in a Green Cabinet. What we're talking about here, surely tonight, at the core of what we're discussing, is values. That's what it's about, human values. Martin Luther King talked about power without compassion, might without morality, and strength without sight. They are the values that allow our societies to abuse animals. But they are the values also that allow our societies to abuse people and to abuse the planet as well, in the name of economics. You cannot divorce the values that abuse animals and those that abuse people and abuse the planet, for they are the same values. It was Henry Salt, a great social reformer and animal rights campaigner, because again, the two are indivisible, who said early on in this century, "It is useless to preach peace by itself, social justice by itself, or kindness to animals by itself. The cause," he said, "of each of all the evils that afflict the world is the same: the general lack of humanity, the lack of knowledge that all sentient life is akin, and that he who injures a fellow being is in fact doing injury to himself. It is not this bloodshed or that bloodshed that must cease," he said, "but all needless bloodshed, all wanton infliction of pain or death upon our fellow beings. And if the people who run this country and run other countries do not see that, then maybe they do need a Bill of Rights for animals to constantly remind them. For that will do if we start treating animals with dignity. That will do as much for people. Because if we have a society that treats animals with respect, love, and dignity, we will have a society and a world that treats people and the planet with love, respect, and dignity. As Gandhi said, finally, the greatness of a nation can be judged by how its animals are treated. And on that basis, this country and many other countries are not great. It's about time they were. And if that takes a Bill of Rights, then so be it.
Thank you, Mr. Ike. And against the motion, the gentleman.
Yes, my name's John Bleeby, and I'm a veterinary surgeon. I don't know if there are any other veterinary surgeons here, but I think I can say that I've probably done more during my professional life as anybody else here to improve the welfare and to spend my professional career respecting the rights of animals. And as the chairman of the Animal Welfare Society said, that it's the motion that's wrong. What we are basically talking about is the respects and rights for animals. Now, I'll tell you, number one, I'm a member of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, which I have to be by law to be a veterinary surgeon in this country. And I totally support the Royal College's policy that we are against the docking of dogs' tails. Now, we are having to take that stance against a lot of dog owners. It was the veterinary profession in this country before the Second World War that brought in an Act of Parliament, a private member's bill, to stop the docking of horses. And yet, what do we hear? We hear this lady on my right talking about slugs and snails and things like that. Do you realize that the two biggest killers in the world today in humanity, one is malaria. 300 million people are infected with malaria at the moment. Another 300 million are infected with bilharzia. Malaria is spread by the mosquito. Bilharzia is spread by a snail. Now, are you going to condemn those 600 million people to continue to suffer debilitating and nasty diseases because by this Bill of Rights, because you haven't said whether it means that you're not going to kill animals? Presumably it does. And just mention this, if we can't kill animals, if I as a veterinary surgeon am called to an animal that is sick and dying, with your Bill of Rights, I can't put that animal painlessly to sleep. The other thing too is that if you can't kill animals, what are you going to do, for example, about rabid dogs and rabid foxes that are spreading rabies? And also, eventually, of course, you do realize that if you can't kill animals, there will be far fewer animals in the world because a lot of them will not be bred and will not be there. For example, people won't be able to go out and look at lambs gambling in the field because who's going to breed them? So therefore, if you have a Bill of Rights in the way you say it and not in the way that we say it, that we just be practicable and sensible and respect animals and do our best to improve their quality of life and so on, then you're going to have fewer animals in the world, and some of them will be condemned to a lingering death.
Thank you very much indeed. And lady in the front for the motion.
Yes, I'd like to pick up. We've heard a couple of times of the good being done, hopefully, to human beings by the use of animals in laboratories. Can I just say, everyone is very concerned.
Sorry, I didn't ask you for your name and
my name is
occupation.
Jen Creamer, and I'm General Secretary of the National Anti-Vivisection Society. And our society has done many years of research into the so-called value of animal experiments, and we found that there isn't any. What we have found is that nothing has been gained from animal experimentation. All the major advances in medical research have been by studies with people. If you look at cancer, heart disease, diabetes, all of these have been pushed forward by studies in people, and it's just the money that's going into laboratories which makes vivisectors want to claim all the great successes in clinical research for themselves. The other point I'd like to pick up on is this talk about diseases around the world. 50,000 people around the world are dying every day due to diseases directly related to malnutrition and dirty water. Killing animals in laboratories does not cure that. What those people need is clean living conditions, clean water, and food. Animal experiments will not cure malnutrition.
Thank you very much indeed. So, someone else in opposition to the motion? You're against? Yes?
Yes. My name's Steve Armstrong, I'm a journalist.
Can you say that again, please?
Sorry, my name's Stephen Armstrong. I'm a journalist.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that, briefly, just before I go on, that whilst obviously animal experiments can't per se cure malnutrition, it could be argued that to give farmers in Ethiopia adequate access to oxes and stuff to plough their land themselves, which would, be an exploitation of that ox, would help towards curing the malnutrition of certain people in the village. I think that's...
Is it better off growing the food?
But I mean, for ploughing the field, for example.
But they've got to eat.
Go on,
Sorry.
please.
Anyway, it seems that a lot of people are saying that people who oppose the Bill of Rights for animals are absolutely saying we should continue in the way we are treating animals. And I don't think anyone in the front row have said that we should go on with the way we're treating animals. Obviously, there are unnecessary cruelties going on. Obviously, we're torturing animals in particularly brutal and inefficient ways. Sorry. But are we going to put a straight dividing line at any stage and say that below this line we will not continue experimenting with animals? We must surely approach animals in a flexible way, because certain animals should perhaps be treated differently to others. It seems that we're being attacked for absolutism, which we're not.
You're for the motion? Yes, for the motion.
Yes, sir. I'm for the motion, and yet
your name and occupation, please.
Yes, my name is Hillel Avidan. I'm a rabbi, and I represent a tradition which has had a Bill of Rights for animals for the last 3,000 years. And indeed, the treatment of animals was never regarded as more important than the treatment of human beings. But I don't think we ever went so far as to legislate for insects or to suggest that animals couldn't be used as beasts of burden. Indeed, they could. And I would hate to think that any legislation would rob human beings of the right to use animals for plowing fields, etc. The Bible certainly allowed this, but at the same time protected the rights of the ox, the rights of the ass. This animal welfare legislation in Judaism has continued developing up to the present day. What I've seen today this evening, is a certain amount of extremism creeping into the discussion, because I believe that everybody here cares for animals, but there are lots of people in the world who don't care for them, and for them, legislation is necessary. For years, people thought that the conscience was sufficient to banish or abolish slavery in the United States of America. It wasn't. It was only when legislation was introduced that slavery was abolished. Legislation is also required before most people will start treating animals properly.
Thank you, Rabbi. Against the motion, the gentleman in the tartan shirt, yes?
Doug Richardson, Zoological Society of London. When we had the vote at the beginning of the proceedings, I did indeed vote for the bill, but it really wasn't qualified. I think had it been, if we were just discussing should animals have a quality of life, then yes, certainly I would still go with the bill. Judging by what some of the speakers have said tonight, I think it would make my job in particular rather difficult. It's becoming recognized that captivity can be one of the ways of saving species from extinction. In fact, now we'll get back with it's becoming more common for species to be reintroduced back into the wild. It's still a very primitive science, but we are getting better at it. I think an animal bill of rights would certainly cause problems as far as dealing with animals in a captive situation. A great many animal rights movements, who I indeed have quite a great deal of sympathy for, are certainly against dealing with animals in a captive situation, and this could indeed spell the extinction of quite a number of species in the future.
Well, it was an excellent debate. This is, someone has changed his mind already. Yes, you, sir?
Sorry, my name's William Travers from ZooCheck, probably one of the organizations that's working to try and eliminate animals in zoos. I just wanted to focus in on one area and say that I think that one of the problems that we have is access to information, and that certain access with regard to laboratories and to places like Porton Down, for example, slaughterhouses, we don't have adequate access, we don't have adequate understanding. And I think that that breeds ignorance. But we also have a problem with undermining the very things that the concept of the bill tries to do. The concept of the bill is to try and inculcate understanding, respect. And what we do by taking children to zoos and to circuses and keeping animals in schools for their own laboratories and to a certain extent with pets is that we undermine all those things with regard to respect, because we show animals in, or we present bored animals, we put across the idea that they are valued because they are in captivity, because they are behind bars, because they are on concrete, because they are in an unnatural environment. And all these things, the hidden agenda of what we do to animals in public life, actually destroys the very things that we, as a sort of evolving society, it certainly seems in the last couple of years, are trying to do. So I think personally that we should vote for a Bill of Rights, if not because of the nitty-gritty, which we haven't yet established, but for the concept of it, rather than to argue against it, simply because we don't like the idea of change.
Against? Against? Someone against just that? No?
Agnostic.
That's not allowed.
More or less against. James Serple, Research Associate in Animal Behaviour at Cambridge Vet School. I'm getting the impression that the protagonists of this debate are now shifting the goalposts. They're saying that we're not really asking for a Bill of Animal Rights because such a thing is impossible, but we're just asking people to think more carefully about our responsibilities towards animals and to think about the welfare of animals and how we can improve the welfare of animals, which I think everyone in this audience would probably agree with. What really surprises me is that none of them have so far addressed a very major point, which has been raised by all the three speakers here, and that is we are dealing here with animals with whom our interests from time to time do conflict. We can't live in a vacuum as human beings. We can't isolate ourselves completely from animals in this world. From time to time, those animals' interests will conflict with our own. And the question then is, whose rights do we uphold? Do we uphold our rights to live at the expense of the animals, or the animals' rights to live at our expense? And I would like someone, I know I'm not supposed to raise questions, but I would like someone to take up this point.
Well, Dr. Reagan, of course, will be summing up for that side at the end. So if not before, he can deal with that point. Yes, sir?
Yes, my name is Shaheen, and I'm a student of philosophy at King's. And I just want to make a few brief points, but to start with the theological one first. That a lot of the early Christians were actually vegetarians and pacifists, and the two go together. And a lot of them came from the Essene community, and some of them were forced to be fish vegetarians, just as Eskimos are forced to eat meat because they have no choice. Now, the real question is that we don't really have any justification in crucifying an animal just for our dinner and for our lunch, when we could just easily change to a better taste. And really, one cause of war comes down to meat eating. That's one of the root causes.
Thank you very much. Now, we want someone against the motion. Gentleman sitting right in the middle of the third row.
I'm Roland Terry. I'm a professor of biology, so may have a special interest in this. But, and what I'm going to make sounds a rather flip remark, or could be taken that way. It's not meant as such. My wife and I could become vegetarians, but our dearly beloved cats wouldn't think very much of it. What are we going to do about them?
You start.
You lead the way.
Well, is that it? Thank you very much. No, you've been in already, sir. You're for the motion? Yes?
Yes, I'm Judith Hampson. I'm an independent consultant in animal welfare, but my primary interest is actually the development of human potential. It seems to me that what this debate is about us and about who we are in this matter. We've been having this kind of discussion for over 100 years now, and we haven't got very far. And I would submit the reason we've not got very far, there are two reasons. One is there are real dilemmas in this issue. If you take the issue of animal experimentation as the one particular issue that I'm involved in, there really are dilemmas. I accept that animal experimentation has made a contribution to medicine as we understand it, at least, and is continuing to, and it does save human lives. I don't know what the answers are to that dilemma. That's one issue. It also has to be said that at a time when we're closing hospitals, at a time when we are denying patients the care that millions of pounds is ploughed into research through the Medical Research Council, which may or may not have some medical spin-off in years to come. It's fundamental research, we don't know. We're not doing it because it's aimed at helping people. We're doing it because we want to know, because we're interested, because we are trying to add to the pool of fundamental knowledge. Now, it seems to me that there are large investments on both sides of this debate. People have their identities invested in being medical researchers. They cannot accept that some research is not valuable. People have their identities invested in being so pro-animal that they can't accept that some research is valuable. And it seems to me that if we're going to get anywhere and make any sort of standpoint for the animals, we have to stand above this. We have to be somebody that we currently are not being as human beings. And we can start that by having a conversation not about what is, but about what's possible. The first step is surely to make such a Bill of Human Rights. We can argue about the details subsequently, but let's
Bill of
start.
Animal Rights.
A Bill of Animal Rights. Let's start by creating what's possible, not by talking about what is and what's difficult.
Thank you very much indeed, Judith Hampson. Anyone else against the motion from the floor? This may have to be the last floor contribution against. Yes, the gentleman in the black and white shirt in the back row.
My name is John Dyneley, and I train marine mammals for a living. The gentleman from Zoocheck said that if we didn't have animals in captivity, that it would be okay, and people would be still concerned for wild animals, but I feel this is a rather silly suggestion. If I hadn't seen wild animals in captivity, I wouldn't take an interest in them, neither would my niece and nephew or anybody else. And a lot of the things that are going on at the moment with our concern over elephants and such like are due greatly to the fact that we see these animals in captivity. And well, this is true, and I think this is very true. Video and television and films and the ability for people to go overseas and see these animals is not the same.
Hear, hear.
Thank you very much indeed. There are still a number of hands up, what people wanted to come in and take part, but I'm afraid we have no more time for this open part of the debate. At this point, however, before we come to the summing up speeches from the front benches, so to speak, and then the vote, I'm going to exercise the chair's discretion and ask two of the, it seems to me anyway, the most burning questions from the floor, one to each side. And if I could ask Richard Ryder, first of all, who was for the motion, of course, to deal with the point that Mr. Beevy raised, which was that what do you do about things like rabid foxes, about the slugs which cause bilharzia in Africa, and about the mosquitoes that cause so much death and suffering from malaria? If you could just deal with that point, please, before.
I think we should emphasize the species that we have very good grounds for believing are sentient, that's to say, are conscious and can suffer pain. That's what we should get on with. That covers all the mammals to start with and a lot of other species as well. And that is more than enough to be getting on with. Let's start arguing the toss about the insects at this stage. Let's get on with trying to save the other non-human mammals, the reptiles, and one or two of the more intelligent octopuses and squids who certainly do suffer pain and indeed can suffer psychologically as well. Those are the ones we should be concentrating on, the ones that certainly suffer pain.
And what about Professor Terry's cat, who would fade away altogether if he and his wife became vegetarians?
Well, no, he wouldn't. I mean, I think that some species are carnivores, but we are not. We have a choice on whether or not we eat vegetables or meat.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Now, it seemed to me that the most powerful point coming from the floor contributions and addressed to this side of the House was the research in animals actually achieved for medicine anyway. Rebecca Wall, for example, asked the question specifically of Professor Rose, if research does all this good, why are more and more people ill all the time. Could you make a response to that, Professor
first-
Rose?
Yes, indeed. First, let me say I agree with Judith Hampson about many of the points that she made earlier about the relationship between the orientation of medical research. The choice is not between medical research and hospitals. The choice is mainly in this country between medical research and military research. We live in a country which spends more than half its annual science budget on military research. That's where to draw the line, not to try to counterpose medical research with hospital research. I also those people who said that the major grounds for death and poverty and misery and ill health in the world are malnutrition and poverty and those diseases that go from the fact that we live in an extremely unequal society. That is indeed a focal point at which we ought to be aiming. But the contrast with that, again, is not to say that medical research does nothing, not to adopt an absolutist position, but to recognize that there are a very large number of diseases and conditions, both of affluence and of poverty, ranging indeed from diabetes and indeed to Parkinsonism and epilepsy, indeed to operations for coronary heart bypass and so on, where in fact you have to work on animals to begin with if you want to save human life. If you do not wish to save human life, if you privilege animal life above human life or equal with human life, you have no dilemma. If you do privilege human life, the dilemma is clearly there. If you want to save human life, you have to sacrifice animals. And I'm sorry, there are no options.
Professor Rose, thanks. And now, before we move on to the vote, we're going to have brief formal summing up speeches from the lead speakers on each side, Dr. Reagan for the motion and Mary Warnock against. So first of all, I invite Mary Warnock to sum up the case against the motion.
Well, it's a difficult thing to sum up this debate, but I think there are 2 points which seem to me to have emerged. And the first is that there's an enormous amount of agreement here that I think everybody present here is deeply against animals being treated with cruelty. And cruelty means causing gratuitous pain. And I think that probably goes for any animal, that we don't want to cause them gratuitous pain. There may be some animals that don't feel pain, so cruelty doesn't arise, but everybody is against gratuitous cruelty. So what is emerging, I think, is that if there were a Bill of Rights for animals, it would be a bill that contained one clause, namely that animals should not be treated cruelly. Now, we already have a law against cruelty to animals in this country, not altogether, and we're all of us aware that cruelty to animals still exists, but it seems to me that we could say, instead of asking for a new Bill of Rights, we should bend our attention more to ensuring that the present law is actually observed. There has been no answer to the question which animals are to be covered by the Bill of Rights. There was no answer to the question whether a rabid fox, which is, as I understand it, a mammal, should be put down for the sake of humans. If the rabid fox should be put down for the sake of humans, or a rabid dog, then the rights of these animals are to be sacrificed when necessary for humans' sake. And if we're told we don't have to bother too much about flatworms and so on, then this seems to be a very curious Bill of Rights for animals, if we can pick and choose among the various species which we are going to protect by this bill and which are not. But the main point I want to bring out, and I think it's come out again and again as the evening has gone on, the concept of moral obligation, the concept of doing well by people, of caring for the welfare of animals or of people, is a much wider concept than that of any rights. And when we heard the vet speaking, who has devoted his life to the welfare of animals, and people who spoke who were interested in the welfare of farm animals, it surely is the case that these are the people we ought to support and make sure that their work is fully funded and well done and is not in any way inhibited by people making extravagant claims for animal rights. Finally, I would say that it is perfectly obvious that if the animal rights really existed and we were not permitted by law to exploit or use animals for our own sake, then it is perfectly clear that the domestic animal as opposed to the feral animal, would actually go out of existence. And that seems a curious outcome for a Bill of Rights.
Thank you, Lady Warnock. And now, as the last speaker of all tonight, I call on Tom Regan to sum up the arguments for the motion.
Well, I couldn't have a more impossible task, since I don't remember ever hearing so many weak arguments in such a short period of time. But we believe, and also a good bit of rudeness as well, but we believe that the weight of the evidence impartially assembled is on the side of animal rights. People say, well, where do you draw the line? Which animals? This bespeaks a profound failure to read the philosophical literature in which this has been discussed over the last 10 years, something no educated person taking part in this debate should take any pride in. I would have thought I was listening to a collection of sophomores at times. It takes my breath away. What happened to Peter Singer? What happened to Stephen Clark? What happened to my own work? What happened to Bernie Rowland's work? I have no evidence at all that anyone representing the opposition has read so much as a single page of this philosophical work. I have no evidence. I have no evidence. None. No evidence. None. I have not heard a single member of the opposition challenge a single argument of the philosophers and the theologians. What I have heard instead are things like the following. There are no human rights, only legal rights. Only if the law recognizes them do we have rights. This is again part of the utilitarian tradition. Bentham, moral rights nonsense upon stilts, but that's not part of another major part of Western moral tradition, and that is that the law's obligation is to accord with the moral rights that people have independent of the law, anterior to the law. The tradition of the natural rights theorists, the tradition on which the animal rights philosophy stands. We are claiming that there are moral rights apart from the law, and again, that the obligation of the law is to recognize, respect, and protect those rights. We are told by Professor Rose that we are bestowing rights upon the animals. They are not claiming them for themselves, and so these are unlike other rights movements, unlike the movements on part of black people, unlike the movement on the part of women. But what shall we say of children, Professor Rose? They claim not their rights. What shall we say of the enfeebled and the deranged, Professor Rose? They claim not their rights. I take it to be a necessary implication of Professor Rose's view that they have them not according to the philosophy of animal rights, however, which grounds protects the rights of these human beings. Germaine Greer says, we are not in a position to say what is in the interest of children, that we are acting pridefully, perhaps a little arrogantly, when we bestow rights upon them. I find this scarcely credible. Granted, there may be some areas in which people of goodwill can disagree, but to think that we know nothing about what is good for children, and to think that we therefore should not mandate that what is in their interest be protected as a matter of right, takes my moral breath away.
Could you come to your conclusion now, please,
Yes.
Dr. Regan?
Because the same reasoning applies. We know not enough about the other animals, according to Germaine Greer. Again, scarcely credible in view of what we know of by Richard Ryder's work and Peter Singer's work and the work of other people, the work of ethologists and so on. We know nothing about what is beneficial to other animals. We know nothing scientifically about what is harmful, detrimental to other animals. Where are these people living? In the end, then, what I sense is the following, that the issues have not been joined, that there is still the lingering suspicion, and I dare say belief, that we are the master species, or we have rights. It's the rest of creation that doesn't. Thank you very much.
Well, whether or not, ladies and gentlemen, the issues have been joined, it's now time for us to take a vote anyway, and we'll count the votes for the motion, of course, first of all. So will all of you now, in favor of the motion that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights, please now give a show of hands. All those for the motion. And this time the votes will be not as at the beginning taken visually by me, but we have a number of skilled tellers counting you. Just keep your hands up, please. All right, thank you very much indeed. And now, those of you against the motion, please show. Thank you very much indeed. For those of you who may have been with us at the very beginning of this evening's debate, we took, as I was indicating a moment ago, a rough show of hands at that stage, at which time it seemed to me from the chair that it was roughly 2-1 in favor of the motion. Well, the actual outcome after the debate is 73 for the motion and 39 against, which is just about what we thought it was at the beginning. So that's 73 for the motion and 39 against. So the motion is handsomely carried. But I suppose on an evening like this, it's not really what the result has been that matters, but the fact that it has been reached at the end of nearly 1.5 hours of passionate and trenchant and at times even amusing debate. And I hope that those of you watching at home have enjoyed the proceedings here as much as all of us have. But now, from the three main speakers on each side of the House tonight, and from all of us here at the Royal Institution of Great Britain, it's a very good night to you.
Before I begin, I wanted to show you the fact that though you'll be seeing images, and many of them are of actual physical objects, and these objects are not one-dimensional as we'll experience them on a screen, but they occupy three-dimensional space. So we're interacting with them as objects, not as images. For instance, let's see if I could, there. This is a beer lover's beer with a, sorry, I have to get my coordination right. Beer lover's beer. So you've got a white woman's back with a pink lobster on top of her. So when someone's holding this beer, they're also grasping an image. They're reinforcing the misogyny at another level. Or this. Here is, so somebody was kind enough to send me the packaging for this. Let's see. I'm sure many of you have seen this. This is this low fat, this guinea cow. So this guinea cow has a tape measure around her waist. The idea is that you have this kind of ice cream sandwich, you'll be skinny too. But the misogyny here is about fat phobia, body type, but also the idea that cows even should be aware of weight when it's the skinny cow who's actually the sick cow. Or this dog toy from Italy. So Screaming Polo.
Oh, wow.
It's a dog toy. Again, you've got all this pinkness like the the lobster with the mouth open. So here's a real misogynist thing. I see a lot of images that imply animals themselves are looking at women the way the sort of heteronormative world looks at women. So, and then this, it's a grill. This is from Chick-fil-A. It was a national chain in the United States. I don't know if it's international, but when they did this campaign, they had this outside. It's a grill, the pink, the femininity again, a pinkness being both white and feminine. But I went to the local store to talk to the person about it, and he said not only did they have this up, but they were handing out cigars to male customers. And all of this is about a dead chicken, but it's truly sort of oppressive imaging. So let's look at some more. Okay, so just to remind you all that while these images and many others like them are already in wide circulation, seeing this volume of images all at one time with this kind of attention and critical frame of reference may make them disturbing in a way that they have not been before. Having to confront these images may feel triggering to you along different experiences that are shaped by other oppressive social structures that independently interconnect, such as race, sexuality, class, and gender expression. The hope is that the cumulative power of these diverse images can also spark insight and resistance to their messages. So, as I said, the book came out 30 years ago. Have things changed, you might be wondering. The pornography of meat, the new and updated version, is the answer. My answer is no. But throughout this presentation, we'll see that what I described and criticized then is alive and circulating now. We still live in a white supremacist, human-centered, patriarchal world. So after the book appeared, the first thing that changed was my life. People write me and tell me the book changed their lives, but the book is constantly changing my life too. And one way it did was all of these images and examples, matchbooks, people stopping and taking photos, taking menus and sending them to me, which began what I call an oppressive images collection. You saw some of the items at the beginning. I call the people who send these to me grassroots sociologists, and I invite you to be one as well. I feel we need to record how extensive this is. The first aspect of the sexual politics of meat and the pornography of meat is the idea that men need to eat meat. They have to man up or eat like a man. Remasculinization goes through continual stages as masculinity, a construct of the gender binary facing constant destabilization, feels always under threat. And with lots of these images, you'll see that it's really white men who are targeted as the viewers and the consumers. So imagine this, the manly man can't get flowers. I mean, all the gender binary assumptions that go on here. So you have to get beef jerky. So these advertisements suggest an anxious masculinity. The commitment to meat, dairy, and eggs and sea animals is a patriarchal commitment. Representations of meat and dairy and eggs mobilize retrograde reactionary beliefs about men and meat eating. And the interesting thing is that it's so unstable that if you don't eat meat for lunch or dinner or breakfast or something, you're signaling your complete departure from norms about manliness. All you have to do is skip one meat identified meal around other men, and suddenly all of manliness comes under attack. Here, this is Germany, T-bone instead of tofu, posturing against veganism as a way to declare one's masculinity. Here's one from Dublin. I wish this was made from tofu, said no one ever. I say it all the time, but then maybe I'm a no one. So what's going on? Tofu offers protein. This is a revolutionary destabilization of male-identified colonial Western protein. And in the Pornography of Meat, the new edition, I argue that Western cultures co-constructed meat-eating, masculinity, nationhood, and white supremacy. So the masculinity being invoked is connected to whiteness. It's white manhood that is somehow constantly under threat, if not by tofu, then by salad. So good, even guys like our salad. Yes, that's me stopping to take a photograph, and my son was in the car, so he decided to photograph the photographer. But do you get the misogyny here? So good, even guys like our salads. Men have the right to be pleased. Women don't have to have their desires met or don't have desires that are noticed. It's assumed we'll settle for less. The belief that meat is the best or only protein source is a racist belief, after all, discounting the way the majority of the cultures of this world ate. During the 19th century, meat eating became associated with colonial expansion by Western countries, especially Great Britain. They were masculizing those Western countries and feminizing what they called rice-eating countries. So the colonized became equated with feminized rice eaters, and non-beef eating ways became signs of weakness and were emasculating. And we see this still operating. In The Sexual Politics of Meat, I propose that animals become absent reference in meat, dairy, and eggs. They disappear as individuals with desires and relationships and become objects. They disappear as living beings, and that we would conceptualize as a certain cow or a certain chicken, each with their own personality, and become corpses that are then divided up and consumed. Even though in the past 30 years, we've seen lots of chef shows where animals are actively killed on screen, they're still absent reference in the sense that they are seen as so emptied of individuality that they can be killed in that manner. This is David Lynch's Eat My Fear Cow. He made that for the New York City Cow Parade many years ago. 100 fiberglass cows placed all over New York. This one was placed in Midtown Manhattan, and little kids came around it and started to cry, so it was covered and removed. But so that's the operating of the absent referent. We don't really want to know, though knowing doesn't stop people either. But in general, it's kept under wraps, the disembowelment and killing of animals. This was what was interesting about this is that somebody knew I had this photo, and it turned out David Lynch himself didn't have a photo of it, so I had to share it back with him. In both Sexual Politics of Meat and Pornography of Meat, I look at fragmentation and oppression. So this is the famous image on the front of Sexual Politics of Meat, based on a image for a steakhouse in New York City. But it's basically body chopping. Body chopping is a formal term for images and advertisements that display only a part of an individual. Advertisers dismember body parts to enhance the effectiveness of an ad. At least that's the ostensible reason for depicting a shoulder or leg rather than an entire body. But ads often depict women's bodies without heads or faces. Much less frequently, men are depicted in this manner. So here's an old trope of, whose legs are you talking about, women's legs or a dead chicken's legs? But this is very recent, just a couple years ago in Bristol. This mural for a Cajun restaurant here in Dallas is a reminder that women's bodies are under surveillance. They can be stared at and appropriated. Whose perspective came up with the idea that the way to advertise a crayfish restaurant is through showing the supposed fragmenting fantasies of a male crayfish? Most animals are not consumed whole, they're chopped up or fragmented. A fragmented animal's leg, but with feminized red high heels for a magazine cover. This is a steakhouse announcing it would soon be opening with a different entrance in Birmingham. And of course, it just showed a part of a woman's body. Fabulous new rear. Notice that, it's white underpants, always evoking purity and virginity. This is new a couple weeks ago from Europe, the fragmented white woman's body. Again, no face. And another new one, that when you do show a fragmented woman's body, and this again is a fragmented white woman, just a part of her face is shown, no eyes. You've got red lips and dead flesh, but also a patriarchal fascination with what women's mouths will consume. Here's a recent one from Selfridges in London. Breast enhancer, see at the bottom, it says it lets you take the taste up a size. Again, a fat phobia in its own way, what can be big, what can be large versus what can't. This is an issue that women want to take their breast sizes up, that they need to always examine how their body looks, make it more attractive, the reminder of the surveillance of women's bodies and a fragmenting view of women's and animals' bodies. So in these ways, women and animals become overlapping absent reference, in which the oppression of one group is used to heighten and intensify the oppression of another. Justifications for exploitation move between and among the absent reference, confirming a dominant viewpoint that these are bodies for use. Because of the concept of the absent referent, I'm not saying women are like animals. Animals are like women. This is a very sort of conservative animal rights approach that tries to do comparisons. And I think comparisons are deadly. Comparisons are wrong. That weakens our argument to take animals seriously by saying, oh, animals are like someone else we already take seriously. I'm saying that their own unique oppression is used to leverage the oppression against the other being dominated. So in this example, the butchered animals are the absent referent. And in this example, a sexualized woman is the absent reference. So here's the sexualized animal. The interesting thing is here we see the movement of poses across a species boundary. But once you show a chicken or a pig in the same position as a woman, the man usually is removed because the implication of bestiality would be too strong. So usually there's an absence of the man, though that's who they are all posing for. This is what I've been sent many images like this. This is from Europe. The sexualized woman is the absent referent on the back of a transport truck taking pigs to slaughter, when we know that pigs would actually look like this. This too is a slaughter pig transport truck. It says transport with passion. It's strange, isn't it, that the only desire animals are credited with having is the desire to be killed and eaten. So the sexual politics of meat, the pornography of meat, exploits the asymmetrical, unequal relationship of gender to normalize animal oppression. And so it's, again, naturalizing the gender binary too. It's also naturalizing this consumer vision in which farmed animals are imputed to desire their own death and consumption. In this image, you can't really even tell whether this is a pig or a woman because the breasts being evoked, there's just two of them, and pigs have more nipples than that. So here you've got the misogyny, again, a fragmented woman who can argue back when you don't have a head. So the animals depicted in these positions are powerless, yet they want it. Again, here's some pinkness for femininity and whiteness. They're dead, yet they beckon. Lots of pinkness here. The stand-ins for women smile or wink. They want you to want them. They want to be killed. They want to be available to you. If any of you are near Cambridge, let me know if this is still near the train station. These female animals are begging for it. Filthy Cow was a restaurant in Manchester, and this is where you went by. All the feminizing, sexualizing, the pearls, the fishnet stockings, the high heels, these are tropes that we'll see over and over again. Dublin, bacon gives me a lard on. So misogyny is supposedly not talking about women here, but the other animals. And so in the cultural logic of human superiority, these depictions are seen as harmless and just a joke. In the Sexual Politics of Meat, I coined the term feminized protein to point out that mammalian milk extracted from cows as well as eggs from hens forced to produce is protein processed by a female body. Feminized protein exists as a result of the exploitation of the female body. Roger sent me this one. Ouch, look at all this whiteness. A white man loving his white boxed fresh milk, white t-shirt, a pastoral landscape. Here's a nostalgia for a simpler time. Nostalgia is often evoked in some of these images for a simpler time when, before women's liberation. Just a footnote that it was found that people who voted for Trump in 2016 all felt the 1950s were a better decade, and the 1950s were just the height of oppression for women and in the United States, people of color who were experiencing our version of apartheid. But anyway, whiteness also because it is whites who are able to digest mammalian milk, those who are descendants of Europeans, Eastern Europeans, and the majority of the world cannot digest mammalian milk after childhood, after infancy. So here's just a reminder how cows have their milk taken away from them. It's not pastoral. And her offspring is a competitor for the fluid extracted mammalian milk that must be monetized. So look at how all the cows watch as the newborn calf is removed. Will the cow be able to resist humans' ways and chase after her calf? If she can, she will. But resistance on the other side of the species line ends up with a death sentence. So one cow who tried to fracture a kneecap with a very precise kick was said to be killed. And this homemade bitch from hell ear tag for that cow was posted to Uptrend Farm and Agriculture. You can see it had like 1,300 shares, 4,000 love this, the plus side about writing your own ear tags. And so many of them reported their own ear tags, which included the slut, revenge is sweet, kill. And the interesting thing is the same farmers who say they care about the animals talk this way about them. And as I say, if you love your animals and this is what happens to them, I'm glad you don't love me. So have things changed since the Sexual Politics of Meat came out in 30 years ago? Here's a feminized pig from 1979. And this one is from Atlanta 2 years ago. There they are together. Or the images of the two editions of the Pornography of Meat. The one, will it be your left as well, I hope. The 100% pure beef was a mural in New York City. And the one on the right is from Los Angeles just last year, Eat Me. There's those fishnet stockings, the red high heels. Again, the only, women without any head, but yet somehow this burger can speak. One big difference is the awareness of activism around these issues. Even though the oppressive representations and material objects continue to be produced and circulate, reflecting a white supremacist patriarchal culture, we can find increasing resistance to these kinds of messages from a feminist vegan perspective. I love this response to the European image I showed you earlier. The book being quoted is the Spanish edition of The Sexual Politics of Meat. And so too, this one was criticized, citing the Spanish edition as well. As you can imagine, I love this tweet. Hello, Earthlings. Let's all read The Sexual Politics of Meat and then meet back here for a do-over. So thank you.
Thank you, Carol. much, to be fair. I mean,
You reckon?
Yeah, there's just a few little instances. So yeah, you can understand more.
You Googled that, didn't you?
I don't know what you
No,
mean.
I watched Braveheart.
We've got a fantastic history, the Brits, of kind of, not
Oppressing
oppressing
everyone
and
around them.
conquering everybody else in the world.
Yeah, painting the globe red. So now
Yeah.
this special, which is only going to last an hour because we've got to transfer to TikTok at 8. This came from the end of our update with Andy yesterday, which was itself a special, and we because I didn't know that much about the Marshall and Millions story, and I knew the basic stuff. Let's see if I can get this up on there. So obviously we talk about the 2 dogs who were shot. Now I didn't even know this was their names, and I've been pestering Andy to find out why one of them is called Millions, but
yeah, I'm definitely sure there is. It's either a video or there's a video that someone's put together, and there is a bit of the guy whose dogs they were essentially talking about them and how they came into his life. So I'm pretty sure he mentions the names, but I couldn't find it. But I couldn't find quite a few of the things that I wanted to. So either some of these groups have been highly moderated, or they don't exist anymore. Because some of them are quite err on the urge of caution, to be fair, with the death threats towards police officers and that kind of thing. So I'd imagine some of them have probably been taken down.
Yeah, so we thought we were thinking about this, and I was just asking you questions really about it, and like the more and more you explain what the situation was, the more and more kind of weird it sounded to me, because as I said, I knew the basic story. What I didn't know was the fact that it kind of almost like exploded into a kind of global kind of movement, and we were in particular concerned, or interested in the language. So we'll come on to that, which was really interesting to me. I think they should have been called Hundreds and Thousands, maybe. That's what it should have been, Hundreds and Thousands. But so you directed me to Facebook, so I had a look, and there's all these websites up there, and this is only a selection of them. And there's a second page. Well, there's 4 pages altogether. The bottom there of the 3rd page, as it were, is the real justice for Marshall and Millions one, which is quite interesting. BSL, what is that? BSLI, Andy?
No, BSL is breed selective legislation. So BSL is essentially the statute that the DLO would use to seize a dog that they consider to be typed. So if they think it's a pit bull, if they think it's a Dogo Argentina, a Fila Brasilia, or Japanese Tosa, then they essentially use BSL, breed selective legislation, to say this breed fits a category that is banned. And it gives us these powers to seize and assess them. That's what BSL is. It sometimes gets confused with the British Sign Language, because the acronym's the same.
Yeah, it's the same acronym. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but when they say BSL and anything to do with the dog, it's always
especially if the dogs start doing this on the street, that would be very confusing, wouldn't it? Yes, indeed. So okay, yeah, all right. And so yeah, you see, it used to be called Dangerous Dogs. It was Dangerous Dogs Act.
So the Dangerous Dogs Act still exists, but essentially BSL is for the banned breed. So Dangerous Dogs Act would cover any dog of any breed that's potentially a danger or a threat to the public or another dog or whatever. That's when the Dangerous Dogs Act would come in. Let's just say you've got a Labrador that attacks the postman. That's the Dangerous Dog Act. It's got nothing to do with BSL. But if that dog is suspected of being a pit bull type, for example, that's when BSL will come into it. And that's when the DLO, a dog legislation officer, will be brought in to essentially assess the dog to see whether they meet these criteria, and then they'll either be typed or not typed. So you can be caught with both acts, but BSL only applies when there's that suspicion, essentially.
Okay, and what about this phrase that I've heard, devil dogs? What's that? What's that all about?
Well, it's just demonization at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, there's a quite a good meme that kind of demonstrates it, where it's like once upon a time it was German Shepherds, then it was Dobermans, then it was Rottweilers, and now it's Staffordshire Bull Terriers. Basically, it's kind of followed breed after breed after breed, and even more recent than that, it's more XL bullies and pocket bullies and things like that are actually being typed these days, even more so than the Staffy Cross. So it's because it's, especially when it comes to a pit bull type, just so in case anyone's confused, we're not talking about a specific breed here. Obviously, I'm well aware that there is a breed, an American Pit Bull Terrier, but in England or in the UK, when we type this animal, it's a selection of criteria that's based on measurements, size, dimensions, and colour. It's not so you could have a litter of pups and 2 could be typed and 5 could not, and that's happened various times because it's not, there's no DNA test you could do or anything else that would sort of exempt you. It's all based on the assessment of the DLO.
So essentially the looks. I also heard that
yeah, 100% looks. Yeah, that's pretty much all it's based on.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're now tattooing Alsatians to make them look harder or something. Do you know about that?
No.
No. Oh,
No,
yeah.
that
Yeah.
sounds deplorable, but it doesn't surprise me.
No, it doesn't surprise you,
Who's
yeah.
doing this? I mean, like, what is this? Some sort of like new trend?
I don't know. There was somebody who did a kind of dog massage course, and they mentioned it and said that depending on the breed, depends on their temperament of each individual, then you have to start at one end of the dog or the other, depending on how feisty, as it were.
How little consent they're giving you, right? Okay.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah. So so they
yeah,
just mentioned that. So somebody asked her, well, how would you then tackle an Alsatian? And they said, a tattooed one or not, or a plain one, I think they said. And
Wow.
they said, I didn't know there was such a
That's
thing.
new to me, and that actually even goes against the general norm. So once upon a time, when dogs were seized for being pit bulls, they used to be tattooed. They tattoo them on their leg, basically about halfway up where about the elbow joint is, and they don't do that anymore because it's considered barbaric. It's microchips instead, and that's the details that are logged, and you have to basically get them registered with DEFRA. So.
All right.
Even the welfareists realised that tattooing a dog was wrong.
Wow. Well, it must have been bad then. So, well, look, we've got 2 questions then. If anybody in the chat knows why one of these dogs is called Millions, we'd like to know. And if anybody knows anything about the tattoo situation,
Yeah,
that would be quite.
That's not something I was aware of.
Yeah.
I'm
It
more
was
interested in the dog massage. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, the dog massage sounded really good until
And the fact you can actually pay someone to go and be told or taught how to massage a dog is just baffling.
Well, they were pretending there was a BTEC on it, but that wasn't true.
Get out the cornflakes.
Yeah. So it seems then that this is like a worldwide. I mean, the last, I'm not quite sure if it's here, but when we were looking yesterday, Andy, I saw one group for Marshall and Millions is in the Philippines.
Yeah, it's definitely a worldwide thing. Yeah, all over the place. The other weekend when they had the National Animal Rights March on the same Sunday, they had their first big sort of collective vigil, and someone's made a video, in fact, that kind of highlights all the different places around the world, and there must be 50 plus countries that have all got involved in some way, shape, or form. Even if there's only a handful of people, yeah, it's a worldwide movement, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And what struck us, of course, is the language, because as you can see from these 4 pages that we've just done a screenshot of, it's justice for Marshall and Millions. And so that got us thinking about social movement claims making and the kind of things that you often get told as vegans about, well, it's not much point in saying certain words because people won't understand it. And this is one of them. So we wanted to develop that. Here's an even more striking illustration of that. When injustice becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. So that's quite striking. Then there's just a little kind of blurb about about the situation. It's almost like a description of the situation. And then these ones you sent through just a few minutes ago, Andy. So this,
yeah,
these are,
I mean, that's just a little brief selection. Almost every single one of these videos that's been put on anywhere, and I mean, it's amazing how quickly they've mobilised and organised everything. But almost all of them have got merch or banners or what it's done. It's made, it's out there, it's being paid for, or whatever. Like, it just shows what can be achieved very, very quickly. And some of the, I mean, we was looking at some of them yesterday. There's people that have done like murals on the wall, or they've done canvas paintings. And some of these are really, really good. But it just shows how touched everyone's been by this situation. But they do get it. They absolutely do get it, because when you read all of the things they're saying, they're not really talking about cruelty, and they are, you know, saying we're not going to stop until we get justice. It's not just enough to get an apology or something like that. They really understand that something wrong has happened here, and they're not just going to be brushed off with it. And it just made me think, well, we get told all the time that we can't have these conversations with people because they're not capable of understanding these concepts, when in fact they absolutely are. And this proves it. And it shows that they're capable of uniting and organising very, very quickly, quicker than we are sometimes.
Yeah, and around that concept. So they clearly understand it. But the interesting thing, of course, they can't, I don't suppose they could claim cruelty or abuse, because, as it were, the dogs were just shot.
Yes. Well, in fact, sadly, one of the comments that actually inspired our conversation yesterday, I couldn't find, was where someone had said, if only the police had seized the dogs and essentially euthanized them in the same way that usually happens with BSL. Obviously, they're not usually shot. They're usually taken to the police station, and when they fail the assessment, they're destroyed behind closed doors with a needle.
Yeah.
And 2 or 3 people hit back straight away saying it's got nothing to do with how they were killed. It's the fact that 2 innocent beings were murdered. And I thought, that is exactly the concept that you apparently can't grasp. Exactly. On the nose.
Exactly that.
Yeah,
So,
it's so interesting, because
that
we
one.
actually get told sometimes by other activists not to use phrases like justice and not to use phrases like rights, because it's too complicated for people to understand. But this seems to suggest that that's kind of not the case. And
yeah,
then,
I think the problem is just speciesism. It's not that they don't understand this language. It's that
Yeah,
it's
well,
where it extends.
the problem is always speciesism, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's the
it
thing.
really is.
Yeah,
And so,
always.
like, I mean, it wasn't too long ago when you had Animal Rising on with you and Ronnie, and they were more or less saying exactly the same thing, that we can't use words like injustice because people don't make the connection, and they're part of this campaign. So they must see that all these groups are somehow using the word justice.
Yeah, it does make you think, doesn't it? This slide is about the fact that someone took it upon themselves to consult the police in Canada.
Yeah.
Or some police in
There's a
Canada.
few of those. In fact, there's a couple of different people from all over the world again. There was an Australian one that had written about how this would never happen in their country, all sorts of things like that. I mean, it's all conjecture. The other thing that's really key about this, if you read through any of the stuff going back to BSL, every single person wants to abolish BSL, right? Every single one. There's not a single person that's saying, well, let's make BSL a bit more comfortable. Let's give the dogs a nicer kennel space. Nobody is campaigning for welfare. So again, they completely understand the concept and the difference.
But the language in this one's a bit weird, I think, because they are talking about torture and animal abuse here. And so it seems to me that that's an interesting way of looking at it, in the sense that it's, you know, where is, in terms of the general understanding of those 2 words, that wasn't involved. They were just kind of executed.
Well,
which is
essentially, yeah.
So I mean, that was
although saying that, I don't know the full ins and outs, but there are some allegations that obviously the dogs were grabbed first with a pole. So I suppose you could say that constituted abuse. But there's also, I don't know if it's been proven or not, but apparently with the first taser hit, because obviously when the video begins, the one dog's already no longer with us, and the second dog apparently is tasered before they're shot, which in which case obviously there is an element of torture and everything else beforehand. But I don't know, obviously we have to rely on the police for that information, and they haven't released it, so it's all what people have seen in the video.
Okay, so another thing that I said to you, of course, is the fact that, well, this was quite a while ago, isn't it? And yet it still seems to be
I think it's either 7 weeks tomorrow or 8 weeks tomorrow. Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
the amount of
it's,
hype
it's
it's
coming up
getting,
for too much.
it's you tend to find that it dwindles down quite quickly, this sort of stuff, usually, don't you? But it seems to be staying
Well,
there for some
we've
reason.
had cases like not necessarily as filmed as well as this one, for example, and I mean that in the loosest term possible. But there was a case in Liverpool a couple of years ago where I think it was 3 dogs or maybe even 4 dogs were shot by the police, and that got, you know, nothing like this, about a week's worth of posts and maybe a couple of groups made about it, and then it kind of died off. Whereas this is probably one of the biggest campaigns I've ever known that's just solely based about 2 individual dogs.
Yeah. Okay.
You know-
And then another issue arose, which is illustrated by this one, right? And so obviously, what has been happening is that some vegans have been responding to the campaign with the usual "what about," right? And this is the way that they have responded in a very kind of single issue kind of thing. Just stop already. Nobody cares about being vegan. And then again, we are only here to bring justice for bully breeds everywhere. So there's another kind of phrase that has been used: bully breeds. So that presumably is a pejorative that who uses.
That's like speciesism within speciesism, isn't it? It's like we don't even care about other dogs, you know, gas the beagles. We just care about bullies.
Well, it's probably the circumstances, obviously, because, you know, non-bully breeds are not being shot, presumably. But I mean, whose phrase is that? Is that
But so a bully breed is kind of like common within dog terms for any dog that ends in a bull. So you've got Staffordshire Bull Terrier, Pit Bull, American Bull Terrier, Bull Terrier, for example. They're all bull breeds.
Okay, so all of those would be classified as
bullies, yeah, bully breeds.
Bully
yeah.
breed. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's a very negative thing, so it can't
Yeah,
be.
yeah, it doesn't sound very good. I mean, I would never refer to my dog as a bully because he's not. He's a softie. But like, exactly. It does give you like a negative connotation. But that is the collective term normally that known as. If you say I've got a bully for adoption, everyone kind of knows it's roughly going to be one of half a dozen breeds.
Okay, and they've had that name imposed on them. Okay, so what's DDA?
That's the Dangerous Dogs Act.
Oh yeah, right, dangerous. So Dangerous Dog Act, Terry.
Yeah, so the Dangerous Dogs Act is, I mean, obviously it's used quite a lot of the times in BSL cases, but they're not actually linked in any way, shape or form. I mean, for example, when my dog was seized, he didn't do anything wrong. He was an anonymous report by someone that knew his situation, that was trying their best to cause as much problems for me as they could. So there was no DDA whatsoever involved. Police came to my house, looked at him, the DLO typed him and took him away for assessment. And they made the decision that he fit the criteria. And so I had to go to court, and he's now an exempt pit bull. So as long as I meet the criteria set for me and I do what's asked, I can keep him. But his life's like very, very, very restricted. But that's the law.
He's got an electronic tag.
Yes, he's microchipped. He was neutered at 7 months old when he was seized. I mean, completely against my will. And he has to be muzzled and on a lead at all times, anywhere in public, even in the car.
Yeah, Graham is raising the question that nobody seems to know fully, which is the kind of backstory to all of this.
No, there's all sorts of, as always, there's 100 different people that know someone, that met someone, that spoke to someone. Some people will blame the original lady whose dog was apparently attacked for reporting this, and then other people have come forward to say that she's firmly on the side of the guy and against the police, and this has destroyed her. I don't. So the thing is, we don't know. We really don't know.
No, but the interesting thing about it, in terms of, again, this issue of things like justice and injustice, is that most of the claims are, well, that doesn't matter. That still doesn't justify what happened.
Yeah, I mean, the one that it was briefly up earlier, it more or less was kind of saying all of the people that are bringing up the guy's past, what he's done before, how dogs were removed from him and a partner in the past, all of that doesn't matter. All of that can be just literally just pushed away, because all that matters is what happens.
That one there?
Yeah, that Michelle Dexter Smith one. That's kind of saying, like, you know, we're not talking about that. We're talking about this.
Yeah. Okay. So so here's a movement question then, because as I said, we're kind of saying, well, it just goes to show that the general public and also the speciesist dog lover can understand injustice and justice. I mean, the general public presumably are supporting this campaign, and the species dog lovers are running it, and so they are obviously clear about the meaning of those words that we're often warned away from, right? But here's the question: whether it's really, this is where Kev mentioned speciesism, and this is where it comes into play. They understand injustice and justice when it comes to cats and dogs, but as soon as you move to other species, it all falls apart. In the same way as that, if you talk to people on the street about animal abuse, they'll be completely on board with you, speaking the same language and all that. If you're talking about dogs and cats and, Cecil the lion and all the rest of it, right? As soon as you then switch species, you lose them. So is that what's happening here? That it's not that they fully understand injustice towards other animals. It's injustice towards some.
Well, yeah, but would you not say it's kind of the same when it comes to cruelty and abuse anyway? I mean, everyone is against cruelty towards dogs, but most people don't consider cruelty against cows, pigs, sheep, do they? Because it's still that speciesism, which is the problem.
And what you can do with outreach and stuff is, if you're focusing on animal treatment, if you're trying to get a conversation going, you can go through, like the high welfare approved standards of certain things that people don't agree with, but they're not aware that it's there. And as soon as you tell them that, every time you buy a burger or a sandwich, you're paying for these things that happen to animals, they switch on you straight away. So it's definitely that kind of speciesist divide. It's that cultural thing of love some but not others. As long as you don't see it, however, of course, no, you don't want to show them the reality. They don't like that very much.
Yeah. Well,
it would be interesting to know, though. Let's just say it was a fact that a lady had been attacked before the incident, and that was now proven. Whether that would change the minds of any of these people that are doing this, or whether they would still be acting and saying exactly the same things. Is it because of their innocence that there's such a big uproar? Because no one actually knows the full truth of the story. It's all assumed innocence.
Yeah.
And if it is definitely innocence, then definitely we've got that connection we can make, because every animal they're using or consuming is definitely innocent. This is not even up for debate.
Yeah, I think it's two things for me. I think it's the innocence of the animal, because a lot of people are focusing on that. And I think it's the shock factor of the footage. And those two things combined, I think that's what's created the hype and the hysteria. And the fact that this could happen to anyone, anywhere.
Yeah, I would definitely understand that. It's put me more on edge now, because that could happen to us, basically.
Yeah.
From another allegation that could put us in that situation. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that absolutely.
But I do think if it was proven, if there was CCTV footage of these dogs, like ripping a woman's arm to bits, then I think it would change the opinions of quite a few people that are currently backing it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, from an outreach point of view, there's nothing stopping us saying, well, actually, this is a great example of injustice without even taking welfare into consideration. We're not talking about mistreatment. We're not talking about, we're literally talking about injustice, and people understand that. But a vegan could use that as an example perfectly. It would be one of those times where you could argue. I mean, like I said, I don't know the ins and outs of the whole incident, but if it is just 2 straight shots, for example, you could argue that there wasn't any abuse. You could argue that we are literally just talking injustice and rights violations, which kind of brings in the new string for them. But yeah, I think it should give us some encouragement that there's nothing stopping us having these conversations with people. We don't need to reduce our language, because the problem is speciesism. It's not the language. It's their disconnect from what we're trying to get them to connect with.
Yeah, exactly that. And if we don't talk at that level, we're actually doing them an injustice, because if you get them to make some form of connection with animal treatment, then actually they're only about a third of the way there, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then you're going to have to try, and once they kind of start making some lifestyle changes, then that's when things start to become a little bit more tricky, I suppose. Because what about, like complex issues like what about backyard hens and all that sort of stuff that comes up. Still all exploitation, but it's done in a much kinder way, but it's still exploitation.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's change the thing now. People remember Mary Bale, and so she's the woman who let me just remove that. She's the woman who threw or knocked a cat into a wheelie bin, if you remember. And the reaction to this case was astounding. She ended up having police protection, and that's a picture of it there, and also ended up living with her mother apparently for a month because she wasn't able to live at home. But this is really interesting. This opening bit, Mary Bale. We all know somebody who looks a bit like her. The greying cropped hair, the loosely fitted clothes, the ambling figure of the careworn bank clerk. What we didn't know until now is that lurking behind the pleasant appearance of this familiar high street figure lies a monster capable of carrying out an act of indefensible cruelty. So they really kind of went for it with this case. Kind of death threats, the lot. It's really weird. And one thing I wanted to show you, because we looked at this yesterday, and we were quite taken with it, weren't we? Let me see if I can find it. There we go. We were quite taken with it because this is, of all things, the Financial Times, and the Financial Times went through the
they got an entire timeline, haven't they?
The trial of Mary Bale, and so talk about the incident, and again the language is so bizarre in this, but they're talking about the the fact that there was police protection again, this kind of thing. People saying things like that she what is it? I think it's just here. Said something about oh, that's right. She needed to be repeatedly head-butted. She should be flogged.
Should be flogged within an inch of
Yeah,
a life.
there's all kinds of stuff, and this goes through the actual trial of this woman, and so this one seems to be based on the fact that people seemed outraged that she betrayed the cat because she kind of almost like
She
made friends.
stroked the cat first, basically.
Yeah, and the cat was called Lola, and so she was very friendly. And then for some reason, she just lobbed Lola into this wheelie bin. And then another thing from general animal use situations is they made such a fuss of the fact that she was trapped inside this wheelie bin for 15 hours, right? In fact, there's a little bit in the in this. I'm not quite sure if I could find it, but it's so kind of poetic, kind of like Lola is having her first meal in 15 hours, kind of thing, served on a white plate, and all this really kind of weird stuff. Yeah, served on a white plate, and you're thinking this is almost like bizarre stuff, And then this journalist is trying to get an interview with this Mary Bale, and she's saying no. She had to move because journalists were turning up at her door right up to midnight, and she couldn't get to sleep, and this kind of stuff. She left her job at the bank. She was a bank teller, so she left that as well. So really weird. And then if we drop this one out and put this one back in, this is another case which everybody knows, which is we've got a language issue here because North Americans like to say Cecil, and we say Cecil, right?
Yeah,
Cecil the lion.
Cecil, yeah.
So that's a different way of looking at it. See if we can put that up there to make it a little bit bigger. So Cecil the lion caused a stink to the extent that he's now got himself a Wikipedia page, as you can see here. And I think, again, the doctor had to kind of go into hiding. He was a dentist, I think, wasn't he?
Dentist, yeah.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Yeah, so he has to go into hiding over this. There's another case that you mentioned last night, Andy, which was the footballer,
Kurt Zuma.
Yeah, and so that was another one of cat kicking, wasn't it? So
yeah.
So I don't know what happened with that one.
The cats were removed from him. I can't remember. He was given the RSPCA's ban from having any animals for the rest of his life, which doesn't usually mean anything. But I'm sure the cats were removed and given to a great home. So the cats did quite well out of it. What I think the Kurt Zuma one, that I suppose the difference between that and the others is he was so comfortable doing what he did. He was the person that videoed himself. It wasn't like, CCTV caught him or whatever. It was being videoed in the security of his own home. And
he released it. Okay.
Well, his brother, I think, actually put it on Snapchat, not realizing that it would get the reaction that it got. Yeah. But that just shows you that was the norm for them.
Yeah.
Not even the fact that I'm a high profile celebrity, just there's nothing wrong with doing this. It's okay. Yeah.
The thing that shocked me most when I watched the footage of Kurt Zuma is I was led to believe that he booted this cat like across the room, and he doesn't. It's
no.
It's still not acceptable, but it's not like he kicked the ball like he was taking a penalty. He kind of knocked the cat out of the way. Obviously, still unacceptable. But I was actually shocked with how little or how unshocking the footage was. Yet the reaction that it got was as if he literally booted this cat out of his garden.
That's what you do with your kids, isn't it? Just give them a boot to get them out of the way.
No comment.
But it's always massively sensationalized. I mean, obviously the fact that he was a footballer and everything else made it worse. But then again, Mary was nobody, and that was very similar to that. She got all that attention. So,
well, she's somebody now. Joanna is saying that 15 hours stuck is torturous. Well, it is, yeah. But of course, from a vegan point of view, you immediately start thinking of units of confinement. The fact that dairy cows are kept in for years. Sometimes you're thinking about broiler units.
Yeah.
Which is days. I mean,
or even if we want to just talk about solo individuals, what about some of the orcas that are all around the world in these terrible pools for the last 30 or 40 years?
An entire life in an aquarium. Yeah.
And what about the bears, the bear bile thing?
Or essentially pretty much any of these zoos in some of these places where they've been there their entire lives. Yeah. 15 hours if you're going to go back to home and you're going to have a nice meal on a white plate. It's not great, but it's much better than it could be. And it's the fact that people are capable of showing this emotion and these feelings towards these situations when they know, look, that shouldn't happen. That's wrong. I recognize this as a wrong, which is all we're asking, really.
But the thing is, though, all we've got really is this articulation of the sense of injustice or a demand for justice. Now, the only time when I see that, as it were, jumping over the species barrier in a vegan sense onto the so-called farmed animals is when one escapes from a slaughterhouse. And then for some reason, their status completely
there is that connection, you're right. But do you think that's also because it's in the public all of a sudden? Like, if they get a bolt gun to the head behind closed doors, that's normality. If they get a bolt gun to the head in the middle of the street, that's all of a sudden a completely different situation. I mean, there isn't any difference between it, but you're right. Whenever that happens, it always invokes a reaction. There's always people that are saying, oh, they should have let that one go and live their life now, as if like...
Well, it's not a question of that, though, Andy, because what tends to happen very early on is that they get given a name. And as soon as that happens, that changes everything as well.
True, that's true.
Like the children and pigs that escaped Yeah. I'll
Yeah.
be
Well, in that case, if that makes a huge difference, I mean, I'm more than happy to go and stand outside of one of these places with a clipboard and be like, "You're John, you're Sam, you're C." You know, do that. If that's going to make a difference with everyone's minds, I'll do that.
Just
Well,
see
it's-
Andy
yeah,
outside of the
I can
dairy
think of
farm with a
names all
bingo
day
marker.
long.
It is interesting though, because that one thing that
But you
kind
are
of
right. Yeah, a name does
yeah,
make a really
it
significant
kind of
difference, doesn't it?
individualizes the individual, right?
You read
and
that sometimes with these stories
yeah.
of like youngsters on farms, don't you? Where they
Yeah.
name one of the animals and that's the one that they have to end up keeping. Or yeah, it does make a difference.
Well, I always tell the story about before your time, Kevin, Andy, but there was this thing called the Real Meat Company in England, and they were selling free range flesh, and they then started to have a problem because they did name the victims, and then they started to have a problem when it came to sending them off to slaughter. And so they even went to the trouble of trying to give them unsympathetic names like Goebbels, or or something, Adolf or something. Just to try to see if that
to demonize them, basically, yeah, to break that connection. Yeah, it makes sense.
But they found that even that didn't work, right? And
well,
so
you just end up eventually using that name with an affection, wouldn't you? It would just kind of, yeah. It would still be that they're singled out, whether that name had a negative attachment for a little while. The fact that they had a name eventually would actually start to mean something because they would be unique.
Yeah, Debbie's saying something interesting here. The press turn escapes from slaughterhouses here as if it's a scene from a flipping rodeo with the police trying to round them. Yeah, there has been some cases like that. The other ones, for some reason, well, I think it's to do with the role of the media. When I was in Liverpool, a pregnant cow, although it wasn't known that she was pregnant at the time, but a cow escaped from I think it was on the Wirral, and then they found out that the farmer was kind of trying to catch the cow, and so I think it's something like one of the tabloids, like the Daily Star, bought the cow from the farmer. Then they gave the cow a name, and then they kind of featured it as a kind of the adventures of type thing for a few days, right? And so I was kind of volunteering with the Freshfield Animal Rescue Centre at the time, which was in Formby, which is north of Liverpool, and we found out that the paper was going to give the cow back to the farmer to take back to the slaughterhouse once the story had run its course, kind of thing. And so we contacted them and said, if you do that, that's really kind of going to be bad publicity. It's going to look really, really bad. Why don't you give the cow to a sanctuary, i.e. us? And that's exactly what they did. And we used to have a derelict. We had like a small holding, and we had a derelict kind of cottage. We made that into a stables, and so that worked. And then we found out that she was pregnant, and so we ended up with two cows. And so it was really interesting because we had a quite a slim dairy cow and a really stocky beef animal, so-called, right? And so that was quite interesting. But it was one of those situations where they'd sent a pregnant individual to slaughter. But again, because they'd named the individual, that changed their status completely. But this is an interesting case because this is, well, Francione calls this the gift that keeps on giving. This is the Michael Vick case, right? And but I don't think because I think this guy actually was involved in killing lots. In fact, I saw a headline when I was having a quick look, and almost like saying that they were killing them dogs at quite a rate, and this is interesting as well. And so I don't think the public got to know the victims' names on this occasion, but I think we're because we're back to dogs, it shows that doesn't actually matter so much. So again, we've got this interesting kind of speciesism going on, Whereas if you name a cow, that changes the status, and you don't actually have to do that with a dog, although it would kind of help. And
yeah, I mean, even Pat mentions that, doesn't he, in the Late Late Show? It's like if you give Daisy a name, but I suppose it does make a difference to most, because they're no longer an object. That's the key difference. Objects don't have names. I don't call my phone Harold. It's a phone.
And if you've got a group of animals and you don't name any of them, that is just a group of animals. Where if you give one of them a name, you start to see the individual.
Yeah. Especially as quite often names like names are given off personalities or first impressions or all of that kind of thing. So yeah, names normally have got some reason, even if it is meant like Goebbels or Hitler or any of those things. Even if it's meant with a negative connotation, there's a reason behind it, and that takes thought, which means that you're actually acknowledging their individuality because they're not an object anymore.
Yeah, of course. There's a reverse of this in dehumanization processes, which I covered in my PhD. And so what we tend to do with our enemies is we depersonalize them and individualize them.
Yeah.
And so, the North Americans called the Viet Cong gooks, for example. There's all these kind of examples where and it just it makes it easier then, because they do know from research, they do know that a lot of rounds shot in war, if it's this kind of, people firing at each other kind of thing, they miss their target, because it's very difficult for a lot of people to actually shoot another human. And it's actually difficult for a lot of people to shoot another animal as well. And so, often you'll get a situation where, you've gone to all the trouble of getting out there in the field, you're going deer hunting in the States, and then you just can't bring yourself to kind of do it, I always remember, I think it was 1979, I was a projectionist. We were showing The Deer Hunter, really, really very slow and very long film. I think it was about 2, maybe 3 hours long. And they kind of had to go through this entire torturous situation in Vietnam before they realized killing deers wasn't a great idea. And that's what I think that was one of my first kind of real kind of animal rights thoughts, because I was just going vegan at the time, and I was thinking, what are you saying? You had to go through that torture before you could empathize, right? And so it struck me. But here's an interesting thing. You see that bit where it says he told the news site in 2021, because what Vic started to do was he started giving school talks, talking about how it's not a great idea to go dogfighting and everything, right? And he says, in a follow-up interview, he told the news site in 2021 he regrets it all, mainly because the case affected his chance of getting into the Hall of Fame. So there you go. So, speciesism and self-interest raises its head.
The dogfighting Hall of Fame is he talking about?
Yeah,
I don't think it was that, no.
I don't know a huge amount about this case, but where in the world does someone need to go to a school and do a talk? Might not be a great idea to go and set a couple of dogs on each other.
Yeah, no idea. That's baffling.
No, I've got McAfee actually, Joanna, and you advised me to take it off. But I have been looking for drawers, as you can see.
It's a sponsor of the live stream.
Yeah, my life is on the screen right now. I'm going to take it off. So I mean, is there any? We've only got about 5 minutes left. So is there any kind of lessons here? Our lesson seems to be.
Well, I'm certainly taken from it that every time that I hear someone say, "Oh, well, people can't understand this language," I'm just going to think that that's ableist from now on, because people have quite clearly proven that they can.
Yeah,
yes.
I agree. I suppose one thing I'm kind of taking it, or trying to be mindful of at the minute, is don't assume that people can't understand. You might need to talk to different people in different ways, but I'll always try to get the same message across. But I agree, Andy. I used to look more at the treatment because it's easy when you're talking about, talking about clear wrongdoings. All I've found that that's done for me in the past is opened me up to more difficult conversations around those kind of wrongdoings, if that makes sense, the socially accepted versions of those wrongdoings, which is still wrong. So yeah, getting the message across from a rights perspective, I think, is incredibly important, and people do make the connection. They absolutely do. I suppose
Anybody
what's
know
going
this
on with
case? I don't know. Emma Parker. This
No.
rings a real small bell for me. Killed and ate a hamster.
No, I don't.
yes.
I don't remember that one. No.
I don't remember the name, but I do remember the uproar from it.
Again, it's
Technically,
interesting, isn't it? The fact that depending on the circumstance, you can get that reaction.
Technically, with the hamster one, as long as that animal was killed humanely, legally, she did nothing wrong. That's the thing, isn't it? It's the morality of these actions that people have got the uproar with, and I suppose that's
Well,
the connection.
half the time, I think it's the categories game. Is the sense that she's eating the wrong species. That's the problem. So
yeah. I mean, I was about to suggest if it wasn't a hamster and it was a rabbit, there'd be a real conflict for a lot of people. I mean, you'd obviously have the people that love and care about rabbits that would be in uproar, but you'd also have a lot of people thinking it's only a rabbit.
And then say we're talking about a rat.
Yeah,
that would invoke the yuck factor, but not necessarily any moral issue, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose there'd be some people that would see it, but yeah, the vast majority of sort of opposition would be because it's disgusting, not because it's wrong.
Yeah. Well, what these cases say to me is that there's a historian called Keith Thomas, and he's got a book called Man of the Natural World. I think it was 1973 when he put it out. And basically, he said that there are privileged species, and that each culture has a set of privileged species. Like, for example, and this is interesting from the anti-blood sports point of view, like in Japan, foxes are almost like semi kind of god kind of status, whereas obviously they're classified as vermin. And so, when we used to do our school talks for the kids, we used to have a lot of fun by getting them to move. We had kids with other animals as a sign, like a cat and all this kind of. And then we started saying, okay, so which ones are the food ones, and which ones are the ones that you can wear? And they all started moving them around. And then, of course, we then started saying, well, but can't we put the cat in with the food one? Oh, no, you can't do that. And then you can talk about how some cultures do. And, it gets them thinking on a kind of fairly basic but quite complex level as well. It's quite an interesting kind of thing. Oh, right. So we've got 8 minutes before TikTok. So maybe we can make our final statements and go and set ourselves up for that. So I agree with Andy that it means that we've almost kind of got some ammunition. People say, oh, don't say that. You've got to stick with where they're at. And that's usually code for talk about cruelty and abuse, right? And you go, okay, well, say, like, for example, if you got a debate table and it says all animal use is injustices or something. I mean, that would work as much as animal abuse is cruel. Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
is the fact that there was no cruelty and abuse as far as we know, in the sense of the shooting part. So it's quite complicated in the end when you start looking at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it is. I think just to add what you were saying there, Roger, about kind of like meet them where they're at. I think if we do that too much, it's difficult to move them on from where they're at. So, you know, trying to get them to have that kind of thought-provoking reaction is key. And I think language plays a big part of that. So if you're kind of downplaying the words and the way that you're putting it across, then you do run the risk of not moving them forward. From
Well,
where
the way I used to say it is, I used to say, this is before the Mac plant and everything, I used to say, well, I can't meet them where they're at because they're in McDonald's. Right, and so, you know,
yeah, well, that's still a pretty good way of looking at it. But yeah, I mean, I always look at it as the problem is if we go to where they're at is where they're comfortable with. So we've either got to drag them forward, or we've regressed just to meet them where they're at. So anyone else that's listening, not that individual, say 20 other people walk past and hear what you're saying, where you're at for that individual is where your movement's at for everyone else that's listening in.
Yeah.
So we don't want to be meeting them there. They need to come towards us.
It just seems to me that rather than getting bogged down with redefining their words, we can then give them another way of looking at issues.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we can bracket off the big argument about, oh, well, that's abuse. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. That's cruel. No, it isn't. And all that. You can bracket all that off and not get bogged down in it. You know, and yet so many people seem to be quite happy to get bogged down in it somehow. Right. Hey, I didn't do the branding, did I? Andy, I forgot to do the branding. Can you believe that? You know the rock didgeridoo.
Yeah, the intro at the beginning. Can you do it as an outro?
I can do that as an outro, yeah, even though it's not a watch along. So so thanks a lot, everybody. If you want to switch to TikTok, that would be brilliant. And so what accounts?
I'll type it in the chat. In fact, now I can. I'll just type it. That's my TikTok that I've just put in the chat right now.
Oh, right. Okay. So
we'll be live in like 4 or 5 minutes.
4 or 5 minutes. Just enough time to make a cup of tea. Okay, people, you take care and we'll see you again. Where's my music gone?
Yeah, you're grooving. Grooving already, Roger.
I'm grooving away. I'm groovy. Welcome, Earthlings, to another Still Alive, and we can confirm that we are. You're still alive, Ronnie?
I think so, yes.
Good.
Just about, yes.
Yeah, I'm still alive as well, so that's
very good. We can proceed then.
I suppose we can, yeah. Let's see who we've got in the house. Oh, this is a show, the only show where you get 2 countdowns.
I know, yes. Make people wait for it. It's worth the wait.
Now, also, don't forget, we really value your comments. And on this show, we will never charge you to speak to us. because we don't believe in that. And so chat away in the chat and it'll be on the screen. So don't worry about having to pay. So Michael was first. Hi, Michael. That was a while ago. So wanted to get in there first. Elliot Davis, hello there. BC, Kate J, hello. Spiritual Vegan, don't know who that is. Linda Carroll. Now we're getting all those duplications that I don't like. Not your mum, not your milk, or as we say in Ireland, not your ma, not your milk. And Andy, your badges are on the way. So we'll see if the Irish postal system works better than the British one. So that'll be quite interesting.
That wouldn't be too difficult, I don't think.
Well, I had to fill in loads of forms, and I said, "Why have we got to do this?" And she said, "Brexit." And like, I mean, I was just sending some. I think there was about 10 badges or 9 badges and 1 fridge magnet, and I had to fill in bloody forms and everything. It's
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Got vegan Graham, and Graham will be putting some detail of a Zoom meeting that he's got going tomorrow in the chat as we proceed. So look out for that one. Colleen, Canadian Vegan Forever, at least forever. A friendo, hello there. BC again. Right, I think we're up to date. Yeah. So yes, must be quicker than getting the books. Yeah, that's right. So over the past few weeks, we've been going through this Animal Justice Academy list of 50. And so we whittled it down to 10 because I in particular, I wanted to have the best 10 in one place so people can refer people to it. And so really, this is activist ideas which are a little bit outside of what has become the norm, like the cubes and the save and the we the free, those kind of things. Now that's not saying that we don't like that. We're just saying that some people think that is activism, and so we're just offering an alternative. And then in particular, and particularly with Ronnie here, we're interested in providing things that individuals or small groups can do, that you don't have to have 10, 30 people in order to do it, right? So there's that kind of difference, on the grounds that we would ideally want to see vegan activism everywhere and all the time. And so that means that we need to get used to the fact that there's lots of different things we can do, rather than it just being a little list of 3 or 4 things, which in recent times, that's what the movement seems to have become. Do you get that impression, Ronnie? Because I do.
I kind of do, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, it's not having a go at that. It's more to do with this is, have a think about this as well. That's all it is, really. Right. So we've got our list of 10, and we came up with the list separately. They were virtually the same, weren't they, Ronnie?
They kind of were. Well, what happened was I looked at your list and thought, well, I pretty much agree with that. But there was like one thing that I kind of wanted in there that you'd left out. So I kind of jiggled yours around a little bit to fit my thing in. I was going to say, it doesn't sound too good.
No, you jiggled in my list to fit your thing in. Yeah.
Yes.
So
great minds think alike, don't they, as they say?
Yeah, and also us too as well. So then,
yes.
So let's think. So we're gonna try and do this kind of like exciting thing of doing 10 down to 1. So hold on to your hats, people.
Yeah.
I mean the excitement is going to build. So I don't know how you're going to cope.
Yeah.
So the first one, shall we get on with it instead of?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the first one is this. And okay, so this was the 10th one for both of us, right?
It was. I mean, it's quite difficult to kind of, there were some really obvious ones that are like kind of up the top of the list, and then there was quite a lot that were kind of all reasonably okay. So it's quite difficult to, when we got sort of lower down the list, I think it was more difficult to choose. But I think this really is an important one. I think it is important to support small vegan businesses, really, because at the end of the day, if you're spending your money in a vegan business, when they in turn spend that money, they're going to spend that money on vegan products and vegan services themselves. Where if you spend money in a non-vegan business, then they're going to spend that money you've given them, or certainly, a percentage of it, on animal products. So it's kind of you're kind of buying animal products or contributing to the oppression of other animals, kind of one removed, aren't you, if you do that? Whereas you don't do that if you're supporting.
But even then, though, Ronnie, I mean, a place like this is going to be getting their stuff delivered in a van by a non-vegan driver, right? And so,
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, it's not about being perfect. It's about doing the best we can. And I think it is doing.
Don't we start in that line? But
yeah,
I mean,
well, it is really, isn't it? Because you're kind of trying
I think this is a dilemma here, because obviously it raises that generation gap between our generation would not go anywhere near Mac Shite, right? But the new generation will, and I think there's not a lot of long-term vegans who would go to that crappy place, but a lot of them do, and of course they're going, well, look, if we can popularize it in a place where everybody's going to go anyway, then that's a good thing. On the other hand, is that people like Macbeth and Murder King and all that, they're the ones that, if it doesn't work for them, and they're looking down their numbers and going, oh well, the vegan stuff or the plant-based stuff is starting to, they'll just swing it out, right? Whereas this shop here won't. So that's the reason why we've got to keep them open.
Yeah, and also this shop here, the vegan shop, will close if not enough vegans support it. And indeed that's been happening, especially and it may be worldwide, but certainly here in the UK, it's very difficult for all small businesses, not just vegan businesses, but all small businesses have been having a hard time. So it's even more important to support your local small vegan business to keep them going.
You can see the argument for supporting the other stuff as well, can't you? That's the problem.
You see, I think I don't think they'll have a problem, because you see how it works is that as people are educated to become vegan, you'll have people that are going in McDonald's anyway, right? And then they decide that they become vegan, or they become interested in trying food that's vegan, that's plant-based. And so when they go in McDonald's the next time, they'll have the Mac Plant, isn't it, their vegan burger. Or if they go in the Kentucky Fried Chicken, they'll have the vegan nuggets, you see. And so they've got their customers anyway from those people. And then what you do is those kind of new vegans that are kind of are going in McDonald's, then what we need to do is educate them, to become more ethical and to kind of make a more ethical choice by going in the local vegan cafe, if possible, instead of McDonald's, or indeed into any cafe. Really,
I kind of think, myself, I tend to think that that's a natural process, in the same way as a new vegan nowadays is probably going to be a lot of processed plant-based foods. But the more you get into it, the more you start to think, oh well, I'll go back to the fruit and veg. It's kind of like you're not as, I mean, there's a lot of early junk food vegans who then kind of go, oh well, let's increase the fruit and veg again or something, right? And so I think that's the way it works too.
Yeah, I think because I think the educational process kind of continues within veganism. You see, so the people that are kind of vegan but going to McDonald's, then we educate them to not go to McDonald's and to support a more ethical or less unethical business instead.
And then they can start going back in with the quick drying cement, Ronnie.
Yeah, blocking up the toilet. I mean, I've never done that.
Not that we would suggest such a thing.
No, I've never done it myself. I've had a normal wee. And I've gone in and had a wee in the toilet in McDonald's when it was the nearest.
Okay.
Which is called a Mac piss, isn't it? That is. I've not had a Mac shite. Never had one of them.
No.
That
I
might-
knew you were going to say that.
That might block the toilet if I had one of them in there.
Okay, okay. Right, moving on swiftly. Right, I think we've said more than enough on that one, and so so our number 9s are a bit different. So I'm going to go to your one first, which was number 26. So that's your number 9, Ronnie.
Yeah, but but that's one of yours as well, isn't it, Roger?
Yeah, that was my number 8.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I think this, this is a good way. I mean, I would say particularly, and it would only really work, I think, if it was a sanctuary for farmed animals, you see, so that they can actually see the type of animals that they're eating, if you see what I mean. And quite a lot of those sanctuaries kind of have information about the animals, in order to educate non-vegans, like sort of where they've got the pigs, they'll have information about pigs, about kind of what marvelous animals they are, really, and the same with all the others, and that also helps. So I think that's good, to get them, and then they come face to face with the type of animal that they're eating, and it might make them think a bit, and and hopefully go vegan. And
it's nice. Somebody watched our videos, but not our live stream. So welcome, Lorraine, for your.
Oh, that's good. It's that's great. I mean, obviously, if people watch the live stream, they've got the advantage of commenting, but we all share the videos widely anyway, so that people can watch them who can't see them live.
Well,
yes,
obviously, I'm going to agree with you about the fact that it's going to need to be a farmed animal sanctuary or a mixed one, because that would make the biggest impact. Because there is a caveat that some sanctuaries don't actually allow visitors because they see it as the residents' home and they don't want them to be disturbed, and they can't consent to be disturbed, and so therefore, so yes. I think there's a bit of a difference between the ethos of some sanctuaries.
Kind of. I mean, I went to a sanctuary open day on Sunday. The reason I went to, it's a place called the Farm Animal Rescue Sanctuary, and it's near Stratford, in kind of.
And you got out without being eaten, Ronnie.
Yeah, sorry.
You got out without being eaten. You're just a snack for some of them, aren't you?
Yeah. What happens is they kind of have guided tours where they'll take a small group of people. You book that, and they take a small group of people around to meet the animals. And at that particular sanctuary, it's mainly sheep, and they do have some pigs and some chickens. And I went on one of those, and like the sheep were like really pleased to see people. They weren't at all. They weren't at all fazed by these humans coming around. They seemed quite happy to kind of interact with the humans, and that might be because it's not all the time. I think if people are going in there all the time, they might get pissed off. But they seem to be quite.
I agree with that. I think it's swings and roundabouts. It's interesting about people attending the autumn festivals. Let's get the terminology right. Fall festivals, fairs, etc., and see the farmed animals, pet them, admire them, talk about how cute they are, and then still don't make the connection. Well, I mean, that's a problem, isn't it? But I mean, there's a sociological answer to that. But yeah, I mean, it does seem extra shitty when people do that, though, doesn't it, Ronnie?
It kind of does, and of course there are these kind of so-called petting farms, aren't they? That aren't there. That in fact, a lot of these places, the animals aren't rescued for a start, and they're not there to make any kind of effort to turn people vegan. That's not the that's not.
No, I mean, we're talking about a completely different thing when we're talking about that, aren't we? So,
yes. Yeah.
Going back to the picture, that's actually the door of the Eden Farmed Animal Sanctuary, which I always loved that sign, so I took a picture of it, as you can see. Beware of the chickens. So I thought that was brilliant, But
It's good, yeah.
yeah, there is a lot of signs around saying, please bear in mind, this is the resident's home, and you are the visitor kind of thing, and all
Yes.
that. And
Yeah.
so that's pretty good. Okay, so so that seems like a worthwhile thing to do, and it would be advisable then, given the fact that some are restricted compared with others, to check in advance. Obviously, I would think is the thing there.
Yeah, I think maybe an open day when they kind of have an open day, because then at the one I went to, they they have vegan food there and everything, and stalls selling stuff. It's like a it's like a kind of a really good all-round experience, and it would really be that kind of event that you'd be looking at taking people to.
Okay, so let me just drop back then, or drop forward even to 32, which was going to be my number 29. Where are we? That one there, right a blog post. But we're going to come back to that with something else, aren't we, Ronnie? So
that's right, because I thought it could be combined in with another one. Yeah.
Okay, right. Okie dokie. So then we go back to 28. What's 28? Gone past it. Oh right, yeah, this is one of yours.
I mean, this was the one you kind of left out, and I wanted it to be in there.
You did.
I mean,
and you're the general, so you always get your own way.
One of the reasons being that the back of my car is covered in stickers, not just on the bumper, but I've got window stickers as well. And a lot of them are promoting veganism. So, I've got an anti-vivisection one. I've got some in support of rescues, and if we have a kind of local a vegan event, or a local event where there's like a vegan presence, where we have a stall, say with our local vegan group, I'll put a poster advertising that on the back. I've got that at the moment for a local sustainability festival where we're going to be doing a few stalls. So yeah, this is a good idea. This is a really good way of like spreading the message, because when you think of how much you'd have to pay for that amount of advertising anywhere, it would be a considerable amount. I mean, the only thing I'd say is it's probably not something everyone could do, because it probably depends on the area where they live or where they would park. There are certainly some places I wouldn't park my car with those stickers on it, or I'd remove the stickers.
Yeah, well, we spoke about that. Yeah, when we first brought that up, and you said that you hadn't had any trouble, though. You said, yeah.
I kind of haven't, because of, I think, because of where I live.
Do you know other people who have?
The only time I know about someone being in trouble because of stickers on their car is a little bit different. Years ago, we did a protest outside of Vivisector's house, and we all went there. We were wearing animal masks, you see, so we couldn't be recognised. We stood outside his house. It was like a silent protest, holding placards, but no one was looking out the window. So I went and knocked on the door. And his wife looked out the window. He wasn't in, but his wife looked out the window and saw it. And we had this idea: if we stand outside his house for about 10 minutes and then kind of leave, we'll kind of be away before the police come. You see, so that was the plan. So that's what we did. But like one of the guys taking part in the demo, his car was parked around the corner, and it was covered in animal rights stickers. You see. So when the police got there, they kind of caught him in his car. He was sat in his car about to go, and they arrested him because of the stickers and took him to the police station.
He was grabbed by the stickers.
He was grabbed by. Yeah, that's it. So eventually they let him go. But that was one of the, that was an instance where the stickers actually led to this guy's arrest. And I think, there are certainly some areas where I wouldn't park the car, but like around kind of where I live and
it's got to be a case by case, hasn't it?
Yeah, where I normally go, it's not. Yeah, there aren't any kind of rabid anti-vegans.
I do drive race, but I don't have a vehicle. I do drive the VIP van, Neville, but I don't. And there isn't any stickers on Neville. Well, I think that was I was thinking in terms of security, but I mean, I used to live in a more dodgy place than I do now, so it'd be better now. Except that the back window is actually all black, so you couldn't have those inside ones looking out anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And did I stick them there? I'd have to travel some distance.
Yeah, Neville doesn't have stickers. No. Well, I used to have one on the back door underneath the window. Actually, got this kind of, like a ribbon type thing with vegan on it. Yeah, did used to have that at one point, and yeah, not quite sure where that is, but anyway. Okay, so all right, we've done that.
I think there was a comment about who was it who said they had stickers on their rucksack?
Yeah, that was Michael.
Michael, yeah. I mean, I've got this kind of I've got a kind of shoulder bag. I mean, I used to refer to it as a man bag, but people would laugh at that. So I don't know why, but I it's like a shoulder bag that I wear sometimes, and I've got vegan badges and patches all over that. So any way that you can kind of advertise veganism, I think, is like really good.
Oh yeah, actually, I mean, your point about the man bag in our kind of trans aware times, I'm not sure that man bag would be.
No, a person.
Yeah, I don't know. That's another kind of interesting question, isn't it?
Yes, it's
kind of thrown a lot of things into the mix, really. I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on then down to number 7, I believe, and that is number 13, as we say in Ireland. Let me get down there. Got all these brilliant ideas.
Yes.
We're flying past. Okay, so post a video of yourself. We're kind of doing that now in a way, but I think this is really talk about a one-off here, isn't it?
I think this is I think this would kind of be good where someone's got a lot of
non-vegan friends. Yeah,
if they're sort of a new vegan and they post a video of themselves, because I think this would be of particular interest to people's friends, because it's the actual person talking. Not a long video, probably try and keep it to no longer than a few minutes, really. But yes, I think this is that would be a good way, good thing to do especially for new vegans, and
Yeah.
also it doesn't have to be a video. It could be a post, but I think a video probably has more impact.
Yeah, and of course it could be a Facebook thing rather than anything else, couldn't it? Or
a video, video on Facebook or a video on kind of any
TikTok
social
or Twitter, Instagram.
It could be. The thing about Facebook is it's more likely to be your friends that see it on Facebook, and so they're going to be more interested because, if it's a young person that's doing this, they might still have a lot of their school friends as friends on Facebook. That's if I don't know how many young people kind of use Facebook these days. It tends to be more of an older person's thing, but that's or on Instagram, because like a lot of people's friends might be might follow them on Instagram, perhaps even on TikTok, or maybe one of the other forms of social media more used by young people.
Yeah, I know somebody, right, who I think they used to have quite a lot of kind of cosmetic or those kind of adverts, and also those kind of unboxing things, which were very popular at one point. You actually watch people unbox things.
Oh
yes,
I
always thought it was quite an interesting thing. I've just bought this, and now you can watch me taking it out of the packet.
Yeah,
and but they were remarkably. I mean, I think one of the biggest. I think the biggest YouTube channel ever was this little kid who would just get bought presents of toys, and he would unbox them. Anyway, so this person did one of these. Oh, I've gone kind of vegan. I've been at it for about 3 months, and then that didn't become their content. and it got a lot of views, and it wasn't overwhelming for presumably the people watching. And then I think once they were a vegan for a year, they did another one, kind of like it's been a year now, kind of thing. And if that's the idea behind this, that sounds pretty good. And obviously, this is for people who are not like us, who just like to sling our face in everybody's screens and everything, you know, because Colleen is saying, well, you know, you've got to have social movement bravery and also a thick skin. Do you think? I mean, this is suggesting that there's going to be some people who just can't do this, Ronnie.
Well, I think yeah, it's obviously something that's going to be more difficult for some people than others. But it's kind of, those people are going to be posting stuff on social media, aren't they? Anyway, I would imagine. Otherwise, they're not going to be on social media. So it's a question of like, can I?
Yeah, well, one advantage of this for me would be the fact that you're talking about yourself, and so you don't have to know all the stats. You don't have to be able. Oh, there's this billion and that billion.
No, not at all. No,
this per second. You just literally talk about your story, and because in that sense, everybody could do that to some degree.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And also for non-vegans, the vegans doing that kind of content is very popular. Because it's not threatening. They're not saying you got to go vegan. They're saying this. Let me tell you why I did it.
Yeah,
So
they're
it's
just
not
saying,
threatening.
you know, I'm vegan, and I just wanted to tell you the reason why. Yeah, that is non-threatening because you're not like accusing anyone else of anything, are you?
That's right. Yeah. Joanna is putting Graham's message up. Yeah, there's a Zoom meeting tomorrow. Anybody tuning in from Ireland who's interested in this new regenerated effort to get us kind of going again, trying to kickstart the movement again, in a sense. Not that it ever went away, but it certainly, you know, went down in terms of frequency of things. So look out for the details in the chat. I'm sure it's going to be there. Okay, so moving on then. So 13 and 13. So then we went to 40. So now everything we agreed on after this, Ronnie.
Yeah. Makes it easy.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, where are we? I've got to go 14, right? Lost track. Right. This is your territory here, Ronald.
Yes. What I would say, rather than the social media post, I think what's more likely to get your letter published in a local newspaper, because this is what we're talking about really, is if it refers to something that's previously been in the local newspaper, either an article or a letter. See, what I do is every week I look through my local newspaper, and I actually look through it online because there's a digital edition. Because where I live, we don't actually get a local newspaper delivered because I live in a village and they stopped delivering here, but although it still covers this area. So I look at the digital edition online, or you could look at the paper edition if you get it delivered. And I look for anything on which a letter promoting veganism or kind of animal rights could be hung, for instance. And
yeah, you're looking for a hook, can't you? You're looking for
you're looking for a hook, and then but basically we've got a team of people locally that are they're either prepared to write letters themselves, or they're prepared to lend their name to a letter. So they'll allow someone else to write a letter, like using their details. And obviously they've got to agree to the content. Because if you've just got the same one person writing letters all the time, then you're limited to how often they're going to publish letters from the same person. And we will average about, I think we'll probably get about 6 letters published a year in the local paper, normally promoting veganism, but sometimes on other issues as well. I mean, the most recent one we had published was an anti-vivisection one.
Yeah, I saw that today, and so I said we can put one up. So you've got another one to show. Do you want me to put that up?
Yeah, put that one up, because this one is one to do with veganism. What there was just trying to basically what happened was my wife Louise last September, she took part in an action with Animal Rebellion where they blockaded, various dairy supply depots in England, and several of them I think belong to Müller, the dairy company. And so what I did was I kind of did a press release about her involvement in it to the local paper, and then Müller, they quoted Müller in the article saying stuff about that the farmers that supply them don't kill the calves, don't kill the male calves at a day or two old, because that was something that Louise had been quoted as saying in the original article. So this is a letter by like someone else in the in
Let
the
me see if
group.
I can zoom in a little bit.
Yeah. Countering what Müller
the
said.
technical thing here, Ronnie, is you see that bit at the end of the first paragraph where you got bracket activists change themselves to lorry. So that is referring back to their own article.
That's referring to the article, you see. So,
Yeah,
so
and
this
so-
letter is based
so
on an
newspapers
article.
really like that. If you cite their own article, they like you to do that, because it's kind of like almost like saying to everybody else, "Oh, we're important. We get noticed."
That's right. Yeah. So that's referring to that, and then it's saying that about how male calves are killed at a very young age anyway, killed for veal at 7 months, or for beef fats. I don't know what that was, for 18 months, I think. If you scroll, are you able to scroll up? Show the
Okay,
rest of
I'll
the
do
letter.
that. This one.
Yeah, 14 months. Yeah, and it's basically encouraging people to go vegan, and there's a link to the Vegan Society.
So you're looking for a hook. On this
Yeah.
occasion, it's your own wife's arrest. Is
Yeah,
the hook.
what it is, it was a press release I did about Louise's arrest.
Yeah,
that got in the newspaper as an article, but then of course they went and asked Müller for their, for a quote
You got
from
no
them.
shame, Ronnie.
And then this letter is in response to what Müller said. You see, so basically the whole thing, you can kind of run and run and run with it, if you see what I mean. So there was the article, then there's the letter in response to that article, you see. And I mean, we've just sent a letter to the newspaper this week in response to a letter that was in, and the original letter was in response to an article. So sometimes if you've got different people writing, you can keep it going, you see.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, you can do that on social media as well. People used to do that a lot more than they do now. Used to get four or five people together, and they would have a chat amongst themselves. And that means then, because I've always said this, is that if somebody's arguing against you, if you just keep replying diplomatically with facts and figures and this kind of stuff, it's the audience that's the important thing, not the actual person arguing with you. And so if you have a conversation amongst vegans in social media, or like you say here in the actual media, you're keeping the conversation going and you've got an audience watching it.
Yeah, I think it's important to emphasize the importance of people still getting stuff in local newspapers. Obviously, they're not as popular as they used to be because of because of social media, and a lot of people get their news online now. But I mean, our local newspaper gets delivered to I don't know, something like 50,000 homes, I think. It's like a big. It's a big circulation.
Yeah, well, let's face it. If you had a social media post that had 50,000 likes, you'd be
or
pretty happy,
50,000,
right?
or 50,000 people get to read it. In other words, like where it's delivered, there are 50,000 people live. that's what I mean. So it wouldn't be, it'd probably be about 20,000 homes, but there'd be 50,000 people living there. And that's a lot of people. And the letters page tends to be one of the most popular pages of a newspaper because people are interested in what other ordinary people have to say.
That's
so it's
true,
still
yeah.
worth doing, and it's something that's kind of gone out of fashion. I think it used to be right into the newspaper used to be much more of a thing.
Used to be like a cliche, though, didn't it? You kind of look at the headlines, look at the sport, look at the obituaries, and look at the letters.
Yeah. It used to be a bigger thing, and it's gone out of. I don't know many people these days that write letters to newspapers because of I suppose because of social media, and most of the people I do know are kind of older people. As well, that have been doing it for years.
Do you think it'd be worth, Ronnie, if you were to set up some kind of event, call it Write to Your Newspapers Week, and even have like a Facebook page, and so that there you go, okay, from this date to this date, we're asking people to write, and then let us know your success stories, and then you can have,
I think it's a question of looking. I mean, not every week. We don't send letters every week to the newspaper because there's not a hook every week. If you see what I mean, and also you wouldn't get them published every week.
No, I just meant if you picked a week for everybody to try
try. Yeah, that'd be a good idea because there's very often something that you can hang a story on. I mean, like kind of anything really to do. I mean, like I said on one of our previous shows that there was an article in the newspaper about a cow that was rescued from the fire brigade by the fire brigade. She got stuck in a kind of there'd been heavy rain and she got stuck in like a kind of almost like a muddy type of swamp. And the fire brigade winched her up, and there was an article about how marvellous that she'd been saved. And so we got a letter in on that saying, yeah, that is marvellous, she's been saved. But sadly, all those people that are pleased about it, they need to know that unfortunately she probably won't live for very much longer because, of course, dairy cows are killed at 6 years old. And then it went on about the calves and everything like that, and urging people to go vegan. So that was it's that kind of story that you can kind of hang a letter on.
I mean, have you seen this, Ronnie? This is Andy weeing all over your idea here. Because
I think some people do. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean that every single person.
They're
What they
bound
ought
to,
to
really, aren't they?
what they ought to do if they're going to do that, they should have a sign on the door saying no free newspapers, or on the door. Some people, I've noticed that as I've been going around door dropping, I've seen signs like that on people's doors and it's far better to not have it delivered, isn't it, than just to put it in the recycling bin.
Yeah, so we're halfway through, people. So we're into the top 5, and so let me bung this back up on the screen, and we've got to move to number 35 again. So we've got to go down. Right, all right, T-shirt. This actually came up with Ronnie and I did this this panel of veteran vegans, and it was interesting because the panel were vegans from 30 through to 80 years vegan. That was John Cross. And then the host was vegan for 25 years. So it was almost, I think it was about 500 years vegan between us. I think it was.
And what was amazing was nobody died during the show, did they?
I never thought of it that way, but I don't think so. No.
No.
So,
unless someone was like propped up there, like but they.
Well, there was a bit of screens swapping around, so maybe.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this is something I do, as you can see with this T-shirt I've got on now. I think it can be. I mean, I wear, I wear T-shirts really all the time, kind of really promoting veganism. Obviously, in the winter, they're very often they're not seen because I'll have a jacket on over the top, but then I have a badge on my hat, on my cap, or on my beanie hat as well that says vegan on it. So I've always got something on me that promoting veganism, and Yeah, it's a good way. I mean, even if I mean, the other day I was in a garden centre, and the guy at the till said, "Oh, I had a vegan T-shirt on." He said, "Oh, I really like your T-shirt." He said, "I'm vegetarian, and I'm kind of trying to go vegan. I'm gradually getting there." And I just encouraged him. I said, "Keep at it. You'll get there." I just give him a bit of encouragement. So that was good for him, to have that conversation with me. And even if people don't say anything, just seeing the word vegan can have an effect. Will make people think about it as another little, another little thing that kind of might push them towards going vegan. So it's
So,
a really
Ronnie,
easy.
I got a question. So
Yeah.
the person who commented on your T-shirt was a vegetarian.
Yeah, he was vegetarian, but he was wanting to go vegan, and he said he was kind of,
Yeah, but why didn't you say, "You cow exploiting scumbag"?
Yeah.
And have a go at him?
Oh, well, I'm not. Yeah, but I don't think that would actually probably help him to go vegan. He just thought vegans are horrible, horrible bastards. So I don't want to be one. If I'd said that. No, I just encouraged him. I said, "You'll get there. Keep at it."
And did he take your details or anything like that? Or
Yeah, well, he kind of
he took your name, so he knows how to avoid you.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't speak to him for long because there was other people waiting to, it was because it was Easter. It was really busy. So I was only able to have a brief conversation, but it was just that bit of encouragement. And
look at that, Ronnie. You missed a chance to deck somebody.
A chance for a punch up. Yeah, I think people, one of the things that might put people off wearing a T-shirt is that they're frightened that an anti-vegan might come up and start arguing or have a go at them. But I personally, I've never experienced that.
No, I never have, and not only that, I don't know anybody who has either.
No. All I've experienced is like people like that guy that come up and say, "Oh, they either say I'm vegan as well, or they'll say, I'm wanting to go vegan." And what I'll do as well in kind of in sort of connection with this, I often have I carry about on me, or in my shoulder bag or whatever. I'll have booklets about veganism and stuff like that. And if anyone's interested,
so did you give one to this cow abusing bastard then?
I didn't. To be quite honest, I unfortunately on that one occasion, because we just popped out quickly to the garden centre, I hadn't took the booklets with me.
I'm going to cancel you, Ronnie Lee.
I think he was a guy that knew the arguments. It was just the practicality of like switching over to the food, really. And he certainly was enthusiastic about going vegan. He didn't really have to be convinced. But I do normally, if I get in a conversation with someone and they're interested, and that might be sparked by the T-shirt, I'll have a booklet, because I've got these kind of recipe booklets that have got the ethical reasons for veganism as well. So they're like practical in terms of what food people can make, but they also,
they've got the ethics as well.
The ethics in as well. So it's a really good combination.
I'm sure you're paid by Animal Aid to plug them, everybody.
I ought to be, shouldn't I? I ought to put in an invoice to them, shouldn't I? Really?
You really well should, because they're just using you as free labour. That's what's going on there. But let me say this: Angie Wright, who was on that panel, what was it? 2 days ago? Was it now? It's
yeah.
I'm so old I can't remember one day for the next anymore. But Angie Wright was on there. She's been vegan for 57 years, right? And she was saying that she still knows there's quite a lot of isolated vegans, and she was saying that's why you need to wear your vegan T-shirts. And he said, and you can guarantee that that people will come up to you and go, "Oh, I'm a vegan as well," or that kind of conversation that you had. And she said, so that's where you're not going to be so isolated. You're going to actually make friends, or at least contacts and everything. Because she said, put it the other way, if I was going through a shopping centre and there was another vegan, but they just had a plain T-shirt, I'd be so disappointed that I didn't get to meet them and say hello to them.
And I think the other thing is, and one thing I have to do as well, is I have leaflets from our local vegan group, and if that happens, I'll give them a leaflet and say, look, join our group on Facebook, and you can talk to other vegans through that.
Yeah, so it's definitely a good one.
Yeah.
I particularly like it when you've got a big vegan thing and they come up and say, "Are you vegan?" I love that when they say that.
Yeah, I know. Yes, and of course I told the story before about where I had my badge on my hat, and there was a vegan guy I went to buy some vegan wraps from a shop, and the guy behind the counter was vegan, and he gave them to me for nothing when he saw the badge on my hat.
Yeah, so you can even get freebies, folks.
So sometimes it's not happened. It's not happened since then.
The only other thing I'd say about this is be very choosy and careful about who you buy this stuff from, because I think there's a lot of capitalists just seeing a market and cashing in, and it's not going to a grassroots group or anybody else.
Yeah,
I mean, it'd be better off giving it to your scummy national group, Animal Aid, than just the capitalist.
Yes, I mean, a lot of the national organisations sell these. Sell t-shirts.
But you just see them on social media just popping up now, don't you? Vegan.
Yeah,
vegan.
I think you've got to be careful, because if you go on their website, they've probably got anti-vegan t-shirts on there as well.
Oh yeah, they probably do. Yeah,
pro Donald Trump t-shirts and just anything trying to get everyone to buy them.
This is obviously a good one. So that was number 5, folks. So let's move on to number 4. Can you feel the tension mounting? I'm kind of juddering with excitement here. So we got to move to number 15 now, Ronnie. Let me get my silly equipment working. What's it gonna be? Miles away from it. We didn't pick that one, did we? That was
we did. This was all. Well, I was very tempted with this one.
I bet you were. Yeah, but which one? The writing or the picture?
Well, the writing's the exact opposite of the picture, isn't it?
Well, that's why I picked it. Yeah.
Yes.
Because when I first read that, I thought, "What are you on about?"
I know.
And there we go. All right.
Yes.
Make a big sign, Ronnie.
Yeah, but make a big sign promoting veganism. I mean, this is something I've not done. I mean, when I've done stuff on the street, it's been with a stall, and obviously there are signs at the stall that promote veganism that attract people to come to the stall. Because I think the thing is, I think if you do this, and I mean, this is this is a great idea. But what I would say as well is have some vegan literature as well to give to people that you have a conversation with, because you may not be able to go into too much detail in the conversation. So it's good for them to go away with some literature.
Yeah,
So,
well, my plan for one of those, the pedestrianized areas, is if you get some of these banners, which are not cheap, but you can sometimes get 4 at a time. So you could then have 4 people, 2 back to back, in sight of each other, right? And so that means that the people going one way are going to see 2 vegan signs. People going the other way are going to, and then depending on who if somebody asks you a question that you don't know, you send them to the other people and all that kind of stuff. And it is a good way of doing outreach, this. And like you say, have some leaflets so they can take stuff away from you as well as just talking to you.
Yes. And I think this is, it's just another form of street outreach. I mean, it might be a thing to do where it's not possible to set up a table, perhaps.
Yeah, but I don't think this is illegal anywhere, though, is it? I mean, I don't think we've done it all over Dublin,
I think if you were doing it in a private shopping area, they could.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't get away with it in one of those. Yeah, but I mean, in terms of a public space, right?
In a public space, I think you could probably. I mean, often you get away in kind of public areas of set up an information table, but obviously you've got to do it in a way where you're not causing any sort of obstruction, and having someone with a sign is less likely to cause an obstruction, isn't it, than having a table? So it could work in that kind of situation.
Yeah, this actually was. I was on this is a march in Dublin. And so I was on the march, but I was also giving a talk at the end of it. And so we took this along with it. And I thought, well, I might as well just, instead of having it folded down, I might as well carry it, And so that's what I did.
Yeah.
So I did. Right, people. 3 to go. Hey. Hello. Amazing or what? Right, where are we? So we've got to go back to number 5 now, Ronnie. What's it going to be, people? Place your bets. Whoops, it's gone past it.
You went past it. Yes.
There you go.
That's that is a photo I took.
Street, Ronnie.
Yeah, that's a photo I took of a leaflet I left on the seat of a train. I do this all the time. If I'm traveling on public transport, which I do try to use public transport rather than the car, if at all possible. I mean, mainly for like environmental reasons, but also
you're a serial litterer, aren't you, Ronnie?
Another good reason. Kind of. Well, I think the worst that can happen is somebody comes and puts it in the bin. I mean, I remember putting one on. I put one of these on a seat of a train, and the train guy was going through the train, and you know, like, I don't know, the guard, and he picked it up and threw it in the bin.
And you got it back out again.
I just got it out again. I don't necessarily think it was because it was a vegan leaflet. I think it was just anything on the seats he was binning, and I just got it out and used it again. But yeah, I mean, you know, trains, buses, waiting rooms, any public place, you can leave leaflets. You know, when I go on a journey, you know, on public transport, especially, I'll have leaflets with me, and I'll kind of leave them on seats.
Do you think, Ronnie? Do you think this would work? Is if on a still day when it wasn't raining, if you got some blue tack or equivalent, not to advertise, and you got your leaflets like this, which were just A5, you know, 2 sides but not fold out. You just kind of stick them onto lampposts and stuff. Do you think that?
Yeah,
would
you
work?
could. Yeah, because someone can pull the leaflet off, can't they? Read it.
Yeah, they could do it.
Yeah, you can do stuff like that. The other thing is books in libraries, or oh, I've got Abby's come to join me. Come on, come in. That's it. Books in libraries, magazines in supermarkets. I've done that. Put them in magazines in supermarkets. There's, you know, all sorts of places you can put leaflets. The other one is under windscreen wipers of cars. I mean, you can just do it. You could do a whole car park, a whole parking lot with them if you wanted to. I tend to be, because you know, and I have done that, to be honest, but normally I'll do it like, say, if someone's got a sticker in their car from an animal rescue, maybe a local dog rescue, I'll put that under their windscreen wiper, put a leaflet under their windscreen wipers. The one about, you know, that particular one as well that there was a photo of. And the other thing that you can do, which involves is kind of somewhat similar, is door dropping, you know, delivering leaflets through people's letterboxes, which is not possible in all countries, but certainly we can do that here in the UK. You can do it in Ireland. I think in other countries as well, it's possible to put them through.
Well, I don't know if we're allowed to, but we are doing so.
Yeah, I think you are allowed to. I think, you know,
not being nicked yet. What do you think about business cards, Ronnie? Because they're pretty cheap to get done.
I think if you're having, I think that might be an idea for kind of printing your own. If they're
that's
cheaper
what I mean.
to get done than leaflets, and those can, like a business card size thing with
that's right. I mean, I've got somewhere.
And you know, have some website addresses on it that people can go to as well if you're doing something like that, because obviously there's a limited amount of text you can have on there. Yeah,
like that, right?
Yes. Has that got website link on
the other side?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, something like that.
See, the thing is, in some supermarkets, right, you've got these little kind of shelves where you usually put these little adverts, and they are about that kind of size. Now you might have to pay, but they might let you pay, or if you could just try it first, and just plonk it in there and just see how long it lasts. You know? Yeah, we've got ones that'll take sort of A5 or A6 leaflets, and sometimes I just put them in there. I'll just put the leaflets in there.
just hope
This
that they'll
is one of the VIP ones, Colleen. So it's Vegan Information Project.
yeah.
And that's the quote from Tom Reagan, 1983.
And also in libraries often have kind of leaflet racks where you can pop.
Of course, libraries used to allow you to do a display, didn't they, for about a month or something, or 2 weeks?
Yeah, well, we've got like the area we cover. There's 3 libraries, and 2 of them does let us have displays. We've had displays in there for Veganuary, where we left leaflets, and they'll put a collection of like vegan cookery books together as part of it, and then we can kind of put leaflets and stuff along with it.
Actually, now you said that, it might be easier to get into libraries nowadays because they're going to have so many vegan. I went to an Irish library for first time for years, and I was really surprised by the number of vegan cookbooks there and stuff. And so, if they're going, we couldn't be having that, and say, well, you've got a shelf full of vegan cookbooks over there.
Yeah, and I think if it coincides with like an event, I mean, there's obviously Veganuary, or there's World Vegan Month, which is November, and that's another time you could kind of you could put stuff.
Yeah, well, that's a good time for anything.
Yes,
especially things like press releases as well.
Yes.
Okay, moving on then, because we're coming up to the hour, so we're doing well time. So number 2, which is number 1, if that makes sense. So let me put this back up, and number 2 is number 1, which is that one, Chalktivism. With my weird G, I got so much piss taken out of me for doing
this. This is something I've never done personally, but I do see the value of it. I mean, obviously, once again, it's reminding people it's another way of like, getting the word vegan and getting veganism into their heads. Quite easy to do. It used to be extremely popular. I'm not quite sure it's as popular now as it kind of used to be, but it certainly still goes on.
I think a lot of people combine it with events like Earthlings Experience.
Yes,
now.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
This one was actually just done, but I mean, I think we were there for about 3.5 hours, and a lot of people come up and to see what you're doing while it's actually been done. And then most people, I mean, you don't get people coming up and trying to wipe it out or anything like that. I mean, most people actually politely walk around it and stuff, unless they can't. So yeah, this I would recommend this because, but not really on your own. I mean, you need about 3 or 4 people to make this kind of pretty fun. And also it means that you can have somebody there who can be talking to the people, and they, as you say, Ronnie, they could have a pocket full of leaflets.
Yes, if people stop to read it and look at it, I mean, it's great if you've got someone that's a really good artist, and you can have like, I mean, this is quite artistic, isn't it, in a sense? What you've done.
Of course it is. I did it, Ronnie.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yes. I mean, you missed your profession there, Roger. Yeah, something that's like attractive, and people stop and look and say, "Oh, would you like some information?"
I think it's the G that did it. I think the G sucked people in, thinking, what the hell is that?
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, so Chalktivism is definitely a good thing. I don't know whether there used to be a Chalktivism week or day, didn't they? I don't know whether
there was. I think there was a day of action. I think that might still go on. I don't know what time of year it is. I think it's kind of perhaps more in the summer, because you wouldn't want to do it in the pouring rain.
You always got to get some comedians, isn't it? What is it meant to be? Yeah, it's meant to be a G. I've had enough of this. This is about the 5th or 6th year that I've had ribbing for that G. I'll tell you. So, right then, are we ready for number 1?
We are, yes.
Wow. Well, I mean, we ought to do that kind of top of the pops kind of thing, didn't we? With Fluff Freeman, At number 10 was, and all that, but we won't. Okay, so number 1 is number 37. Blimey, I've got to go all the way back. 37. Doing my own sound effects and everything.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they'll be signing you up for the TV.
And here it is.
Yes.
So this is the street stalls.
Yeah, your street stalls, which can be big or small. I mean, in a kind of, I mean, this is a big one because it's the one you did in Dublin, isn't it? Where you've got a lot of space and stuff.
We're starting this again in about 2 weeks. We would have already started, but somebody broke their finger.
But hopefully the finger's on the mend. And
well, I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. But this can be done in a small way. I mean, we've done stalls in like our local towns with just I think we've got like a kind of, we've got a 6-foot table and we've got a 4-foot table. And it depends on the space available at events, but often we've just got a 6-foot table. We've got placards. We've got some backboards that we can sometimes put on top of the table if it's not too windy. Leaflets.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. They're actually kind of display boards on top.
They're
of
display boards, yeah, but
yeah,
they're quite light, so they're more for like indoor events.
Yeah.
And what you do is you kind of stand in front of the table because obviously you can't stand behind it because you'd be obscured by the boards. But that's kind of what we do.
Oh yeah, okay. That's
And we've done we've done stalls on the street, but the other place where we do stalls locally is at community events, and this is something I think that a lot of kind of vegan outreach groups don't think about. They tend to be focused with street stuff, and it's good to do stuff on the street, but also there are other places you can do it. I mean, we'll do stalls at like dog rescue fundraising events where they have like a fun dog show and stuff like that, and that's usually held in a local park or somewhere like that. And we'll do it's kind of various indoor events like local environmental fairs or health fairs, just general community fairs, like family fun days that are kind of held outside, sort of places where they have bouncy castles and stuff like that, and they invite people to come along and do a stall. You often have to pay something, but it's not an awful lot of money to book a stall. So there's all sorts of opportunities to do stalls at community events that don't have to be in the street. And of course, the indoor events have got the advantage of it. They're not like really dependent on the weather.
Yes. Okay. So we've got our top 10 people.
What is? Are you winding? Are you winding something in your hand there, Roger?
Yeah, that's right. Now.
Yeah, but
I was about to announce you, Ronnie.
Yeah. Yeah. But this is something that's but like as I've said with outreach, like I kind of roughly put outreach into kind of 2 categories. One is like everyday life outreach, where you're kind of going about your everyday life and you can do outreach at the same time. And that would be the type of thing like you've got leaflets and you leave them in places. That's like your everyday life outreach, or where you're wearing a T-shirt that might lead you, or a badge that might lead you to a conversation, or to be able to give someone some literature. That's like every day, as you're going about your everyday life, you can do that. And then there's like what I would call kind of
deliberate
spare time outreach, where you've got to allocate extra time to the outreach.
You split things up into spare time or littering.
Yeah, yeah, littering. Yeah. Well, I think you've got to weigh it up. I mean, obviously, probably quite a lot of those leaflets do get hopefully put in the bin, and hopefully the recycling bin. But I've kind of known, I know really quite a lot of people that have become vegan because they read a leaflet, and so they definitely are effective.
Yeah.
And another thing we do, like Christmas time, we dress up in Santa hats, and I've got more than a hat. I've got a bit of a Santa costume that I wear, and we give leaflets out in the street about how people can have a compassionate Christmas. Go vegan at Christmas, and various groups produce those. You could do your own. So it's like on an occasion like that, you could do that. Normally, we wouldn't just dish them out. We'd kind of have them at a stall.
See how well I've got you trained now. You always go, there's lots of groups giving them up, but you can do your own. I've got you trained now, right?
I think it kind of depends. I mean, we do a combination locally. We do usually leaflets from national groups because we can get them free. But sometimes we do print our own as well. It depends on usually we print our own if we're putting on an event and we want people to come to the event, and we'll print our own for that. That's when that's when we tend to do that.
Very good.
So there's that. So there's and then there's, like I said, there's the type of outreach where you kind of have to kind of allocate time to it, which would be your street stalls and your door dropping and stuff like that. But these are all important ways of doing outreach, and something I'd encourage. I mean, there's stuff that people can do on their own, and also other things that you can do in a group, or are better done in a group. It's probably I've done information stalls many times on my own, even ones involving setting up a gazebo. I've done them on my own.
Yeah, me too. But I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's nicer and
and I think if you've got more people, you can do more. Like you can maybe.
And there is a gendered issue to that as well, isn't there, Ronnie?
Well, I think women on their own in certain circumstances, might kind of feel threatened. It depends. That might be more in the street. At a community event, that wouldn't be so much the case. But as I said, one thing we've done in the past is vegan food samples, and I think you certainly need more than one person if you're doing that, I would say. But it's kind of, I'd encourage everyone to do what they can in terms of outreach, and also do what they can in encouraging other local vegans to get active. Because I think there are a lot of potential vegan activists out there who wouldn't actually go into the centre of a big city to take part in a Cube of Truth or an Earthlings experience, but would be prepared to do something in their local area. And I think it's a question of we're not really doing enough in the movement to kind of mobilise those people, because we're not putting on the events that those people can do, and we're not doing anything to encourage.
Here's one for you, Ronnie, because obviously you always talk about local events and everything. And do you think some people might be put off for that very reason, though, that they're going to be in that area?
Yes, I think that might be the case. If that is the case, then what they could do is say they're worried about
local area
in their own town. They're worried about doing stuff in their own town, for some reason. Then, go to the next town and help the vegan group in the next town too.
Yeah, you don't smash the butcher shop down the road, do you?
Oh no, you kind of don't. I've known people that have done.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I used to smash the window of the first shop round the corner from me. When I lived in North London many years ago. Yeah,
surprised you didn't come back and smash yours.
Well, I think it would have been difficult because I think I lived in an upstairs flat at the time. But I never
just smashed everybody's.
I was never discovered, thankfully, doing it.
No.
Once I threw a stone aimed at the window, and it bounced on the guy that ran the first shop. It bounced on his car windscreen.
Oh,
it span out my hand. This stone
a double whammy. Then was it? Did it hit the?
It hit his wind. It span out my hand as I was throwing it at the window of the shop. It bounced on his car windscreen and broke his car windscreen, and then it bounced off the windscreen and went through the window of the shop.
I hope you're wearing those gloves with Trump's fingerprints on them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'd always wear. I think.
Right then, people.
Anyway. So I'm just encouraging people to kind of to get active. A lot of these things are very, very simple to do, and it's stuff that all vegans can do. So, and encourage all vegans watching this to kind of, to get involved in outreach.
This is a new line for you, Ronnie. This is I've never
said that. I've never said it before, no. But I don't think it can be said enough, to be honest. That unless we, to get animal liberation, we need to educate, a lot more people to go vegan, and it's only vegans that can do that, and so many vegans don't do it. And if they did, then you know, we'd be getting there.
Indeed. Okay, so we're almost at the end then. I think we ought to probably go down the top 10 as they do on the radio. You know the theme for the pick of the pops, don't you, Ronnie? No.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah,
okay, you got to do that a couple of times. So let's start this. So at number 10, then, activist poppers, we had support your vegan outreach establishments. At number 9, we have animal sanctuaries. We support your animal sanctuaries. At number 8, we had stickers, car stickers, and at number 7, we had do some video work. So Ronnie, come on, lad. Okay. At number 6, is it 6 yet? We have writing letters to your local newspapers. At number 5, we had wearing your t-shirts and your badges and any other thing that you can think of. Number 4 was your big sign. Come on, Ronnie. Right, okay. Number 3 was literature. Take some literature with you wherever you go, and don't forget like what Ronnie did. Number 2, chalktivism, and then finally, doing a score, everyone. So yeah, there you go. There's your top 10, all on one program. So if you find some people who come up to you in your next vegan event and go, I want to get involved, but I just don't know what to do, and you've got to go, have I got a video for you? and this is it. Right. I think let's just have a last look at any of the. While I was messing around and being an idiot just then, I'll see if I can. Roger's techno skills are getting more and more sophisticated. Yeah, I can push buttons too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I always wanted to be a DJ. Actually when I was a kid, I wanted to be a DJ. You know, I joined Tony Blackburn's knee knocking club. I was number 165. I think that was about 1971.
He's not one of the ones that's been jailed, is he, Tony Blackburn?
No, I think he escaped it. I think he yeah.
Because they're mostly in jail, the DJs from that time, aren't they?
Yeah, well, every prison now has got a wing which is 1970s TV personality.
Yeah, and that's, you know, but maybe they ought to have been jailed for the music they played.
Yeah, well, I might be jailed, but trying to do that music.
Yeah, until punk came along, that was all right.
Yeah, good old John Peel, eh? But then he's got a dodgy story as well, hasn't he?
Has he? I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
probably.
yeah. Oh, I have to tell you offline. It's absolutely disgraceful.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
That's not.
Everybody in the chat's now going, "What is it? What is it?"
We
or even who's he talking about?
Well, John Peel used to play a lot of like up and coming bands on his show, and it was like
until he was dug up by the.
There was a famous huntsman of the name John that had the same name, John Peel, and some people tried to dig him up, but that was a different John Peel. But the John Peel on the radio, he used to play. You know, a lot of bands became famous because John Peel, they were unknown, and then John Peel played one of their recordings on this show. And so when I was in a punk band in the late 1970s. We did a demo tape in a recording studio, and we were going to send it to John Peel. But our drummer said he had a mate who worked at the BBC and that he could get his mate to put this tape on John Peel's desk rather than it going through the post, so that there was more of a chance of John Peel seeing it and playing it. So we gave him the tape to go and do that. We wrapped it up in a package, gave it to him, and then we didn't hear anything for ages. I was listening to John Peel every night, and he never played any of our numbers. You see, so after a few weeks by, we kind of challenged the drummer of our group and said, John Peel hasn't played any of our numbers. What happened to the tape? And he was trying to kind of avoid telling us, but he had to admit that what happened was his mate put it on John Peel's desk in this package. It was a time when there was lots of IRA bombings. So when they found this strange package on John Peel's desk, they got the like bomb disposal squad.
Oh, wow. It hasn't come through the usual channels.
Because it hadn't come through the usual channels, and they destroyed our tape.
Well, you'd like that as punks, wouldn't you? It'd be very appropriate.
Yeah. So I don't know. We didn't bother. I don't know. We didn't bother to send him another one. I don't think after that. So.
Well, you'd have thought that might be a great idea to do it again, though, Ronnie. Couldn't be asked.
Yeah. I don't know why we didn't do it again, but we didn't. So we never became famous.
Yes. Oh dear, Ronnie. Yeah. In fact, yeah. Very oh dear.
Yeah.
Right, people. Thanks so much for sticking with us for all this time. I hope you liked our top 10, and I hope you agreed with it. Although I'm sure none of you.
And I hope lots of people will do it, or at least do some of the ones in there. That would be.
Yeah, we'll. The next show will be our worst 10. No,
oh no! I know what the worst. I know what number 1 is of the worst 10.
You do?
Well, it's the butcher's.
Oh, you reckon?
Butcher one,
yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, that did. Yeah, that's right. It did get the most kind of do what response in it, kind of.
I know. Yeah.
Well, people. So next week we shall be back, and that's providing, Ronnie,
we are both still alive.
1996 book, Rain Without Thunder, The Ideology of the Animal Rights Movement, I argue there are important theoretical and practical differences between animal rights and animal welfare, and that welfarist regulation intended to make animal treatment more humane may for the most part do nothing but make animal, or will for the most part do nothing but make animal exploitation more efficient. Welfare regulation, I maintain, will not recognize or protect the inherent value, that is, value that goes beyond the value of the animal as property of the animal, or lead in some incremental way towards the abolition of animal exploitation. For example, I discuss how federal legislation that supposedly requires the humane slaughter of non-humans for food purposes was justified by, in the legislation 1958, and limited to measures that ensured worker safety and reduced carcass damage. I argue to the extent that welfarist regulation seeks to go beyond this minimal protection, the property status of non-humans and the political compromise that is required in order to obtain any regulation of property use invariably result in regulations that do little, if anything, to adversely affect the interests of human property owners or to improve the treatment of their non-human property. The primary effect of these measures is to make the public feel better about animal exploitation, which may actually result in a net loss through animal welfare through increased consumption. You know, let me digress a minute. As you can see, this reading this thing was not going to work. I mean, I couldn't resist, jumping in. Sorry, but I'm making a theoretical point and a practical point about animal welfare. I think animal welfare is theoretically problematic. I mean, if somebody says to me, is it better to beat your slaves 5 times a week rather than 10 times a week? The answer is that's a no-brainer. Of course, it's better to beat your slaves 5 times a week rather than 10, but that doesn't address the question about the legitimacy of the institution of slavery. So as a theoretical matter, it seems to me that the idea that what we want to do is try to sort of make exploitation more, make it better. Let's put a, did you ever see that Vanessa Redgrave movie Playing for Time, where the Nazis put a string quartet on the way to the gas chamber? Is that better than not having a string quartet? Well, I guess to the extent you like music and you're going to be gassed, you might enjoy hearing some music on the way to the gas chamber rather than not hearing music. But does it make the exploitation any better? And the answer is not, in my judgment. So I think there's a theoretical problem, but I also think there's a practical problem. I don't think animal welfare works. And it certainly does not lead, welfare does not lead incrementally to abolition, which was a position that was very popular in the 1990s. A lot of the animal groups in this country were maintaining that, well, we all believe in abolition. Remember those days, Lisa? we all believe in abolition, but what we need to do is to move incrementally in the direction of abolition. And what I argued in Rain Without Thunder is there was no historical evidence to indicate that the regulation of institutionalized exploitation in that sense ever led to abolition. A central thesis of Rain Without Thunder, as well as my later work, Introduction to Animal Rights, which I wrote in 2000, is that if animal interests are to be morally significant, we must accord to non-humans the basic right not to be treated as property, and this requires that we abolish and not merely regulate institutional animal exploitation. So I made the argument for abolition and not regulation. And what I also argued both in Rain and in Introduction was that we really need to shift the paradigm. I do not believe, and I'll get into this more, that the legal system is going to lead in the, is going to be at the forefront of liberating animals. I think we need a paradigm shift in this country. I think we need to rethink the whole human non-human relationship. In my judgment, as long as 99% of the people in this country are eating animals and animal products, then I do not believe we will ever see any significant improvement in the treatment of animals or any significant change in the human non-human relationship, for the simple reason that we've got no reason to do this. And yet we all, most of us participate in it. And as long as we are inflicting suffering and death on animals where the only justification we have is our pleasure, further discussion seems to me to be lunacy. In Introduction to Animal Rights, I start the book by introducing you to Simon the Sadist. You encounter Simon the Sadist, and he's about to blowtorch a dog. And, you ask Simon, why are you doing this? And he says, well, because I really enjoy it. And Simon's otherwise a very nice fellow. It's not that he's like a problem other than this. He's just got this kink. He likes to torture dogs. And I use this as an example, and I've used this in classes and lectures, and I say, is there anybody here that, thinks that's okay? Nobody ever says it's okay. And I say, well, why is it not okay? Well, because, Simon's hurting this dog. Well, what's wrong? I mean, if Simon were a researcher and he was doing burn research, maybe, but even then I don't feel comfortable. But Simon is not a researcher, and he has no reason for doing this except he enjoys it. Then the next question becomes, do you eat meat? Do you drink milk? Because if you do, you're sort of in the same position, except you're paying somebody else to do it for you. You see? And so I think we really do need to rethink from the ground up our relationship with non-humans before we're ever going to see any significant change in the way we deal with them. A number of my critics have argued, although we do indeed treat animals badly, there's nothing inherent in the property status of animals that would prevent us from changing the law to require that animals be accorded better treatment, and that animal advocates ought to pursue incremental improvements in animal welfare. Although I do not believe we can justify the property status of non-humans irrespective of how humanely we may treat them, just as we cannot justify human slavery even if it is humane, I certainly agree with my critics that we could treat animals better than we do. I have, however, argued that the status of non-humans as property militates strongly against significant improvements in that treatment, and that animal welfare will do nothing more than make animal exploitation more acceptable. It's the last paragraph I'm going to read. There can be no doubt that the animal protection community in the United States, and indeed throughout the world, has in the past 10 years achieved a greater degree of economic and political power than at any point in history. Therefore, if my critics are correct and the property status of animals is not as significant an obstacle as I've claimed it, it would seem that there should be some evidence of progress that does not fit the model that I've described. That is, there should be some evidence of animal protection that goes beyond what is required for efficient exploitation, reflecting at least a nascent recognition of the inherent value of animals as opposed to their exclusively extrinsic value as property. And then that's the introduction to the article, and then I tell you what I'm going to do in the various sections. But since we're all friends, I'll tell you myself. In the next section of the article, what I do is I look at a number of measures that animal people point to as victories of the past decade, and I examine them, and I discuss them, and I conclude that if you want to know what animal welfare has done to help animals in the past decade, you need to close your eyes. What do you see? That's what has happened in terms of animal welfare helping animals. I start with fur. Actually, I found a great article by Peter Singer who is a philosopher who supports what I regard as a welfarist theory. And he singled out two things as great triumphs of the past decade. One was the fact that fur had been, that the fur industry, that the animal rights movement had had a tremendous effect on the fur industry. And the second thing that he pointed out was the campaign by PETA and other organizations to get McDonald's to adopt better treatment of animals that we are consuming. And now let's talk about fur. I mean, the bottom line for fur is I don't know what Peter was looking at when he was talking about the fur industry, but all of the statistics show unequivocally that the fur industry is stronger today than it has been in a long time. Now, that was a central campaign of the animal movement of the 1990s, and yet there has been no improvement in that area. If anything, the fur industry is stronger than it was 10 or 15 years ago. The business with the fast food, with the animal organizations, the supposedly animal rights organizations, making deals with organizations like McDonald's and Burger King and Wendy's, which I have very serious issues with. If you look at those supposed changes, first of all, they are based on the work of Temple Grandin. And again, I don't have the time to get into the detail, but the bottom line is let me read you a quote. This is from McDonald's. Animal welfare is an important part of quality assurance. For high quality food products at the counter, you need high quality coming from the farm. Animals that are well cared for are less prone to illness, injury, and stress, which all have the same negative impact on the condition of livestock as they do on people. Proper animal welfare practices benefit producers. Complying with our animal welfare guidelines helps ensure efficient production and reduces waste and loss. This enables our suppliers to remain highly competitive. There's no recognition that animals have inherent value or they have interests that have to be protected, even if it's not economically beneficial for us to do so. We go right back to the issue of what's efficient for us to do. I mean, again, this is the same sort of thinking that led to the Humane Slaughter Act of 1958. We can reduce carcass damage and we can reduce the carcass bruising of carcasses. We can reduce worker injuries. We can be more efficient at producing a better product. Now, obviously, to the extent that those measures which make them more competitive and increase economic efficiency, to the extent that they incidentally benefit animals in some way. I mean, I guess, it's better to beat the slaves 5 times a week than 10 times a week. But, but is this really a step forward? I mean, is this really an improvement, in our thinking? I mean, is this a recognition that animals have inherent value? Is this a move away from the property paradigm? I suggest not. There was an act that was passed in 2000 called the Chimp Act, which many animal rights people maintained was the most significant piece of legislation since the Animal Welfare Act. Well, given what you think about the Animal Welfare Act, I guess maybe they're right. I mean, again, what the Chimp Act did was to provide a federal sanctuary, which is paid for in part by the federal government, in part by animal welfare organizations, where chimpanzees that are no longer necessary for research are going to be given, a home. And, it's going to be a sanctuary for chimpanzees that are no longer needed in research. Now, again, that was justified by, there was some interesting discourse surrounding the passage of that act. First of all, it was promoted not only by the sponsors of the legislation, but also by the animal community as being a more cost-effective way of dealing with these animals. Rather than having them warehoused in individual laboratories, it would be cost-effective to put them in a sanctuary. Again, not talking about inherent value, talking strictly in terms of what is efficient to do as a matter of property. What is also very interesting is the sponsors of the legislation made public statements saying, if we don't do this, We risk not being able to use these animals in experiments because people are uncomfortable about using chimpanzees. They have 99.5, genetically, they are very, very close to us. Okay. There's a 99.5% similarity genetically between us, and there's a 1 chromosome difference between us and a chimpanzee. So we're very close. And some people, the sponsors of this legislation argued, are very, very uncomfortable with the continued use of chimpanzees. If we don't do something like this, we risk not being able to use chimpanzees at all in research. This illustrates a point I made in Rain Without Thunder, is that oftentimes what animal welfare legislation does is make people feel more comfortable about exploitation so that it can continue. In the face of a situation in which there might be a call for abolition, we rush in, we promote some welfare solution that dissipates, reduces the demand for abolition. The act purports to create a sanctuary for chimpanzees. It has 3 exceptions. If a retired chimpanzee is unique in terms of that chimpanzee's past medical history, then the retired chimpanzee can be used again in research. Now, I suggest to you that that is virtually every animal. You could make the argument that every animal is unique in terms of that animal's past use. So any animal that you want to use, any retired animal you want to use, you can make the argument that's a unique animal. I will tell you, when I used to be involved, as I was for many years, involved as legal counsel for PETA until the mid-90s, I spent a great deal of my youth working on the Silver Spring monkey case. And I don't know whether any of you are familiar with that case, but that was a case in which there was a federally funded researcher in Maryland, and as a result of an expose, the animals, they were macaques, as I recall. Were they macaques? They were macaques, and they were taken from the laboratory, and they were transferred to the Delta Regional Primate Center in New Orleans, and we tried to get them out. We wanted to get them into a sanctuary, primarily primates in Texas, and that was a campaign that PETA had, and I was helping them with. And the Congress passed a resolution with overwhelmingly in support of transferring the animals to a sanctuary. And the response from the NIH was, we're not going to transfer them to a sanctuary, but don't worry, we promise you. And they put this in writing. They sent a letter to Capitol Hill, and they said, we're not going to put them in a sanctuary, but trust us. We are not going to ever use these animals in research again. As soon as the campaign dwindled down, 2 years, well, not even 2 years, shortly thereafter, they started using them in research. And when there was an outcry, their response was, but these animals are unique. There's scientific necessity. We've got to use these animals. And they ended up doing some pretty gruesome experiments to the Silver Spring monkeys. In any event, so if the animal is unique, the retired animal can be used. If the Secretary of Health and Human Services finds that it's necessary for public health, the animal can be used again. If there are technological advances that occur that were not in existence at the time the animal was retired, the animal can be used again. I maintain that this is a terrible piece of legislation because what it did was it got the support of the animal rights community. So now we have a federally funded, federally controlled sanctuary, which is acting as the other thing that it does is it reduces the opportunity cost. 5 years ago, before the sanctuary was created, if you were a researcher, the opportunity cost to find out about the profiles of various chimpanzees in federal labs across the country, I don't even know how you would have gotten that information. I guess you could have gotten it, but the opportunity cost for obtaining that information would be extraordinary. Now there's a centralized data bank, and the centralized data bank has got all the information that you could possibly want, very easily obtainable. Now, anybody who wants to do research can go to that data bank and find that animal that person would not have been able to find or not find easily under the old scheme. So now we have this situation where, this is what is regarded by many of the animal rights people as the greatest victory of the past 10 years. Again, I guess victory is a subjective sort of thing, but it would seem to me that if this is a victory, then then we ought to rethink the use of legislation and the utility of legislation in trying to move this ball ahead further. I discussed some other things. I'm not going to get into them. I discussed the California foie gras prohibition. In California, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger signed a supposed ban on foie gras, and again, many people claim that this was a great victory. The problem is it doesn't come into existence until 2012. It was supported by the industry in California because it immunizes them from any sort of claim that what they're doing is in violation of the anti-cruelty law. So in other words, they get immunity until 2012. And when the governor signed the legislation, he said, and I hope that in the meantime, the industry can figure out a more humane way to produce this so that the ban never comes into effect. David Wolfson and Marianne Sullivan were talking this morning about the Israeli ban on this product. And I pointed out that there has been a lawsuit filed recently by the industry in Israel seeking to compel the authorities to test a new tube to stick down the bird's throat that's got a silicone lining that it's got a shorter tube and it's got like little silicone lining, and it's supposed to be more humane. And the many animal advocates in Israel are very worried that this is going to prevail. So all of the victory that they fought for many years is in serious jeopardy because now we've come up with a humane alternative, and it sort of shows the problem with a lot of this, with this whole approach. I talk about the Florida gestation crate ban. I talk about many different sorts of things. I talk about the concept of standing under the Glickman case, which many animal advocates feel represented a real step forward because it now allows animal advocates to enforce the Animal Welfare Act. Read the case. It doesn't do that at all. And I conclude at the end of the section that in the past 10 years, nothing has happened in the area of animal welfare that has provided significant protection to animals. Indeed, if anything, if you can characterize the past decade, we've moved backward. Case in point, the Animal Welfare Act, which applies to animals which are used in experiments, has excluded rats and mice. One of the great campaigns for the whole time I've been doing this is animal advocates have tried to get rats and mice covered under the Animal Welfare Act. Finally, after filing a lawsuit, the Secretary of Agriculture agreed to cover rats and mice under the Animal Welfare Act. Congress then amended the act to exclude rats and mice under the Animal Welfare Act. So rats and mice, 90% of the animals used in experiments, are not even covered by the Animal Welfare Act. This morning, Jeff was talking about covering chickens under the Humane Slaughter Act. Chickens aren't covered under the Humane Slaughter Act. And I was discussing this with Jeff at lunch, and I was saying, as you were saying that, I was thinking, yes, let's cover, chickens under the Humane Slaughter Act so they can receive the horrible treatment that the cows, pigs, and other animals that are covered by the Humane Slaughter Act receive. And there have been exposés in the past several years showing that the Department of Agriculture is not enforcing the Humane Slaughter Act. So this act, which gives arguably a minimal amount of comfort to an animal in the final seconds or minutes of her life, that's not even being enforced. So what I conclude is basically, I don't see a lot of progress at all. As a matter of fact, I see us in a regression. I think we're going backward. And I think as we're becoming more concerned about things like, bird flu, there's an easy answer to that: stop eating chicken. If we didn't have chicken, if we didn't have a poultry industry, probably wouldn't be dealing with this problem. But because we're concerned about these sorts of things, because we're doing all of this genetic work and we're trying to, we're doing all of this high tech stuff, the number of animals is going up. And the number of animals is going up in Britain, which has for 200 years had a very, very strident anti-vivisection movement. The number of animals is on the increase even in Great Britain. So what I conclude is it ain't working. It's broke. In the next section, I talk about the structural limits that are imposed by property status. I discuss this mostly in the context of talking about Cass Sunstein. He's the co-author with Jeff Leslie on the piece that Jeff discussed this morning in the second session. Cass Sunstein did a review of one of my books in which he basically argues that the property status of animals doesn't really stop us from treating animals better. And I've never argued to the contrary. I mean, we could treat animals better. We don't. And there are important reasons for that. Because animals are property, there are all sorts of structural and institutional limitations that prevent us from saying, here's something which has extrinsic value. It is property. That's what property is. Okay? I mean, you know, property is that which has only the value we give it. Simplistic, but nevertheless okay for present purposes. And you say, well, but wait a minute, what about landmarks? Well, we don't value landmarks, you know, at a higher, in a more significant way, because we think that the landmark has inherent value. We value the building. We want future generations of humans to be able to visit that building or see that artifact, whatever. But it's property. We value it. It doesn't have inherent value. Okay. And so what I suggest, you know, and so what I, you know, what I, in responding to Cass, I make the point that, you know, yes, we certainly could treat animals better. I mean, there are some marginal improvements. I mean, some animals are treated somewhat better in some European nations. I think we have to be very careful not to exaggerate that. There are some people who think that, you know, it's great, you know, that they would love to sort of go and apply to be, you know, a cow in Britain. Don't do it. You know, it's still a pretty nasty life. There are some marginal improvements, and you know what's interesting with this bird flu thing. You know, there are several countries that have laws that, you know, that supposedly ban intensive confinement of birds, and those laws are now, you know, now they're moving all the birds back indoors, and we're going right back because, you know, even to the extent that you have that small recognition, the moment some human interest becomes implicated, the animal interest gives way, the animal loses, as the animal always does, you know. And so I talk about this in the next part of the paper. I talk about why I look at property theory from a jurisprudential and philosophical and economic perspective, from those perspectives, and I say, you know, given what property is economically, philosophically, juridically, you can't really expect a heck of a lot of movement in the direction of recognizing that something which by its nature has extrinsic value really has inherent value. And Cass makes the point that we can recognize the inherent value of animals even if they're property, and I maintain I do not believe that is the case. Then I go on to talk about how some animal advocates recognize that property is a problem, but they say, but we really can't, you know, we're not going to abolish property tomorrow. So the only thing we can do is we can only pursue animal welfare, because if we don't pursue animal welfare through legislation and court cases, then we do nothing. So it's, you know, you either do something or you do nothing. And I discussed that in the paper as a false dilemma, that's nonsense. That it's not a question of you pursue welfarist legislation or welfarist court cases or you do nothing. It's not that at all. Whatever we do, I don't care what it is, we are not going to immediately end all animal exploitation. And there may be a lot of us, and I suspect there are, who don't want to end it, period. And we think that animal exploitation is fine. We just ought to, you know, be nicer to them or whatever. But for those of us who say, yeah, we would like to see the abolition of non-human slavery, we're not going to see that no matter what we do, no matter how creative the legislation is, how creative the court case is. It ain't never going to happen. Not for a while yet. Not in my lifetime. Not in your lifetime. Not in your great grandchildren's lifetime. So the question is, what do we do now? And I maintain and argue in the paper, as I have in Rain Without Thunder, but I go back to the argument in the paper 10 years later and say, look, we've got limited time and we've got limited resources. We have choices to make. And what I argue is that there's no real proof that animal welfare reduces suffering in the short term. There's no proof that it reduces suffering in the long term. If anything, it is intuitive, although I don't have empirical studies, but you know, my intuitions tell me, and it's common sense, that to the extent that people feel uncomfortable about animal exploitation, improving animal welfare makes people feel less uncomfortable about animal exploitation. So that doesn't move people in an abolitionist direction. It keeps them exactly where they are. It makes them more comfortable. I mean, I remember when I started shopping at Whole Foods, when I first went into a Whole Foods probably 10, 12 years ago, they didn't sell meat. They did not sell meat. Now they sell meat and they have all these signs up saying, humanely raised and, all these animal groups support us and they think we're wonderful. And now they're selling meat they're selling meat 10 years later. I suggest that is some indication that they're on to something. They're on to something that let's make people feel comfortable. And I believe, Darian, are you going to talk about that? Professor Ibrahim I think is going to talk about how, is it correct to say how bogus the Whole Food standards really are? Yes, there you go, how bogus they are. So they're obviously onto something, that they're hitting that section of the humane community who say, well, I'm uncomfortable about it, but as long as you assure me that, they went to their deaths happily, that they said, here, cut my wrists. I want to sacrifice myself for you. That, it's okay. I'll eat you under those circumstances. So and what I discussed in Rain Without Thunder and what I talk about in the paper is, I got to 3:15, right? So I figured I'll try to go till like 3 and then take questions. People can tell me how much they hate everything I said. All right. What I argue in the paper is that there is an alternative, and that is promoting veganism. That basically, if you believe in abolition, imagine if you were somebody who was an abolitionist of slavery and you owned slaves. It doesn't make any sense. If you are, in fact, an abolitionist, then apply the principle of abolition to your own life. As Gandhi would say, just say no. Don't participate in it. One of the arguments I had with folks in the animal rights movement in the 80s, this goes back a long time, is I said, look, rather than putting our money and our time and our energy into campaigns to amend the Animal Welfare Act or campaigns to amend the Humane Slaughter Act or whatever, let's put our money into a unified campaign to educate people about the moral, health, and environmental disasters of an animal-based agriculture. Let's educate people about veganism, because for every person who becomes a vegan, there's a palpable diminution of demand. Gavrik, what is that? You have the numbers. What is for every vegan? What's the number? 3,000. Is that it's annually, right? It's so for every person who adopts a vegan lifestyle, you are talking about a decrease of 3,000 not sentient non-humans. I think that's significant. I think if we had put our money in 1985, if we had put our money into a vegan education campaign, would we have turned a lot of people off? Sure. Would a lot of people said, I don't want to be a vegan. I like the taste. Yeah. But my guess is we would have several 100,000 more vegans in this country than we have right now, and we would begin to build a political base in favor of abolition. I heard somebody this morning, I teach at the State University of New Jersey, Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey. I heard somebody talking about bringing a lawsuit to compel the authorities in New Jersey to have humane farming methods. You want a revolution in New Jersey? Let the Department of Agriculture in New Jersey, there is no political base for any sort of significant change like that. Absolutely none. People would never support that sort of thing. There is no political basis for abolition. We have no abolitionist movement. We need an abolitionist movement. It doesn't exist. I suggest that had we in 85 put all of our time and our energy into a vegan education campaign, it would have reduced suffering far more than we've reduced suffering with all of the animal welfare that we've had in the past 20 years, not just 10. Let's go back 20 years, multiply it by 150 million, and you still wouldn't have the diminution in suffering that you would have if you had 250,000 more vegans. So it's not just a question, nothing we do is going to stop it all tomorrow. I agree. I've never said anything to the contrary. What I have suggested is life is short, resources are limited. What are we going to spend tomorrow doing? Are we going to spend tomorrow, Are we going to spend tomorrow trying to convince a close friend to become a vegan? Or are we going to spend tomorrow trying to get Congress to include chickens under the Humane Slaughter Act so that they can be treated as well as the cows who aren't done properly and are tortured in the slaughterhouses? You know, that's a choice you make, but there is a choice. So anyway, and then I also talk in the paper, if we're really wedded to the idea of legislation and court cases, what we ought to try to do is go for those prohibitions rather than regulations, but prohibitions which incrementally eradicate the property status. Now, I suggest it's going to be really hard to do these things because I don't think that there's a real that there's enough support for that at this point. I just don't believe that's possible for these things to work. However, they could be interesting from an educational point of view. If rather than saying, you know, let's make the battery cages a bit larger, if you said, let's prohibit battery cages altogether, based on the recognition that these animals have inherent value and intrinsic, you know, they have intrinsic value that can't be compromised, even if it's economically beneficial for us to do so, and where we don't substitute and suggest the substitution of a more humane form of exploitation. You know, if one is wedded to trying to deal with this legislatively, because I just don't believe that's possible. I do not believe it is possible to get good legislation at this point in history. There is no basis to believe that that's going to work. And the proof is the past 10 years. Nothing has been produced that is worth the paper it's written on. So I suggest that if we want to, you know, if we're wedded to legislation, that what we ought to try to do is go for prohibitions that incrementally eradicate property status. I'll be happy to discuss that more in the question period. Finally, well, actually not finally, penultimately, I discuss animal law. Many people maintain that the extant paradigm of animal law, which is basically veterinary malpractice, pet custody cases, pet trust cases, things like that, will have an effect on the property status of animals. I do not believe that's the case. I mean, for example, let's just talk about, you know, there are a lot of lawyers bringing cases now trying to get more than market value for companion animals that have been injured negligently, say by veterinarians, because the standard measure of damages is fair market value. So as we were told this morning, fair market value of a stray of your you know, your shelter dog is basically nothing. So if a veterinarian negligently injures your animal, you've got basically no recourse because you won't be able to find a lawyer to bring the case because the animal has no value. So we're trying to get courts now to recognize that animals may have more than value, more than fair market value. I suggest that is not nearly as dramatic as it sounds. We have in the law recognized that for ages. For example, if I borrow your great-great-great-grandfather's pocket watch, which has no value as a piece of jewelry, has a lot of sentimental value to you, and I damage it, you can sue me, and courts have long, I mean, courts in common law have long recognized that to the extent that fair market value is an inadequate measure of damages, we've got to give you more than fair market value. The fact that we're now treating dogs and cats like your great-great-grandfather's pocket watch, I mean, I guess, you know, one might say that's a sort of a step, but I don't think that's a step. All that's doing is saying that certain pieces of property may be valued in a different way from the way the market values them. And because we respect property so much, we're going to allow the owner of the property to make those valuations. And I don't see that as a significant step. I don't see it as a step away from the property paradigm. And indeed, I'm really concerned. Although some veterinarians do clearly commit malpractice and they ought to be sued for it, I never want to suggest anything which would decrease work for lawyers. But to be frank with you, I am concerned about a policy. Bill, I'm looking at that clock in back of you, and it gives me 5 minutes. That's the official clock, Bill. It's the official clock. But I'm trying to wrap it up. You threw me off my track. Okay. Oh yes, I am concerned about a policy of suing veterinarians because I'm worried that what that's going to do is increase the costs of veterinary services. So people who have less money will purchase fewer veterinary services because veterinary prices will go up, because veterinarians will pass along to all of us the costs that they have for their malpractice premiums and what they're having to pay out, you know, for all. I mean, I as I say, when a veterinarian does something wrong, the veterinarian ought to be sued. But I think that if it's our policy, you know, if the animal lawyer's policy is let's pursue veterinary malpractice, I do not think, in my view, I do not think that is going to help animals. Indeed, I think and I don't think it's going to move away from the property paradigm. If anything, I'm real concerned it's going to result in the purchase of fewer veterinary services by people, particularly those who don't have much money. And, you know, that's not to say, you know, as somebody at lunch said, are you telling us that lawyers can't do anything? And the answer is no. And in the paper, I discussed the model that we use at the Animal Rights Clinic, which we ran from 1990 to 2000, in which what we try to do, I never drafted, in my whole life, I've never drafted a pet trust, and I've never been involved in a pet custody case, and I've never been involved in a veterinary malpractice case. And I hope for the remainder of my existence on the planet to keep it that way. What we did was we did not see ourselves as at the center of the storm, that we were going to cause the change in the status of animals. We did not see ourselves as revolutionaries. As an old friend of mine, Bill Kunstler, who is now dead, who was a neighbor of mine in New York City, who was a civil rights lawyer, perhaps some of you know him or remember him, but Bill Kunstler once told me, never make any mistake about it, son. We are not revolutionaries as lawyers. We are pimps for the system. And the best thing that we can do, that was the expression he used. And I remember the conversation. We were on the Pulaski Skyway heading from Newark back into Manhattan. The car had a flat tire. I do not know how to change the tire of a car. So we were waiting for the AAA. We were waiting for the AAA on the Pulaski Skyway for an excess of 3 hours. We had a very, very long discussion. And one of the things he said to me, which I'll never forget, is, you know, don't ever get confused. Don't ever think we're revolutionaries. We're not. We're pimps for the system. The best that we can do is to keep the real revolutionaries safe while they foment the revolution. And so what we try to do in the clinic is to protect the vegan activists who wanted to demonstrate and pass out, you know, literature, or the veterinary student who said, I will not participate in any cutting up of a healthy dog or cat. I'm not going to stand there and watch it. I'm not gonna watch it on video. I will not participate in it at all. We tried to take cases that were consistent with an abolitionist message. So there is another way. I mean, I just do not believe that lawyers are going to force animals or cause animals not to be property any longer. I just don't believe that that's going to happen. I think if lawyers can play a role, it's in protecting the rights of those people. You know, and I don't believe that they're, I mean, I'm using revolutionary, but I mean, please let me make one thing clear for anybody misunderstanding. I am not in favor of any sort of violence whatsoever. You know, I'm a complete ahimsa sort of guy. I do not believe in any sort of violence. I do not and will not represent people who are involved in, you know, starting fires or, you know, in this Huntington animal cruelty. I just don't get involved with that. So I'm not talking about revolutionaries in that sense. I'm talking about people who are trying to shift the paradigm away from the patriarchal model of violence, which dominates our thinking, which is part of our everyday sort of life, which I think is deeply disturbing. And the final part of the paper, and then I'm just about to wrap up, I go to an issue that Tammy Bryant talked about this morning. In my book in 2000, I talk about how we're going in the wrong direction to the extent that we talk about chimpanzees and dolphins being better than or deserving treatment that other animals don't. I think that's crazy. I did have a chapter in the Grade A Project in 1993. But even in that chapter, I pointed out that I thought sentience was the only thing that matters. It's only the ability to feel pain that matters. Whether you're smart, I mean, whether you're, you know, cognitive differences may be important for certain purposes. The ability, for example, some people think recognitional self-awareness is important. You know, well, all right, fine. If that means you got one comb or one hairbrush left, and the question is, do you give it to a chimpanzee or do you give it to a dog? Dog ain't going to use it. Maybe the chimpanzee will recognize himself and brush his hair or whatever. So give the brush, give the brush to the chimpanzee. But for purposes of treating either the chimpanzee or the dog as a means to our end and inflicting pain, suffering, and death on that animal, I do not think that there's any difference between a chimpanzee and a dog, just as I don't think that there's any difference between a really smart person and a really dumb person. I mean, there may be differences for purposes of who you give a scholarship to. Somebody may merit it may be in someone's interest more to have that resource, but that doesn't mean, for purposes of using someone as a forced organ donor or as an unconsenting subject in a biomedical experiment, the person who's really smart and the person who's not really smart, in my judgment, are equal. Where I disagree with Tammy is Tammy doesn't think sentience, and correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, we disagree on sentience. I believe that sentience is necessary because I don't think we can talk about non-sentience having interests. I can understand that a tree houses animals and, those animals have an interest in that tree not being knocked down, but I do not believe that trees have interests. I don't believe there's anything that a tree prefers or desires or wants. Fish live in the water. Fish have interests. There are things that fish prefer, desire, or want. I do not believe the water has interest. That is not to say that I believe that we ought to exploit those resources for no reason. However, I don't believe they have any inherent value. Those resources only have the value that we give to them, whereas the animal values his or her own interests, even if we don't value them, just as we all value ourselves, even if nobody else values values us. And that's really the basis of inherent value. And now, if I don't take a breath, I'm going to die, and I will be happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Final session begins in 15 minutes. Those of you who just have to have a 15-minute break, take it now. Then the questions will begin. But we are going to get back on schedule.
Okay.
Start the final session at 3:15.
There's also some coffee and things, well, just coffee actually, out by the registration table, if anybody would like some. So be back in about 10 minutes. Thanks.
Begin with questions here in the front. Hi. You might have to speak up. That's hard for me. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I really agree with the point that it's impossible to accomplish anything without support. Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear you fine.
We can't hear that. Okay. So I'm wondering, because I know that so much money is spent by large corporations every single year. There's like so much against what we're trying to accomplish, forces of dark versus forces of light. So I'm wondering if in any of your books, or you have any recommendations of ways to create that political support to move things forward?
I think education, there are all sorts of creative things that we can do. Education is the most important thing that we can do. Education is labor intensive. It is not as appealing as some of the campaigns that are promoted by some of the organizations. It's hard work. You spend every day of your life saying the same thing. Do you know how many times I have been asked, but what about insects? If I had a nickel for every time I have been asked about what about insects, I would be able to retire, which I would do. But every time you're asked that question, the burden's on you to act engaged. And as if it's the first time you've ever heard that question, because you want to get that person. You want to sort of persuade that person of your position. Education is labor intensive. It is grueling. It is a pain in the neck, but it's the only way we are going to ever succeed. And by we, I mean those people who believe that it's the abolition and not the regulation. Those of us who are interested in getting rid of non-human slavery rather than making it more humane. I suggest that the only way that's going to happen is the hard work of shifting that paradigm. We haven't done it yet. This is the problem. We're still focused on the bifurcation, saying that there's a difference between treatment issues and use issues, and we focus on the treatment issues and not on the use per se issues. And I suggest that was a strategic blunder that we engaged in the 1980s, carried forward into the 1990s, and I don't see us moving away from it at all. So if you ask, what can we do? Educate, and educate more, and you'd be surprised. Look, half of the people in this country, over half the people in this country have a dog or a cat. That's a hook to getting those people to understanding the issues. And, you introduce them slowly to the issues. And I don't generally tell these people that, yeah, I have 5 dogs. And you will not meet anybody in the entire planet that likes dogs more than I do. But let me tell you, if there were 2 dogs left in the universe and it was up to me about whether they were going to continue to breed so that we could own dogs, the answer is no, I wouldn't do that. But I don't say that right at the outset. And that's okay. I mean, if I'm asked about it, I will answer it honestly. But what I try to do is I say, well, you love your dog? Yeah, I love my dog. Why do you love your dog? I mean, well, my dog loves me back. Really? Yes. Does your dog have a mind? Well, of course my dog has a mind. Does your dog think? Well, of course my dog thinks. So you think your dog has is emotional? Oh yeah, absolutely. My dog thinks. Then they always tell you stories. And you have to sit in there listen to stories about what people's dogs do. And then you say, let me ask you a question. What do you think the difference is between the dog that you love and the cow you stick that fork into? Because there ain't no difference. There isn't, but you just have to try, education is very challenging. And in a sense, you have to sort of tailor it to people on an individual basis. But I think, as far as I can see, it's the only way. We are not going to succeed at whatever else we're doing. It's not working. I mean, there are things we could do. Somebody mentioned, maybe it was Marianne Sullivan, I don't remember, but somebody mentioned about hitting subsidies, so that we could, because meat is highly subsidized thing. And, to the extent that you get rid of subsidies and make meat more expensive, you can decrease consumption. To the extent that you make meat more expensive, then only rich people can afford meat. That's not the answer, but, it can, there's also a problem with it. If you make beef more expensive, people then switch to chicken. And so you're actually killing more animals. I mean, so it becomes complicated, but I think ultimately the only thing we can do is become vegans ourselves and apply the principle of abolition to our own lives, and then try to persuade people of the importance in their lives of that. And I mean, look, been doing this for 25 years. I have a huge file of letters I've gotten from students and people I've talked to in groups over the years, and who say, yeah, I hadn't really thought about it that way. And I mean, I gave a talk at the University of Scranton, which is a Catholic school, and I talked about how we feed enough grain in this country every day to animals that we're going to eat. We could give 2 loaves of bread to every human being on the planet. That, to me, I don't care what you think about animals. That, to me, if you care about humans, raises a very important issue. And we got to grab people where they are.
If property status is the extreme on this end and abolition or equal rights is the extreme on this end, do you find any, with respect to animal rights under the law, any palliative middle ground that strive for? You said you talked about in the question period about chipping away.
Well, I mean, I think that if you are going to pursue legislation, for example, it seems to me that legislation like the Chimp Act, I think the Chimp Act was a disaster. If you're talking about what sort of legislation would you pursue? I would try to talk you out of it. I would say, look, you're better. How much money do you want to spend? I got $100,000 I want to spend on this campaign in 6 months of my life. I would say, take your $100,000 in your 6 months and do education, and you'll get further ahead. And you say, no, I don't want to do education. I want to do legislation. I would suggest you try to come up with a prohibition that affects a significant institutional exploitation of animals, where you are prohibiting that activity based explicitly on the recognition that animals have inherent value, and where you don't substitute a supposedly more humane alternative. Now, you would respond to me, I'll never get my legislation passed. And the answer is, yes, that's right. Right now, the only legislation you can get passed is useless legislation. Do you wish to spend your time pursuing useless legislation? It may be something you can fundraise off of, but...
Horse transportation for slaughter bill. Fits that definition?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think that, again, I think that we would be better off. Yes, I think that piece of legislation is better than most. And again, I don't have I don't have it in front of me, obviously, and I'd have to look at how it was proposed and what sorts of things were said in its support, et cetera. But we romanticize about, horses are sort of treated differently in the national mythology. And so we're more
Differently in the definition of livestock about the
Well-
USDA when it was defined.
I'm
as
sorry.
well. I mean, it goes back a long way.
Yeah, because when Anna and I had the clinic, we worked on wild horse cases, and there's a certain mythology about wild horses. There's a certain, most people are horrified to find out that people, that there were slaughterhouses, where horses were being slaughtered in the United States. So horses we treat somewhat differently, just like we do dogs and cats. They're more domestic, they're more sort of like family animals. Yeah, there's more of a relationship there. So, the Horse Transportation Act is arguably more in that direction. But again, I don't know that I'd have to look at it closer before I said, yes, this satisfies the criteria I laid out in Raymond Thunder.
Two more questions. Yes, in the pink.
The concept of thank you for that excellent talk. The concept of human rights gives people freedom from being owned and killed and eaten. But in a world drifting further and further from social welfare, all humans still have to be productive and work to make a contribution to secure their place in the world. What work what's the work that animals are going to be able to do to justify their existence?
I don't believe if we took animal interest seriously, we would stop bringing domestic animals into existence altogether. The subtitle of my 2000 book is Your Child or the Dog, and it's got this little picture of the kid and the dog. That's actually my dog. And the kid's not my kid. There's because people always say, well, if you were walking by the burning house and you could only save the human or the dog, who would you say? And what I argue in the book is that what we do is we bring domestic animals into existence. We drag them into the burning house, and then we say, gee, what are our moral obligations? And the fact that we create these animals, stick them in the burning house.
In the future, where it's going to be a non-interventionist policy with animals.
The only animals that should be out there are animals in the wild. I do not believe. I think it's my chapter in Oxford. In the Sunstein book, I think I ended by saying, for me, the interesting question is not whether the cow should have standing to sue the farmer for violations of the anti-cruelty law, but why we have the cow here in the first place. In my ideal world, it's not a question whether animals have rights to sue humans or whether they have standing, whatever. We don't have any more domestic animals. Why are we bringing these beings into existence for the sole purpose of using them as our resources? If we took their interests seriously, it wouldn't be a question about what rights they would have, except they would have one right, the right not to be treated as our things. And once we recognize that principle, we would stop bringing these animals into existence. And frankly, as I said before, I love dogs, but I would never, if it were up to me, I would not be in favor of continuing to breed dogs or cats for human companionship. I think that's exploitation. My dogs, much as I love them, they are totally vulnerable. They are dependent on me when they eat, when they sleep, when they go to the bathroom. They got to hope I don't get involved in one of these discussions and forget to give them water or forget to let them out or forget to go home. They are
right. And then in some ways, it's like the abortion debate. It's hard to do. How do you debate non-existence versus some level of existence? But in a way, the existence your dogs have is better than nothing. No.
But you could say the same thing about, you could say, well, we could in a few years we will be able to genetically engineer people who are severely retarded. That we'll be able to use as forced organ donors. So you could say, well, they have a nice life, and then when they get to be X years old, we just harvest their organs. They have a nice life, but I don't think that answers the question. I think it's.
I'm sorry, we have to end the questions now so that we can move on to our next panel. But join me again in thanking Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, hello, Earthlings of the world. Welcome to a spontaneous, impromptu Still Alive. So, only decided to do this yesterday, didn't we, Ronnie? So,
yes, we did. It's all a bit of a kind of well, not a last minute thing, but quite a kind of. There wasn't a lot of notice for people, so it's good that we've got some people already in the chat. It's good that some people heard about it and have come along, and of course it will be shared. So hello as well to everyone who's watching the recording.
yeah, so we should call this Still Alive, I think, for this week. Yeah, for this one.
Yes.
So while people are coming in, what we're going to do is, because we all like another countdown, don't we, Ryan? We'll do the countdown and then the intro. So here we go. So Still Alive is live. So as you can see on your screen, we're going to be talking about Alex O'Connor, since everybody else seems to be morally obliged to do so. But let's just say hello to a few people first. Jeremy the Ape was first in. Well, actually, Kevin was first in, but I'm not quite sure if anybody else can see his comment because it was several hours ago. Canadian Vegan Forever, hello, Colleen. Vein Ammonian, is that right? I just heard Danny pronounce that, and you did it really well, and I did it really badly.
I think
it's
is that Finnish? I think it looks like Finnish to me, or
it's only half done, so it's not finished.
Baltic language.
So there's Justine, Stupid Vegan World, Jameson, the Vegan Potterhead, and BC so far. So welcome along. And so we're going to talk about this chap you can see on your screen. Now, the interesting thing about this, I said because I was going to do this on my own, and then I said, well, should we do it as Still Alive? And Ronnie goes, yeah. And so I've put together a bit of an intro, because Ronnie doesn't know anything about Alex O'Connor, really.
No, he's cosmic septic, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, he is now.
He's now.
Yeah.
No, I don't tend to watch any of these YouTubers, to be quite honest.
No, apart from yourself.
Well, don't even watch me sometimes. No, because I just think, well, I'm vegan already, so why do I need to watch them? So I kind of don't.
Oh, look at that! You're not alone. I don't know who this person is.
No, I kind of vaguely had heard about Cosmic Skeptic, isn't it? Vaguely heard the name. Of course,
I'll tell you what, Amber. If you
out, wasn't he? I don't think he's going to be speaking at Camp Out now, is he?
You're going to get a lot of swear words if you ask the vegan community at the moment. So yes. I'm going to do a little intro to what the issue is, because I'm not particularly bothered that we've got another ex-vegan on our hands, particularly, and a vegan influencer to boot. My real question, because I'm always interested in movement issues, is why did this person become a vegan influencer in the first place? And so that's what I want to look at first. Because if you look at the internet, it looks like the vegans who feel sorry for Alex O'Connor at the moment are about as rare as hen's teeth, as they say. Now, I feel a bit sorry for this guy, just a bit, and I'll explain that. But really, my position is based on the fact that I think the O'Connor controversy illustrates what a complete mess the vegan movement is in at the moment. I mean, going back to Alex, I mean, the poor lad's only been vegan for about 3 years. And I say vegan but he never wanted to be vegan, and he never actually managed to be one. And that is exactly the same as his philosophical mentor, Peter Singer. He never wanted to be an animal advocate, and he never made it to be vegan, described himself as a flexible vegan. But going back, well, to both of them, I suppose, ironically, they're probably, in terms of the philosophical strands of the movement, they've probably got a greater kind of grasp of it than most. But Alex O'Connor rejects animal rights. He also rejects animal liberation, apart from Peter Singer's welfarist flexitarian version of animal welfare. He talks about factory farming, he talks about cruelty, he talks about reducing animal suffering in particular. Now, this is interesting because I think that he thought, in general terms, when he came into the movement and looked around, he thought that he was completely in step with everybody else in the animal rights movement. Even though it was called the animal rights movement, he recognized that the movement just uses that phrase rhetorically. There's no philosophical depth to it whatsoever. So he felt pretty okay about that. Moreover, more than anybody else, he's run amok with the weak definition of veganism that we've been burdened with since 1979. You know, the one about practicable and possible. He loves those words. There's virtually no talk that he does where he doesn't talk about how veganism is about being practicable and possible. He's made quite a bit of hay with those words. Now, I've seen a few of the reactions already to Alex O'Connor's second statement, the IBS one, we should call it. I think here it's going to be referred to as his BS statement in weeks to come rather than his IBS statement. I've even watched a couple of those streams in which people have to pay to be able to talk to other vegans. Now, for me, that's another movement issue for me. You know, what a right-wing capitalistic shit show this movement is becoming when you've got to pay to talk to another vegan. I mean, really? I mean, we're supposed to be a social movement here. Anyway, back to Mr. O'Connor. I deliberately used this picture of for our advert for this particular.
As long as people don't think it's me holding the book rather than him.
Well, I can make that clear by doing that. Yeah, so that's his hand and not yours.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you can see his other hand just behind
Yeah.
you there. Yeah.
Well, I got a copy. I'm holding the book.
Yeah.
So he's holding a copy of Animal Liberation by Peter Singer. And so what's wrong with that? Most people in the movement would probably ask. Now, this is the book that Peter, in their North American site, their main site, they say this about that book. They say it's referred to as the Animal Rights Bible. Now, I think they could have got that from Animal Aid, in the sense that Animal Aid was formed 3 years before Peter. And Gene Pink called Animal Liberation the Bible of the new animal rights movement in one version that they put out themselves. But then Peter go on to say, this book includes in-depth examinations of the use of animals for food, experiments, and puts forward a revolutionary animal rights philosophy. That's my emphasis. If you read only one animal rights book, it has to be this one. And so that's my emphasis as well. So this is still up. This is the only philosophy book that Peter sell. It's probably the only one that they've sold consistently over the years. So this then is Alex O'Connor's go-to animal rights book. So again, what's the problem? Well, some of the problem is here.
Starting with animal rights. A lot in your work, a lot of your positions about animal rights stems from a notion of equality. So why is equality so important when viewing both humanity and other animals in the animal kingdom.
Okay, before I answer the question, I want to make just one little pedantic point.
Absolutely.
Some of you just heard me say that if we take a rights approach to human rights, it becomes difficult to decide what set of human rights we have. Julia, you talked about animal rights there, and of course the same would apply to that. Do animals have rights? What rights do they have? Although people very frequently describe me as an animal rights advocate, as you just did, and that's fine from the point of view of taking a political stance. People will know what side I'm on, where I am. Philosophically, I'm not an animal rights advocate because I don't think that rights is the appropriate terminology to think about the issue.
Okay, so what we have there then is the person who is often described as the father of the animal rights movement, Peter Singer, saying that he doesn't believe that other animals have rights. Now, Alex O'Connor will agree completely with what Singer had to say in that clip. And in fact, he said the same things exactly himself. They would both say, for example, that other animals and humans don't have rights, that moral rights in particular, they probably agree with this idea that it's nonsense on stilts. Now, O'Connor in the last few months has been saying that other animals don't have the right to life, and he's got a variety of reasons for that. So Singer is O'Connor's go-to philosopher. And Singer says that other animals are replaceable. If we kill them painlessly, then there's nothing morally amiss going on. So my first question is Alex O'Connor, or was he out of step with the rest of the movement? Because interestingly, he thought that he wasn't.
Yeah, I've read Tom Regan. I mean, one of the most interesting things about the animal rights movement is that most people who claim to be animal rights activists are not, because they don't believe in animal rights, because they're doing this for utilitarian grounds. They've read Peter Singer. They think it's about, minimizing suffering. That's not what rights are. Like to have a right to something means you have an inviolable, impenetrable claim.
Right, before we go on, let's welcome Andy. So can you hear us, Andy?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Splendid, splendid. And Andy has joined us to provide a generational overview, or a younger overview to this than we're going to provide. So
I'm just younger than me, Roger, you mean?
Yeah, a bit younger than you, yeah. A bit younger than me too. So Andy,
but whilst I'm hearing you both, I'm still in awe of the pair of you. So age is not a thing. No, as far as I'm concerned, you two guys are. If we want to talk about like role models in terms of activism and people that we should be looking up to, it's not Alex O'Connor, is it? It's people like you two.
Oh no! Don't get too fan based with us. We'll let you down. Don't worry.
I don't think so. I mean, I think that's the key difference here. That it's always been about the animals, or always been about the others, as opposed to how best does this serve yourselves. And I think that's a problem we have now within the movement.
Yeah, it could be. And what I'm doing at the moment, Andy, I'm just going through a little intro. So I'm about halfway through. So I'll just carry on. What Alex there said, that he'd read Tom Regan, the author in 1983 of The Case for Animal Rights, the groundbreaking rights-based fundamental text of the movement, really. But as a philosophy graduate, he rejects animal rights. So let's turn to veganism, the thing that's got Alex into trouble. Now, Alex O'Connor has always openly and repeatedly, publicly, been a reducitarian vegan. But again, have no fear here. He's not alone. He's talked almost exclusively about factory farming rather than animal farms. I've never heard him talk, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in the chat, I've never heard him talk about vivisection or fur or blood sports, those kind of issues. He's also said, and even to the anger of some other vegans, that he insists on weakening the already weak vegan definition even further. to suggest that veganism is really about reducing animal suffering. So my movement question is this. How can this guy, who admits that he's not really vegan in terms of vegan philosophy, who rejects animal rights, how come this guy was invited to all those animal rights and vegan conferences and camps? And I just wonder whether there's a very dark and uncomfortable truth here, because the answer might well be he was invited to such events because there is no animal rights movement. He was also invited to such events because a hell of a lot of vegans, including vegan activists and including vegan influencers, have also spent the last number of years slimming down the meaning of veganism, systematically weakening the definition of veganism, which is weak enough already compared with some earlier ones. They would take out words like philosophy from the definition. They would take out words like exploitation from the definition and leave animal cruelty only. Or if they did use the two, they'd flip them around to make cruelty the first and therefore alter the priorities. So really, in recent years, we have reduced the radical, rational philosophy of veganism to something like the RSPCA. And what have most of us done about it? Well, I think most of us have sat down and watched it happen. And what have most of us said about it? I think most of us said virtually nothing. And finally, final thought for me before our guests, or our guest and Ronnie have their say, is I think there's a good chance here, I think, that he's realized that the movement that he's joined is not very sophisticated. That's what I think has gone on there.
A lot of vegans, quite understandably, just are very kind of annoyed at the state of animal agriculture and just want a place to basically vent, post memes, and just be totally rude to people who eat meat, this kind of stuff, whatever. So they've got the subreddit, and it's quite funny. If you're a vegan, it's quite a funny place to go because they're just like totally unapologetic memes and material. And so I did this video on my channel a while ago talking about the right to life for animals. It was a Q&A again. Somebody asked, what's an argument for the right to life for animals? And I said in the Q&A, well, I'm not sure animals, non-human animals, have a right to life in the way that humans do. Of course, I don't think anybody has rights. I don't think rights exist. So trivially, I don't think animals have any rights. But I thought, well, if human beings have the right to life in some conceptual sense, you know, like a metaphorical truth, I've made a video about my understanding of rights before. I thought, well, that understanding of rights that I would have, I don't think can apply to animals. Still not sure what I think about that, but I thought, hey, let me put it out there. It's just a casual Q&A. No one's going to mind. So I put it out and said, I'm not sure that animals do have a right to life. And if you want to know why, you can go and watch on my YouTube channel.
Hit the link.
It's quite a fairly straightforward argument, I think. And then I didn't notice this until ages later because I never really go on Reddit, but I realized there's like an inbox and people can message you. And I looked at it and I had a message from the moderators of Vegan Circle Jerk. And they banned me. They banned me from Vegan Circle Jerk and sent me a message saying, actually, vegans do think that animals have a right to life, and we don't need a 20-minute video full of sophisms to explain why they're wrong. And I thought,
wow,
okay. So I was like, oh, hello. So I messaged back. I was like, oh, like, and so I said, like, oh, so do you, like, what definition of veganism are you using, Mr. Moderator? And do you ever, like, buy products that harm animals in this way, that kill animals? Because, you know, how are you understanding right to life there? And then he responded by permanently banning me. And I thought to myself, you know, like, fair play, because like what I was just saying, Vegan Circle Jerk is good for, I became a victim of. It's good because they're just basically unrelenting. It's like, we think this about animal exploitation, and if you don't like it, you can sod off. And so they did that to me. But to me, that appears dogmatic.
It does, yeah.
It's like you've got a line, which is animals have a right to life. And that's it, right? And like, even if
it's non-negotiable.
Okay, so that's Alex's position, and I think we might have confused him a little bit because, you know, he started getting criticised for
things that he didn't realize the movement was all about, I think, in some ways. So anybody want to say something based on that?
Well, I mean, I think you brought up a key point sort of at the end of your segment about like nobody really said anything. I think that's really key, that a number of times, I mean, personally, without sort of trying to make excuse for myself, I never really watched his content to notice those kind of things until sort of more recently. It was never someone I was particularly interested in. But if you're going to admit time and time again, like he's just said himself, he made a 7-minute video essentially dismissing the rights of animals. Why wasn't that more publicized? Why wasn't there 10 reaction videos about this? No, why wasn't everyone saying, hang on a minute, this is a problem now? Why have they waited for him to make a statement saying I'm no longer vegan or whatever before they?
Yeah, well, I mean that's a good point. I mean they waited for him to talk about food before it became an issue. But yeah. I mean, when it was talking about philosophy and fundamental position, they didn't notice. But I mean, surely the people who invited him to all these conferences and camps, they must have known what he stood for. He didn't hide it. It was a public thing. He was never vegan.
Yeah. I think that though goes to further highlight the issues within the movement. Were people overlooking what he was saying because of the, I don't know, greater good, or did they just not notice because they don't realise any different? Because they still think this is kind of a welfarist position where it is about reducing, and so they agreed with what he was saying for the most part. Because there's got to be something. If no one saw a problem with it when he was making these videos and saying these things, why is it all of a sudden a problem now?
Yeah, well, I think there's something in that. I tend to think that what we might have, part of the solution here, or the analysis, if you like, is the fact that it's kind of style over substance. I think people like the fact that it was articulate. He's a young guy, very pleasant in terms of his personality and all that. And so I think that because he was articulate and he had a big following and he seemed to, know his stuff, as it were, that people didn't listen to what he actually said, I think. And of course, from a social movement point of view, that's weird. Or maybe it's not, because has anybody ever listened to what Peter Singer has said? Or Melanie Joy or Tobias Leonhardt? I mean, do we listen to each other to kind of see the reflection of the values behind what we say? Or is it the fact that we've just got this messy movement now? And I think O'Connor just highlights the fact that we have. What do you think, Ronnie?
And you could take the example he used with the Reddit thread and getting banned. I've brought this subject up with other so-called big name activists talking about their use of the word cruelty, say, and I've been blocked for doing that. So it works both ways. And I think, it's not just about Alex, is it? You can go back through lots and lots of these people and look at some of the things that they're saying. And I don't see vegans in the comments saying, hang on a minute, this isn't what we stand for. I see vegans in the comments clapping and supporting them with their money. So it's kind of no wonder that nobody saw the wrong in it, because people don't realise it's wrong.
I think there's so much emphasis on the food now, and I think that's the problem. And that goes back to the point that people became upset when he changed his diet. They were never upset about his actual rejection of vegan philosophy, were they? And this is because there's just so much focus on food rather than on the ethics.
Yeah. Well, I'd say it probably wasn't a rejection of vegan philosophy. He just never got there in the first place.
Yeah, he didn't. He failed to kind of appreciate what vegan philosophy really is.
Yeah, but also, he kind of used the movement a little bit like a seminar in a sense. But this is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. He was like thinking out loud. The guy is vegan 3.5 years, and his position, because he's interested in philosophy, he's not interested in dogma. And in fact, he talked about that right at the end of that last clip, that it's not a question of I've got a dogmatic position that is what I'm going to stick to regardless of all the new information that I get. And so the issue for him that caused him a lot of trouble with regard to right to life was the issue that has come very prominent in the movement, which is crop deaths. He came to realize that other animals can't have the right to life
because of crop deaths. And he would argue then that if they do have the right to life, which is inviolable, then that would mean that we as vegans would have to starve ourselves, recognizing their right to life. The thing that was wrong about that argument is the fact that it misses out that rights often clash.
Well, the thing is, we say humans have a right to life. Well, therefore, let's kind of ban all motor vehicles because people get killed on the roads, don't they? And it's pretty inevitable that if you have motorized transport, there are going to be people killed. Well, indeed, the biggest victims on the roads are other animals rather than humans, aren't they? But just kind of talking about humans. So are you saying that because we allow motorized transport, therefore humans have no rights because humans, do.
Well, you could argue that the people who are walking along the streets are volunteers, whereas the other animals in the fields are not. It's just that, the fundamental position about crop deaths, of course, and this is the favorite thing at the moment on TikTok, is the fact that at least those other animals are free living until they get killed. They're not getting killed by vegans. They're getting killed by farmers who mock vegans by saying, you're paying me to kill the other animals and you don't want them to be killed. Well, we don't want them to be killed. And so the only way to get those animals not killed is to have more vegans. So we've got to do it this way round. See, some of them say, what you should do is become a Jain or just grow all your own food and this kind of stuff. Essentially, what they want to do is make veganism totally impractical and not workable really in the modern world. And they'll be the first ones then, if everybody goes, okay, we're just going to have a veganic allotment, then they're going to go, oh, look how limited these vegans' food choices are, because they can only, so we've got to do it this way round. We've got to expound the philosophy of veganism. And once we've got enough socio-political power, then we can do something about the crop deaths. We can't do it the other way around. It won't work.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think it goes back to the fact that veganism is, like the founders of veganism talked about veganism being in opposition to the exploitation of other animals. And so that implies a degree of activism and a degree of educating other people. And if you really limit yourself by kind of just, having your own little small holding, and that's what you concentrate on, and you don't kind of go out into the world, then you're not really living according to vegan principles by doing that either. So it's all about sort of doing your best to oppose the exploitation and oppression of other animals. And we don't live in a perfect world because, of course, we're surrounded by all these other people that are continuing to oppress and exploit them.
Well, in fact, Alex O'Connor would have said that himself. This is interesting from Jonah Whale. I don't see what Alex has done as being any different from the raw food bikini babe social influencers who picked up veganism to bolster a following, ditched it later, then gone on to life coaching stuff. I think it was more philosophical than that. I think that see, he was a little bit, ironically, Ronnie, he was a little bit like you, and you were a little bit like him and Peter Singer in the sense that when you first encountered animal ethics, you wanted to debunk it, right? And so did Peter Singer, and so did Alex O'Connor, and none of the three of you could do it. And so he was like a reluctant vegan right from the start, and then he comes up with this kind of medical reason and everything. But I think in terms of the movement, what happened was that he came into the movement thinking it was full of utilitarians like himself, and Gary Francione would say, well, it is, right? But then he starts getting some people complaining from an animal rights point of view, and that took him by surprise, I think. But there wasn't much until, as you said, Ronnie, until the food issue, and then everybody, everybody in the movement had their knickers in a twist, because you've suddenly got somebody yet again who goes back to eating other animals, but never really represented them in an animal rights way or a vegan way in the first place.
Right. I'm just looking through what we've got here. I think Jeremy is saying, yes. You see, I think Jeremy's got it here.
Yep.
That
I think it's the last comment that you put up as well, was bang on as well. i.e., there's no one on the same level or with the same platform that's animal rights based that you can make the comparison to. So if you're looking at it sort of sat on the fence, it's just coming new into this, and you're looking at it thinking you've got this guy versus this guy. There isn't that. You've got this person that's talking very similar to this person, talking very similar to this person. The kind of people that are offering an opposition view, so to speak. There, you have to go look for them. I mean, look at how many people, just for example, we've talked about in our lives that have never heard of Gary Francione before. But they know who Ed is. They know who Alex O'Connor is. They know who Joey is. That's all they know. They don't realise there even is like an abolition part of this because no one's ever told them.
Well, the irony about Francione is that he's left the movement, although the movement doesn't know he's left the movement, because you've got people who will share Immersive for Animals thing, and then 2 hours later they'll share a Francione thing, and then they'll share a PETA thing.
Yeah.
And, Francione is kind of sandwiched between these welfarists.
Yeah.
But the people who posted them don't know that Francione would be upset by that.
Absolutely.
And if they did know that, they wouldn't know the reason. And again, I think it's because philosophically, we've never really become a very sophisticated movement. And I think that is because of the way that Tom Reagan was squashed down in the 1980s and in the 1990s. And I think the way that the movement treated Tom Reagan, and therefore what I mean is the welfare movement treated animal rights, was a scandal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Essentially, the animal rights people, through Reagan and Francione at the time, and Joan Donaire, got squashed out of it. And so you're right, Andy. That means that when you've got people like Aspie coming in and Joey and Earthling Ed, they're coming into an animal welfare movement and they're being socialized by an animal welfare movement. But going back to what you said about Jeremy's comment about non-rhetorical, it's interesting that I think that Joey has started to change his talk now.
Yes.
And I think he's had to overcome, first of all, society's animal welfare ideology, and then he's had to overcome the movement's animal welfare socialization. And so this is why what has he been vegan now 7-8 years? It's taken him that long to see through what the movement's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's only a very, very recent change, isn't it? I mean, he's a perfect example of this, and sort of looking forward, he may well be one of these very few in the future that is kind of a big name rights-based activist, because there isn't really anyone else, not with the platforms that we're talking about. Where are they getting their information from? They are getting it for the most part from welfarists, aren't they? Or people that don't even realize that that's their position. They just think that that's what veganism is. I think that's the key part of it. I don't think these people are doing this intentionally for any reason. It's just the fact that they don't know any different. Like I, once upon a time, didn't know any different.
Well, it's a little bit like specialist socialization. If you come into the animal welfare movement, which calls itself the animal rights movement, you get socialized into that. And the first thing you get told to do is talk about cruelty.
Yeah.
Right. And then what you got with someone like Alex O'Connor really latched on to the actual meaning of, see, a lot of activists were busy slimming down and shortening the definition. They didn't like the fact that it mentioned the humans. They didn't like the fact that it had the word philosophy in there. They wanted it much more. So there are some which just goes, veganism is a lifestyle essentially against cruelty to animals. I mean, that's some of the definitions that people use. I think what O'Connor did was look at the definition and really ran with this idea of practicable and possible. And here's a question for Ronnie, because we tried to get a comment for somebody who was working for the Vegan Society during the time that 1979 thing came in. So they started working on it in 1979, they finished it in 1988. I don't think that they thought that term practicable and possible would be used like it is now in the 21st century, Ronnie, because people are almost like saying, well, that means I can do anything.
Hmm.
if it's not practicable, right?
Well, it's practicable, I think, which is a little bit different than practical, isn't it? And I think it's probably more demanding. I mean, there obviously needs to be something along those lines because, you know, we don't live in a perfect world, and we can only, you know, do our best in an imperfect world to live as, you know, in a way that where we avoid contributing as much as possible to the oppression of other animals, or indeed all oppression. And because we don't live in a perfect world, then we're you know, we're not going to be able to do that kind of perfectly. So there has to be something like that in the definition. But whether those are the right words to define it, I'm kind of not sure. I think that's what they were trying to do.
Yeah, well, you've got to remember that the definition that everybody knows, and I sometimes get into trouble for calling it this, but like the official definition that people regard as being the official one, that came about when the Vegan Society was professionalizing and started to get articles and memorandums and this kind of stuff. And so it's quite moderate compared with some of the others. I mean, I always go back to 1945 and something that Donald Watson said, which is just one line. And I think that one line is better than that full definition, because he said veganism is about the opposition to the exploitation of sentient life.
That's pretty much what I always tell people the definition is. It's much easier. I think the more caveats that you add into it, the more people see, well, oh, yeah, you can do this, I can do that, I can do this. I think if you grasp what it actually means, you're automatically also going to understand that there are certain things that are unavoidable. You shouldn't need that sort of like pointing out in the way that it is. I don't think. I mean, I understand why it's there, but I think it does give people that get out clause all the time because they misunderstand. I mean, most people don't know the definition of practicable. For instance, they don't. And a lot of people, when they even read the definition out, I've even watched videos where people have the Vegan Society definition on the page,
and they say practical, don't they?
Word, and they still read it as practical. Yes,
that's right. Yeah. There is that. Okay, well, look, this one's going to be a bit of a short one. I've said everything that I want to say, I think, and we've got a TikTok session to prepare for on the hour. And so, unless you want to say anything else, people, we shall go. But is there any last closing thoughts from either of you?
Yeah, one thing I'd say is, vegans are spending a lot of time discussing this about Alex O'Connor. And I think we've got to kind of consider what's the best use of our time. What we need to do, we need to educate as many people as possible to go vegan. Otherwise, we're not going to achieve animal liberation. And I think I'm wondering if a lot of people spend a lot of time kind of even watching these videos instead of actually being active, instead of actually getting out there and spreading the vegan message. And that's what concerns me. Is everyone just spending time watching everyone else's videos? And I think there is, there is kind of, degree of truth in that that's what a lot of people are doing, when really we kind of need to be, we need to be getting out there. We need to be thinking of how can we get the message out to other people instead of just constantly talking amongst ourselves as vegans. And whether we do that on the street, or whether we do that in a way where we're kind of using social media in a way that would definitely reach other vegans. I know that's something that you're very much looking into at the moment.
Yeah, but look at this, Ronnie. Michael is saying, I agree, Ronnie, but Alex O'Connor needed to be called out for his rubbish. My question is why he ended up being an influencer in the first place, really, more than the fact that once he kind of fell off the bandwagon, as it were, he needed to be called out. I don't think he should have got there.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, the point that was made earlier in one of the comments, i.e., it's no different than one of these sort of influencers that just jump on a plant-based diet. That is actually what everyone is reacting to. They're not reacting to Alex no longer being a vegan, because you could potentially argue that he never quite got there to begin with. They're arguing about him no longer being plant-based. That's what's upsetting them, and it's kind of like irrelevant. I get it, but it's not the same betrayal as what people seem to portray it as. Because I don't think he fully understood.
Now, somebody agreed with you for once there.
Yeah. Hell, that's a first. But
it is-
yes,
it is-
I mean,
it is
you
a
know, I'd
waste
say
of
to
our time, to be
everyone,
perfectly honest.
everyone
If there was
listening
a
to this,
huge non-vegan backlash where they were using him as this example, say, maybe address it. But I mean, pretty much everyone's made a reaction video now to his first and second videos. Like, do we need any more?
No, I think we've had enough, and including this one. But I just wanted to, when I saw the other reactions, I was thinking, where is the movement issue here? Where is the bigger picture here?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's a reason why Alex O'Connor became such an influence after 3 years of being. I mean, he was at Vegan Campout, one of the top headliners, I think, a couple of years ago now. So I mean, he'd have been 18 months as a vegan at that stage.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not saying that, you know, the length of time means anything. I'm just saying that were we really just not listening, and we just wanted another figurehead or something?
I think so.
I mean,
I
I'd say
think
to
social
people-
media clout speaks more than your understanding these days, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is interesting. Jeremy, you're going to have to contact the Vegan Society again.
Yes, yeah. But I'd say to people, the thing is, you know, maybe, you know, less time watching videos and not this one. I mean, we watch our shows. I mean, our shows are all are kind of all contain an element of, you know, encouraging people.
You
to
can
become
watch them on the phone while you're door dropping.
Sorry.
You can watch them on the phone while you're door dropping.
That's right, yeah, and get run over crossing the road. I already fall over sometimes when I'm door dropping, so I don't want another distraction.
Oh right, okay.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, are we spending too much time kind of looking at these things? You know, watching listening to what other people say instead of like taking the initiative ourselves and kind of getting out there and spreading the message. I do think there's an element of that.
Well, I think that's another big nail.
That's
to
another
hit
big
there.
thing, because it doesn't
Yeah.
matter how many influencers you listen to and you watch.
But
It doesn't
people
change
have
anything.
a craving for leaders at the moment, don't they?
Well, yes. I mean, we've covered this many a time that people are waiting to be told what to do by someone else or by some big organization, where it's kind of it's kind of easy to kind of become active yourself. You know, there's other vegans pretty much everywhere. You know, get together with your local vegans and you know, get out and do a bit of outreach, whether it's, you know, doing a information table or, you know, delivering leaflets, distributing leaflets, stuff like that. Everyone can do that, and that's what we need to do, rather than constantly just be watching, you know, videos all the time. You know, and
your fan club's getting bigger.
yeah, but and the thing is, I mean, like I said, you know, I know we're here and people are watching our video, and I'm pleased they are. But what we say is every single episode of what we do is kind of is aimed at, you know, encouraging people to become more active. I mean, our next show coming up on well,
Tuesday.
UK and Ireland time at 7 p.m. on Tuesday. It's going to be different.
Tuesday, yeah.
People in other parts of the world, you know, that's going through ideas for activism. We're discussing, you know, ideas for activism that come from the what was it, Animal Justice Academy. Going through those, discussing them, seeing how they can improve on, and that's something, you know, people can learn from in terms of activism. So yeah, and I think stuff like that's okay. That, you know, stuff that encourages and helps people to become active. But at the end of the day, that's the important thing. You know, all vegans need to be getting out there, spreading the message, because in fact, that's, you know, that's part of what being a vegan is. You know, it's not a passive non, you know, passive avoidance of stuff. It actually includes an active element.
Right. Well, I'm gonna run through what's coming up in the next week in a second. But Andy, do you want to say a last thing?
I mean, again, just to join the Ronnie fan club, I totally agree with you. When I listen to, like, whether it's your time tunnel or whether it's like your two show like this one, I always learn something. I always come away from that with some information or whatever. Whereas I think a lot of the videos now that are made by activists, they're kind of appeasing audiences, aren't they? and the vast majority of people that are watching them are not non-vegans that are being influenced. They're vegans that are watching it, giving it a like and thinking that's activism.
Yeah, well, obviously we're into vegan bubbles in that sense. And in relation to what's coming up in quarter of an hour, we've got a team of people on TikTok. So it's that vegan show, I think the title, isn't it? Or is it going to be under your time? Yeah. So we're going to try and get out of the vegan bubble. That's in quarter of an hour's time. And on Monday there's the Animal Rights Show with Professor Mark Beckhoff. Tuesday we've got Still Alive, if we are, with with Ronnie and myself, and we're going through that final run of 50 things to do.
It's the second to last one, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah, we're doing
right.
31 to 40, aren't we?
All right. Well, that goes to show I can't count then, doesn't it? and then on Thursday there's another time tunnel, but I don't know what it's about yet. But so I can't tell you that detail. But there will be one. So okay, people, thanks for tuning in. And so Ronnie, we shall be back if
we are still alive.
Welcome to Animal Rights, the Abolitionist Approach Commentary. I'm Gary Francione. This is our 17th, no frills, no bells, no whistles, commentary concerning the abolition as opposed to the regulation of animal exploitation, ethical veganism as the moral baseline of the animal rights movement, and the principle of ahimsa, or nonviolence, and its role in all of our advocacy efforts. In this, our 17th commentary, we're going to have a discussion involving three of us. I will be joined by Ronnie Lee, who in 1972 founded the Band of Mercy, and in 1976 the Animal Liberation Front, and is considered to be the founder of the direct action wing of the animal rights movement, and he's paid a price for that. In 1975, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. In 1977, he was sentenced to 12 months, and in 1987 to 10 years. 1987, our third guest, Dr. Roger Yates, was also sentenced to 4 years imprisonment. Dr. Yates is now a sociologist, and he teaches at University College in Dublin and at the University of Wales in Bangor. And is really, in my judgment, leading the leading sociologist of the movement in terms of both his historical perspective and his really deep understanding of the sociology of the movement. And in many ways, only someone with his background could bring the perspective that he brings to his academic work, which is uniformly of high quality. But anyway, welcome Ronnie, welcome Roger, and thank you for joining the commentary today. Are you both there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, very good, very good,
Hi,
very
Gary.
good. Hi. We're going to cover several topics, and we're going to try to keep focused on these topics so that we don't stray too terribly much. And we're also thinking about this as the first of one of several podcasts that we'll do. So we will probably not cover everything in this podcast. And I suspect that all of us will be getting feedback of different sorts from people about this podcast. And so perhaps in future podcasts we can address not only other topics, but we can address some of the questions that I'm sure that we are going to get as a result of this one. But in any event, let me start off by saying it is a tenet of the abolitionist approach, at least as I have developed it over the past years, that it's nonviolent. As a matter of fact, I say frequently I am violently opposed to violence for both moral and doctrinal reasons. I mean, I see the animal rights movement as the extension of the peace movement. I see the efforts to end animal exploitation as part of the peace movement, and I see what we're trying to do, or at least what some of us are trying to do, as an extension of the peace movement and perhaps a revitalization of the peace movement. And as a practical matter, I don't see the point of it. It seems to me that as long as people are demanding animal products, it doesn't really matter whether you shut down slaughterhouses or biological or biomedical supply houses. If the demand is there, the supply will be met. And so we really do have to work on educating people and getting the demand to go away, because focusing on the institutional users is, like animal welfare reform, a focus at the wrong place. And so I have a very strong position on that, both doctrinally and practically. And I've invited Ronnie and Roger to talk about this issue, amongst others that we're going to get to today, because I think both of their positions are subtle and often misunderstood. And I think that it would be great to hear. Is from the horse's mouth a speciesist expression? Should we? I don't know whether we should stop and consult Joan Denayer and ask her whether or not this is a speciesist expression. And if it is, I apologize, Joan. But that we should hear it from the horse's mouth as to whether or not, what your views are on this topic. And let me say this: this is a hypothetical discussion in the sense that we are having a discussion. And no one is advocating violence, and I want to make that clear, that we are talking about matters that are currently of moment in the movement, that are currently being discussed by a lot of people. But I want to make it clear that the position, any position that you hear today, is one of a discussion, and no one is encouraging anyone to engage in any illegal or violent conduct. With that notion in mind, what do you all think about violence? I mean, you know what I think, and that's pretty much on the table. What are your views, and explain them to us. Ronnie, why don't you start, and we can go to Roger, or Roger, you can start. I don't really care.
Well, I think first of all, the focus of the movement has to be really overwhelmingly non-violent, because it has to be on education. It is very important to educate people not to support animal abuse in their lives. In other words, to be vegan, not to, say, go to places like zoos and circuses, not to go to horse racing or bet on it, not to wear fur, all those things. That's very important, and that educational process really has to be non-violent. But I think it's a lot depends on what the definition of violence is, because if we go on to say we have to have laws to prevent animal abuse, we have to have laws against vivisection, we have to have laws. Hopefully, one day there'd be laws against using and killing animals for food. If we're going to have those laws, ultimately those laws would need to be enforced, literally enforced, by the use of force by the state. Now, is that not in itself a form of violence? You see, because it's really my view that if someone is going to be truly non-violent, that person really has to be an anarchist. Now, I'm not an anarchist. I was at one time. I'm not. I haven't been for a long time. But in my view, that to be totally non-violent, you have to be an anarchist, because you would have to also reject the violence of the state as well as the violence of the individual. So I think before we talk about violence, we really have to define what we mean by it. Now, as far as the violence of the individual is concerned, my concern about a totally non-violent approach is that the people we're up against, animal abusers, they're no respecters of non-violence. Somebody that can hunt and chase and shoot or watch an animal, small animal torn apart, they're no respecter of the non-violence of that creature. There could be nothing less violent than a rabbit or that's being hunted, or a guinea pig in a laboratory that's been experimented on. And those people that do those horrific things to those creatures are no respecters of the non-violence of those creatures. And it's rather like a bully that really, if you're up against the bully, you have to show that bully force. Yeah, that there has to be a show of force to deter that person, to put that person off. And my worries is that by being totally non-violent, we actually allow these people to get away with abusing animals. And that in itself cannot be a moral position. So that's my feeling about it. Although I'd advocate overwhelming non-violence in what we do because it's educational, I'm not totally opposed to the use of force, the use of violence in certain circumstances.
Well, I have a lot you've made a lot of points, and I'd like to respond to them. But first, I'd like to hear from Roger in terms of his view of the general issue about violence.
I'd like to start off obviously making a couple of sociological points about that. Ronnie's talked about violence as an issue and about force as an issue. And it is true, of course, that society, from a sociological point of view, is full of force all the time. And so there is elements of force which we will all agree with. For example, we agree with the force of argument. And, in some senses, Gary, that's your main MO, if you like, that you believe in the force of argument to be able to convince people of your position.
The non-violent force of argument.
Yeah, well, yeah, but well, I'm not quite sure if there is a violent force of argument, but there you go. But again, from a sociological point of view, really, what the actual norms and values of society, the mores that people are born into are an element of force as well, because they kind of constrain people's behavior. It's the lens through which people, their attitudes are formed, and people are judged on the existing norms and values of society. So there's elements of force all the time. And again, sociologically, most people's behavior is not controlled actually by laws. It's controlled by other people in terms of their interaction. By even people just making comments to you, by people giving you funny looks. They tell you that you're doing wrong. This is how we interact on a kind of social animal level, if you like. So force is with us